Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for rounds 3 and 4 of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And as you can tell, whether you're watching us online or you're here at the circuit, we're on a bit of a fog hold at the moment. As soon as we get some more information as to starting times and how this might impact our schedule, we'll definitely let you know, but please make sure to stay with us. We'll update things in the YouTube chat, and of course, we'll update things over the PA as well here at the track. But again, we are currently on a hold for fog, and it's appeared to maybe gotten a little worse over the last 20 minutes. But we'll let you know as soon as we have more information as to when we will start with the remainder of qualifying for this weekend's races. So stay with us.
Hi, I'm Elivan Goulart, driver number 70, Cruise Speed, Spec Miata.
Hi, my name is Ethan Goulart, driver number 72, Spec Miata, Mazda Motorsports. 2014, 4 years old in a go-kart. I'm the fourth generation of my family, so he's my father, and then my grandfather ran a team as well, SCCA Racing, we also ran with, and then my great-grandfather.
So racing together is, I mean, look, I'm sure I'm gonna step back and look at this a few years from now and be like, wow, those are like some of the best moments that I get to share it with one of my kids and race with each other. I never really look as like racing against each other, but there's definitely a little bit of a feud in there somewhere, you know, so I'm not sure what the dynamic is. I got to keep him in his place once in a while.
Definitely a great opportunity to be racing with your father and, you know, being bumper to bumper, working with each other. But at the same time, I want to beat him. He's just another competitor to me. So even though I want to work with him, I still want to beat him, so.
Okay, all right, we'll see, right?
Obviously, we're working with each other, we're looking at the data and video after each session and seeing what we do differently. There's many things that he does better than me and many things that he's learning from me as well. So it's a combination of both. I'm still learning a lot with the racecraft side of things, and he's teaching me And I even see things visually while on the track. Just like yesterday during testing, I learned something like when he was passing somebody, he just stayed a little wider, opened up the radius and let me get in. So it's about teamwork and staying together, but I also learn a lot from other drivers as well, because everybody does everything a little bit differently. So I like to pay attention to everybody and pick up on things and make myself a well-rounded driver altogether.
You have so many different competitors, right? Expecting out, you got 50 plus guys out there and gals out there that we're running very close. So we're always learning from each other, right? So even after all these years, I still feel like I go out there always picking something up, even if it's a little bit smaller. Certainly from Ethan, even though he's still only 15, there are little things that I picked up that he does differently that may work a little better than what I do. And I'm sure that's vice versa as well. But I think with us running comparable times and so on, it's really great tool to have and be able to share that data and that feedback and relay it over to the guys to make the chassis better and better so that we can go faster together. So there are many sports out there. Racing is the one that I fell in love with, and I think that racing with your family especially is one of the most beautiful things out there. It's definitely a moment that you can share with each other. Intensity is high, the love is high, sometimes the getting upset is a little bit high too. But those emotions, I think, create a great bond. But just being around the whole paddock, it's a great family atmosphere. Being able to share those stories after the fact, being able to talk about it before coming to a race, just enjoying and sharing a similar likeness of things, I think that just goes with you for the rest of your life. So SCCA Club Racing is definitely one of the great places to go and accomplish that, and I think that everybody should have a chance to go and experience it.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself one or two things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. If for those of you that are just joining us online, and maybe those of you who are just waking up here at the track, we are under a bit of a hold for fog, and still waiting for it to clear up a little bit and waiting for race control to make a determination as to when we will go into qualifying mode, where we have now 4 groups remaining to finish their second, or to have their second qualifying session of the weekend, and then we will go racing today. We expect 8 races, one for each of our race groups here today, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow. But currently we are under a hold for fog here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. As soon as we get more information here from the great folks in race control, we will be sure to let you know.
Solo Nationals is the ultimate test of all of the hard work that you've put in up until that point.
I look forward to Solo Nationals every year. I want to be here because it's an intense competition, it's a great community, and just so much fun.
Solo Nationals is probably my favorite and only event that I would do for the rest of my life if I had to pick one. There's a combination of the agility that it takes to drive the car through the course in autocross that you don't get anywhere else in motorsports. You only get 3 chances at it. It's the National Championships, which all of us care a lot about. And it's people I've known for 20 years at this point. So, and I've grown up with these people. I love it over there in paddock. I love it out there on course.
It's really a chance for everyone in the nation to really come out, have a great time together. The camaraderie is amazing, but also have the best competition that you can really find. Let's go!
When everybody comes to Nationals, it's instantly overwhelming. Just coming to the site and seeing how large it is, it blows you away. The entertainment value, the family value that's out here is unprecedented.
As a competitor, you try to keep it in your head as just another event. That's the healthy place to keep it. But at the end of the day, it really is something special. There's no other motorsports in the event where you have 1,300 competitors all driving the same obstacles, the same course, all competing against each other. Yeah, there's nothing else like it in the world.
All right, everybody, not much of an update for you here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but as you may be able to notice here watching some of our feeds from around a little bit over 2.5 miles, I think 2.54 miles, 12-turn Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The fog is starting to lift in some areas of the track, some of the higher areas of the track, and of course, everything is still being evaluated by the folks in race control. Hopefully, we'll have another update for you soon. We're still under a hold here for weather and for fog, but hopefully we'll be able to get cars on track soon. Right now, we're looking at completing qualifying for the remainder of our 8 groups. It's going to be Group 5, which is queued up to go next. That is B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production, and then we'll have 3 more groups after that for qualifying, and then we hope to go racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, as we've got another one of our not emergency services, but race control teams actually on the front straight now. You can see them as they're doing some reconnaissance laps, or at least they were doing some reconnaissance laps as they pull over towards the pit lane. So keep tuned in here. As soon as we have some more information, I will give you some more updates along with Tom O'Gorman, and we hope to get racing underway soon here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're going to have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
All right, we've gotten a little update now from race control, and the plan, if the fog continues to lift, is that we will have cars on course at 9:15. So a little bit less than 10 minutes from now. So it's getting close. E production, F production, H production will start, and also B-Spec. Let me not forget B-Spec. Scheduled to start here in just a few moments. And as I continue to get some updates from the race control team, again, we're going to now have not a 25-minute qualifying session, but 15-minute qualifying sessions for our remaining, for three of our groups, for groups 5, 6, and 7. And group 8 will have a 20-minute qualifying session this morning, and then we'll be going racing after those remaining 4 groups are finished. Again, groups 5, group 6, and group 7, you will have a 15-minute qualifying session this morning. Group 8 will have a 20-minute qualifying session. And again, hope to have cars on course right around 9:15. As soon as we know a little bit more and we can finalize things, we'll let you know, both here at the track at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and on the stream as well. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, rounds 3 and 4 of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And I want to thank you all for hopefully sticking around through a little bit over an hour's worth of fog delay. And as you can see here, that fog hasn't exactly lifted. But Tom, before we get underway and we explain to everybody what the schedule is, since a lot of people still can't see Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta very well, let's take an overhead view of what this 12-turn, 2.54-mile racetrack looks like. Brought to us first in 1970. It's had some pretty major changes in one section of the track, but for the most part, it's still one of those old school circuits, Tom, with walls right up alongside the track surface. And we were talking about it yesterday. You have to pull on your big boy pants when you come here to race.
Yeah, this is a serious racetrack, and to many, it's probably the home of the runoffs, and it's going back in 2027. But down the front straightaway, it's kind of a little bit of a canyon. You have big walls on either side with paddocks on either side of you as well, into a very light braking zone, a huge uphill sweep about halfway through the corner that catches you and pulls you up to turn 2 into the braking zone for turn 3, completely blind, where you hop the curb and then start to sweep downhill around turn 4 into the S's, and then uphill about halfway through the S's really into the braking zone for turn 5, which has huge curbs on the outside. Gets you a good run into turn 6, one of those really satisfying corners, good on camber into a braking zone really quickly for one of the most critical corners to make lap time, but also to make passes here at Road Atlanta into turn 7. Onto the back straightaway, uphill the entire way through turns 8 and 9, mostly for flagger reasons more than corners, into the braking zone for turn 10A and 10B. But there are also very, very great opportunities to pass into and out of those 10A, 10B sections through the iconic turn 12, a little bit more of an off-ramp really than anything in a lot of the classes here, flat out through those corners into the start-finish line.
All right, so there you go. That is a great overview. Thank you, Tom, of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Of course, the big change there, that 10A, 10B complex missing what was almost a straight line in the big dip going into the bridge that was changed many years ago, primarily for safety. So we've got the first group out on track right now, Tom, for qualifying is E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. And they've done a lot of sitting around waiting around over the last 12 hours or so. They were scheduled to be our last qualifying group of the day yesterday afternoon. And got caught up by some very heavy rains. There was actually some hail in the area, and of course lightning, and so we had to delay their final qualifying session until this morning. And just to again give you a little bit of an update as far as our schedule goes today, we do have these final qualifying sessions for this group, as well as 3 more groups afterwards. Group 5 is on track right now. 6 and 7 will have 15-minute qualifying sessions, and then our final group, race group number 8, which is our big bore group, will have a 20-minute qualifying session, and then we'll be going racing afterwards. Looking back at how this group's qualifying session ended up yesterday morning, because the fastest lap time from yesterday morning session and this morning session will set the grid for their race a little bit later today. In E Production, Peter Norton was your fastest driver. Bogey time for that class, a 1:36.506. Peter Norton, no championships, national championships to his name, but many divisional championships. Over in F Production, Ken Kennard out of the Atlanta region in his Acura Integra, and that was a former Mark Carpenter car. Ken Kennard has won a national championship in his own right in that car, but he was your fastest in F Production, pipping Cliff Ira by about half a second. Over in H Production, Steve Sargis, 11-time national champion and our defending H Production national champion, was the fastest driver on track at a 1:42.76, about 0.2 of a second faster than Matt Brannon in the Midwest Bayless Fiat X19. And then over in B-Spec, Franklin Futrell and Tom, yesterday we talked drivers that are behind the wheel of very different cars than what we normally associate them with.
Right.
And Futrell, who is a 4-time national champion, he's your defending Formula Enterprises 2 open wheel national champion. He was your fastest B-Spec car in his very first outing behind the wheel of a Mazda 2, the Miko Incorporated entry. And he's from Augusta, Georgia. Chris Taylor from Chris Taylor Racing Services in his Mazda 2. He's from Red Vale, Texas. He was second fastest, almost 1.1 seconds off of Futrell's pace.
Yeah, we were joking with, it was John McAleer, who we typically see in big downforce, fast cars, Atlantics and prototypes, and he's in Formula V. Futrell said, I'm going to change it up even more. I'm going to put a roof over my head and go even slower by design. B-Spec, one of the most challenging cars to drive, I think, and probably given the least credit for the technique that goes into driving these really slow subcompact cars. Again, they're not modified in many ways at all, but they don't get to be very good for it, and that creates a really good race car driver. I think you learn a lot about throttle control when you only have 100 horsepower, but the car is designed for getting around city streets more so than a racetrack. They also have a lot of. Oh, that was a good save for whoever in the pink Mazda 2. Those cars, I was going to just bring it to.
I think that was either Stephanie Anderson or possibly Diane Carter in that car. I'll have to check if Diane. Actually, I think Kent Carter's in the car this weekend. So we'll try and get the number on that. Let's take a look and see. And that is, yes, that's Stephanie Anderson. Kent Carter, you could tell it's got like dragon's teeth. It actually looks like Rexy or Roxy or one of the the AO cars in IMSA, but that was Stephanie Anderson. Good save.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the rear tires are so important to get up to temperature for these qualifying sessions or for these short sessions in B-Spec, and that's what happens if you don't have them quite up.
And of course, I got that wrong too. That was not Stephanie Anderson. Anderson's a little bit further back from that car in the white and pink entry, so we'll get the correct car number on that one there. I'll get it here as it comes down the hill. But cars now just putting in their second flying laps, and then now as that car comes across the line, that is the number 50 machine actually that had the moment in B-Spec.
The other thing I noticed, Greg, with that car went across the curb is there was a little bit of water in the curbing as well. Yeah. Pretty much everybody is I mean, well off pace, many seconds off pace. I think the track is maybe not.
Well, you can see there's still there's still a lot of damp spots around the course.
Yep.
Particularly, as what I can see coming, as you mentioned, turn 12 for the most part, especially for H production of B-Spec cars, is going to be a flat out on probably most of them, but there's still quite a bit of dampness, as you can see, coming down. And while it may not be much of an issue in qualifying if the track doesn't dry out that much, certainly when we get to some of our first races today, you may find quite a bit of damp track offline here.
B-Spec drivers getting their second lap ins. The tires are mostly in. Again, a spec tire for those cars as well. Frank Futrell is the fastest car by 2 seconds over Stephanie Anderson. Chris Taylor is third quickest. And then Rice Robinson and Richard Osborne rounding that out. Peter Norton is already the quickest by a long way in E-production over Don Tucker, Thomas Burt, Tony Ave rounding that out. Ave skipping this session, it appears, along with a handful of drivers, including your defending champion in B-Spec, Eric Yeagle, who's present here in his Honda Fit, has yet to turn in a lap in this session. Stephen Powers is the quickest in F-production, a 1:42.6. It's a pretty strong lap there, but still about 3 seconds off the current pole time from Ken Kennard and Cliff Ira, who are a half second apart provisionally from yesterday. And then Steve Sargis, a 1:44. He's actually the closest to his own pole time, only 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds maybe off of that quickest time over Frank Schwartz, who's currently pretty far off. Matching, no, excuse me. I think Frank Schwartz tends to double dip into H production with a B-Spec car. Right. He actually matched his best time, 1:52.
And actually, I believe that this Mini Cooper that he's racing this weekend is actually purpose built for H production. Tom, I don't believe that it is a dual purpose car.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, he's already dipped at least a little bit under Braden Connolly's times. Both Connolly and Brandon, father and son duo in those Midwest Bayless Fiat X19s, and Connolly right now at a 152.590, about 16 hundredths of a second back from Frank Schwartz. But as you were saying yesterday, in qualifying, Brannon, who was second fastest, turned in a 142.95. So, you know, again, most of H production quite a bit off, including Sargis, off of where they were yesterday morning.
We have our in-car video you've seen a couple times during the broadcast already. That's the RX-8 that's on camera there. It's a pretty cool livery as well. I believe it's X-Wing fighter themed, right? Tom Burt,
that is
sweeping through turn 12.
Yes, when you take a look at the outside of it, and it is the zero, which actually on the side of the car looks like the Death Star. But nice. it absolutely, and it has an X-wing fighter flying by. It's a pretty neat Star Wars livery there, and I think I know it's out of Florida. That the livery itself was debuted at the runoffs this past year, yeah. So also watching a couple drivers on track right now in B-Spec, seemingly working the draft very well, and I think one of them actually this time, I'll say, is Stephanie Anderson. I believe she's actually working with John Robinson in the number 35 machine. They are currently second, and let's see here, whoops, where are they? They are, I believe, third and fourth fastest in the session at 151. 9 and 902 and 950 behind Rice Robinson. Rice Robinson, actually, the driver that we saw go wide on that opening lap, has managed to turn in some nice times here to 151.718. And frankly, Tom, the B-Spec cars, I think for the most part, are very close to what they were running yesterday. You know, as you mentioned, Futrell was down at a 149.2. And so he's, you know, hasn't quite gotten there, but the majority of the field in B-Spec were running in like the low to mid 151s yesterday. And that's where we got Stephanie Anderson, John Robinson. Chris Taylor's a little bit off his times, running at a 53 and change at the moment. And so these sessions going by very, very quickly, only about a minute remaining. Let me do this, Tom. It looks like we got most of them on the grid, but let me make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, SMX racers. If you haven't started heading to the grid, you should do so now for your 15-minute qualifying session. SMX racers, race group number 6, please head to the grid. And there is the Kent Carter machine with the dinosaur, the Rex mouth there in the front. I think along with Chris Taylor as they're working together. They are currently 6th and 7th in B-Spec in this session, now running in the high 52s, low 53 range.
Yeah, who'd have thought that livery takes to a Mazda 2 so well? But it really does. And I'm curious to see here, the second Mazda 2 in frame really opened up the entry for turn 7 and tried to go for the run on the exit. And actually, it doesn't look like it paid off with enough draft down the back straightaway. Just barely made it back to the back bumper of Kent Carter, which tells you a story of turn 7. You think about setting up that exit, but because it's off camber, and because of the way the corner drives, you really have to kind of roll the car in there pretty early as well to get a good run through the corner.
All right, checkered flag is out on the session. We got a few drivers that are calling off those last flying laps coming across the line here. That's the 156 of Tom Pendergrass out of San Marcos, Texas. And the number 156 car will finish up the session. He turned in his fastest lap on the last lap, a 152.930. And that is still about 1.6, so about 1.5 seconds off of what he ran yesterday morning, as again, a majority of the field did run a little bit off their time. So let's take a look and see how I'll give you the top 3, and then Tom, I'll employ your merging abilities here, hopefully to help us set the different fields. In B-Spec, Franklin Futrell Fastest again today at a 150.672. Again, no improvement from yesterday. Rice Robinson at a 151.406. No, not an improvement for him either. With Stephanie Anderson at a 151.9 and John Robinson at a 151.9 as well. Over in H Production, Steve Sargis with almost 6.5 seconds on the rest of the field in this qualifying session. He turned in a 144 flat with Frank Schwartz at a 150.5. Braden Connolly a 152.6. And then Brayton Williams in his Mini Cooper out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan at a 158. So pretty wide swath there. Over in F Production, Stephen Powers in his Mazda Miata coming all the way from Mesa, Arizona, a 140.3, almost 5 seconds faster than Ken Kennard's Acura Integra. He turned in a 145.4 with Robert Garrison at a 146.4. And then finally in E Production, Peter Norton in his Caterham 7, the Pelham, North Carolina driver, had a fast lap of 143.1 with Tom Burt in the Mazda RX-8, a 144.6. And then Don Tucker, our sole BMW Z3, in the field today at a 146 flat. The one driver that we did not see, Tom, in E Production, and talk about drivers that do many different types of cars, many classes. Tony Ave was due to bring out a Mazda MX-5 in the class. He was second fastest yesterday, did not bring the car out for today's qualifying session.
And interestingly, each driver, or each class, excuse me, is about 1.3 seconds off. But when I look at the sector times, they're all over the place a little bit. They're actually more like the sector times tell a story that there's maybe 3 or 4 seconds off on the lap. So I think everyone, for the most part, was still coming up to comfort level with what the track has to offer this morning between the fog and the dampness. Different drivers feeling confident in different places. So I think the track might be a little quicker than the instincts are telling our drivers this morning.
Yeah, possibly. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our small bore production and B-Spec racers. Tom, let me make a final call to the grid for the next group, and I've got another announcement to make, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention the paddock, SMX racers, race group 6. Your final call to the grid, SMX racers, race group 6. Please head to the grid. Again, for group 6 and 7, you will have 15-minute qualifying sessions. Group 8, it'll be a 20-minute qualifying session. And want to ask all the women here that are working this weekend that after this session, that tonight we will have let me try this again. At lunch today, here we go, SCCA's Women on Track will be holding a group photo for all women working the event, whether they be drivers, volunteers, crew, or supporters. Please join them at the Paddock Grill 15 minutes after lunch starts for that group photo. Again, SCCA's Women on Track would like to ask all the drivers, women drivers, volunteers, crew, and supporters to join them at the Paddock Grill 15 minutes after lunch starts for a group photo. And now that I've managed to somehow get that out of my mouth, Tom, let's go take a quick break. We'll come back in just a few moments with more qualifying here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you?
If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And next up is qualifying for, and the following, let's try that. I'm having so many problems getting my mouth to work this morning. The last qualifying session for group number 6 for SMX this morning. They're going to be going racing for the first time a little bit later today. And as they take the track for a 15-minute session, the pole time that everybody's looking to beat right now, set by Skylar Cottrell out of Atlanta, Georgia, in the Century Body machine. He turned in a 1:38.940 yesterday morning. Jarrett Jones, also from the Atlanta region, had a 1:39.203. Camden Gruber, who finished second at the National Championship Runoffs in SMX this past year, out of Winchester, Virginia, in the Planet Miata machine, he had a 1:39.385 with Michelle Squarick from the Atlanta region out of Peachtree Corners, Georgia, with a 1:40.119. And Tom, I believe we had, of the 21 racers entered, I think we had 18 of them set times yesterday.
And I think these drivers will be a little less conservative with figuring out what track conditions allow this morning, but a bit surprised at the spread from yesterday. It's over a second separating our top 4, which is pretty large as far as the spread goes for SMX. Also, Skylar Cottrell really ate his Wheaties yesterday for qualifying 1, sitting provisionally on pole for both Spec Miata and SMX. Right. That number 09, the pink car at the front of the train, is really setting the pace this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Tom, we talked a little bit yesterday about the tire limiting rules for Spec Miata, and of course in SMX they have a very similar rule where they have to make their dry tires last for the entire weekend. Now this is very interesting, and I'm looking to see what the situation may be, but a good portion of our racers, maybe we're just doing it. This isn't Formula 1. They're not doing an installation lap, but we just had about 15 of the cars come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and head to the pit lane. And I'm not exactly sure what the story was there. We'll try to pick up who those racers were in just a few moments. But going back to the tire limiting piece, Buttonwillow was the first Super Tour event where the drivers had to try to figure out what the wear characteristics with their cars were with the new Hoosier SMX tires as they're coming over from another manufacturer that was used in previous years. Did you hear any stories or have any information coming out of that weekend as to how things how what they found out there might influence what we see this weekend?
No, I kind of struggled to get information out of people. The most I got was really from one of our stewards, Gregg Ginsberg, who works with this class a little bit as a, if you want to call it, ambassador, kind of between the drivers and the stewards, as this is a bit of a ladder series. A lot of drivers in this series are going to aspire or are aspiring to racing at higher levels, and working with a driver administrator, a driver representative like that is pretty normal. But either way, getting information from Gregg and me that the drivers were still kind of feeling it out. They last a little bit longer in the race. They drive a little bit sharper. Drivers are kind of liking them. They're still getting used to it. It's a little bit difficult to tell if drivers left that weekend with it was a positive taste in their mouth, but with a mastery of the tire. No, I don't think they got there yet. So this is a bit of a learning year for all of SMX.
All right, so we now have first lap in the books. Fastest driver, and again, this is just on the out lap, turning in a 1:42 and change, Deacon Greenfield out of Bristow, Virginia. Deacon making the move over to SMX this season, had been racing in Super Touring Light for a number of years in a Honda CRX, acquired this car last year, and had actually brought both the CRX and the MX-5. It was configured for STL last year, and I believe ended up racing the CRX in the National Championship Runoffs, though he had that MX-5 there as a backup, and they made the conversion to put it to SMX spec this season. And Deacon qualified 8th fastest yesterday morning, former Rookie of the Year with the Washington, D.C. region.
Really going to be interested to watch the drivers who skipped qualifying yesterday for whatever reason. Two of them are pretty big names when it comes to these Spec Mazda racing series. One of them, Elvin Goulart, did not get a qualifying time yesterday. And the number 29, currently sitting at a 146.4, which unfortunately, due to the track conditions, at least from this first lap, is dead last for a driver who typically you would never associate dead last and Elvin Goulart together. No, exactly. The other one, Nate Cicero, who's a little bit quicker so far from that first flying lap, a 146.1, who is also definitely a factor and tends to run up towards the front in the top 10 of these spec series. They're both likely, just based on the flow of this weekend, I mean, so far, unless they can find a bunch of time, it's looking like they're going to be starting towards the back and have a lot of work to do in the races.
Yeah, and this may be, Tom, speaking of Elvin Goulart, I think this may be his first Super Tour start in SMX. Of course, he is a former Spec Miata as well as Formula 500 national champion. His son Ethan taking the 2024 Spec Miata national championship as well, and has moved on primarily to racing, I believe, in GR86 Cup as well as the Pro Mazda series in Global MX-5 Cup as well.
We were talking him up, and he finally gets a time on the board that he can be happy with. Yeah, it's a 140.1, and man, there's so many cars in 140.1. Give me a second here to see where that'll slot it in. I think it's actually going to be about 8th, maybe 7th on the overall grid. Lincoln Larson, though, goes quicker for this session, a 139.9. That's the first driver into the 139s or 130s at all. And yesterday, Larson was sitting down the field a little bit as well, a 141.5.
Yeah, I think he was 13th fastest yesterday.
Yeah, so Larson doing a great job to dig deep and find some really significant time this morning. That's going to put him out on the outside of the second row.
Yeah, indeed, and allows him to jump a number of racers, including Michelle Squarick, who was 4th fastest yesterday. She's a software engineer, as you mentioned, out of Atlanta, Georgia. Interesting, Tom, that talking to Michelle, that just after her very first Spec MX-5 podium, which was back in 2022, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she's been using that diagnosis to work with the National MS Society, and has raised over $10,000 for the cause here in just the last couple of years, and obviously looking to highlight the disease and show that it is not debilitating, that she's still out here racing with it.
That's pretty incredible. And Michelle is also mostly familiar to me, actually, through a sim racing league that I commentate called the Liberty Bell League, put together by Amy House-Seal, who is a member of the Philadelphia region SCCA, and put together an all-women's racing league for iRacing in the simulator to get drivers practicing in this off-season, working together, and also get, just a space for people to play on the sim that's a little bit less let's say macho and alpha than the official races can be, where you get yelled at if you're not doing everything perfect and all this, getting crashed into. But either way, Michelle Squirick is a coach for that league and helps the people who are getting used to the sim or looking to get better at the sim get better. So Michelle, pretty incredible person, both sharing her talents behind the wheel with others and also spreading the word.
And I want to welcome one of our, I guess we'll call them, even though Brian's not here, we'll call them our associate producers, Larry Lefty McLeod. I may have heard of him tangentially somewhere. He says that two of his favorite people are here working the mics today. So he must mean you and me. And I figured I'd throw the name Brian out there because that's what I usually call him at least 3 times a day. Is Larry, you and I all work at the Runoffs, and Larry and I, speaking of iRacing, also are commentators for a league that Michelle Squirick also races in some of the prototype classes every Monday night, the Rick Mattek World Challenge. So let's take a look here as we currently have Skylar Cottrell back to the top of the line. And so, Tom, interestingly, when we saw that whole line of cars come down the pit entry at the end of lap 1, they came down and they actually took the motorcycle cutout that we have. You can kind of see here as the cars exit turn 12. There's that stretch of pavement on the right-hand side, and they all came through. They didn't come down the pit lane. They actually just re-entered the track and shuffled to the back of the line. And so of the 21 total drivers that are registered, we had 19 of them, I believe, set lap times. And actually, the only person that has not so far, another pro driver, Tyler Gonzalez out of St. Cloud, Florida. Interesting, we were talking about Michelle Squirick and her support for the Multiple Sclerosis Society. Jillian Fichter, who is out of Jupiter, Florida, and for the past number of years, we've seen both Jillian and her brother Jason racing both in Spec Miata and in SMX. Jillian, this is her very first race back since undergoing open heart surgery in the spring of last year. So I want to welcome her back. Had a great conversation with her at the Runoffs, I think back in 2024. I think she is a nurse by trade and a great racer as well.
Jillian, one of many that is now starting to best their personal laps from yesterday. So the track is quick. Skylar Cottrell, only 2/10 off of his provisional pole time from yesterday. Camden Gruber goes a little bit quicker, picks up 2/10 that last time across the line. Lincoln Larson, as I say, that just jumps up to second fastest in this group right now. Also going to be good enough for the outside of the front row. Second quickest overall when we meld the 2 qualifying sessions together. Garrett Jones, Elvin Goulart. As I say, that Jones just goes from 4th quickest to fastest. So 38.5. That is your new pole time for the number 86.
And there you go. Great move there by Jarrett Jones. And so, again, Jarrett, who turned in a 139.2 yesterday morning, again, picking up almost 0.3 of a second, 30 at a 38.5. I can't do math, Tom. But big jump for him. We'll see if Skylar Cottrell can answer, or if Camden Gruber can answer the call there and maybe give Jones a run for his money. But good moves here with Wes Duchek in the number 40 machine out of the Central Florida region, a 139.217, almost a second, actually more than a second faster than he ran yesterday. He was 7th fastest yesterday, 5th fastest today, and Elvin Goulart up to, although he had been sitting at the top of the timing charts here today, he's down 6th fastest in this session at a 139.24. Which, oddly, Tom, would have been good for 3rd fastest yesterday, and he's only 6th fastest today.
Yeah, it's very interesting what's happening here, but correct me if I'm wrong, the track and the ambient temps are probably about 10, 12 degrees cooler than we were yesterday.
Yes.
And
about 65 degrees here.
Yeah, so things are a little bit cooler, and as the track, although it's not completely dry, as the track comes in just a little bit, this tends to be when tracks are the quickest. Michelle Squarick there in the bright orange-nosed car, letting a huge group of cars through to reset for qualifying. Oop, they're all headed to the pit lane anyway.
There you go.
Or are they coming down the front straight again,
Yeah,
Greg?
we'll see. We'll watch that. We'll watch that apron and see if they do that again. Yeah, and Tom, and it's not just a question of the ambient air temperature here. Of course, this morning we had tons of fog. We are still very overcast. You can't see the sun through the sky here at all. And yesterday morning there was not much cloud cover, so a lot of heat soak in the asphalt. Just from direct sunlight that we're not getting here today as well.
Exactly. The 1 minute left in the session. This lap will count, and anybody who starts a lap right now for the next 52 seconds or so will get one more lap in. But it seems to be, just based on sector times, not many improvements this time through as everyone continues to circulate. By the way, you can pull up live timing anywhere on the internet, scca.com/live. You pull up exactly what we see as far as timing goes, see the sector times, and as well as the trap speeds for these cars just clearing 120 miles per hour, 120.689 for car 29. Was the quickest Elvin Goulart this morning. So as it sits now, it's going to be Jarrett Jones, Skylar Cottrell, Camden Gruber, Lincoln Larson, Weston Ducek, I believe, to Elvin Goulart, Mitchell. Yeah, I mean, today's session basically across the board has been quicker, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so if we had any concerns about the track being damaged, because at least for this group, not much of an issue here. All right, starter is holding the checkered flag out, waiting to see if anybody actually comes underneath the Fox Factory Bridge to see it. Now that the fog is cleared, they could. But we do have, as you see here, coming through the S's, a number of racers that beat the checkered flag and are working what will be their last flying laps here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So even though we've given you that top order with Jarrett Jones, Skylar Cottrell, Camden Gruber, Lincoln Larson, that may change here as these last flying laps will count.
Another interesting point with that tire rule that's been instated this year, only one set of tires allowed for this entire weekend. Once you've set your first time in qualifying, that set gets stamped and it's stuck on the car basically unless otherwise approved. But the tires, regardless of whether or not they are sticker tires, meaning brand new, they are going to tend to be best when they're a little bit cooler. I would say laps 2 and 3 in most conditions. Maybe this morning, laps 3 to 5 with it being a little bit cooler. And what's interesting is most of the drivers who are competitive have run maybe 6 or 7 laps in both sessions. And I think you can actually sort of budget your laps in qualifying a little bit. Instead of running both sessions for the entire time, if you plan to run the first 5 laps, you can basically spread out the wear on the tire, put a little bit less wear on the tire, and still use its prime pretty strategically.
Yeah, indeed. And, and especially when you think about how qualifying was originally scheduled, where we were supposed to yesterday have the first 5 groups go and have their second qualifying session yesterday. This group was always scheduled to come out in the morning. They're going out a little bit later than originally anticipated, but there was a pretty good chance that they were going to have, again, somewhat cooler conditions. Who knew about the sun, as opposed to the first 5 groups that were going to be out in the much warmer afternoon weather. So that would have definitely impacted their decision-making process. All right, so we've got checkered flag, as we mentioned, out on the session, and it is going to be with nobody getting faster on what could have been their last flying lap. Jarrett Jones at a 138.517. He's going to set the pole. Skylar Cottrell, our provisional pole sitter, coming into this morning, will start on the outside of the front row. And a big difference there, Tom, almost a half second separating Jones and Cottrell. Camden Gruber, third fastest in the number 24 machine with Lincoln Larson. Fourth fastest, Wes Ducek and Elvin Goulart starting on row number 3 with Mitch Lowry, Michelle Squarick, 7th and 8th, and then Nate Cicero and Aiden Coleman, we believe, rounding out the top 10 as we as I'm trying to compare that to yesterday's times, but I think, as you said, almost everybody running faster than they did yesterday. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to make a call to the grid for our next group and try not to botch that other announcement again. And then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7. That's Formula Atlantic and Continental. Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid for your 15-minute qualifying. And let me try this once again, Tom. The SCCA's Women on Track will hold a group photo for all women drivers, volunteers, crew, and supporters. That will be at lunchtime at the Paddock Grill, and the photo will take place 15 minutes after the start of lunch here today. Again, Women on Track holding group photo up at the Paddock Grill 15 minutes after we go to lunch. And so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, and just like the ad said, this is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Tom. I'm not Tom. He's Tom. I'm Greg, and Brian is here somewhere. Right, Larry? And next up is our second open wheel group of the weekend. We saw the small Formula cars have their second qualifying session yesterday. Now it is time for the big boys, the winged cars, the Formula Atlantics and Continentals, the Formula Enterprise 2 racers, as well as our prototype machines. And I believe we've got 2 drivers in the what's now known as prototype class, former national champion Todd Vanacore, as well as Wade Richardson, and then a number of Atlantic drivers as well. Yesterday morning in qualifying, Vanacore was the fastest of the prototypes, turning in a 1:18.2. In Formula Atlantic, John McAleer, who, as we were talking about, yesterday we saw him in Formula V. He's here this weekend in his Swift, the Roswell, Georgia driver, fastest in the class at a 1:18.362. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon out of the Alabama region in his Hoosier Citation F2000 had a fast lap of 1:23.8. And then in the Formula Enterprise 2 field, Paul Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina, 1:25.095, almost 8/10 of a second up on Darrell Wills. And so, Tom, on a day like today, where the weather is likely very different from what they experienced yesterday, late morning when they went out for qualifying initially, I mean, obviously, you and I have a lot of tin top experience, but is there a different approach as far as wing settings or what have you when you've got all this extra humidity in the air and maybe the track is going to be quite a bit cooler?
There's certainly some things you can do when the grip will be higher. The question is whether or not these drivers have had the chance to pay attention to whether or not the track has changed that much. I'll be honest, when you're at one of these weekends, you're kind of in your own little world in a lot of ways, especially when you're a driver or both your own driver and crew, as many of the drivers here are. It makes it difficult to pay attention to other sessions. So I was just thinking these drivers may not have seen that SMX just went quicker than they were yesterday. Right. They may be thinking of this track as a little bit compromised, as well as the later group that we'll see in about 10 and a half minutes, group 8. But all that to say, if they were paying attention, they're going to know that the track has some pace in it. They're going to know the opportunity to go a little bit quicker is there. And then the job really becomes potentially a little bit of setup changes and whatever else. But mostly I think it's mental game. I think it's going out and trying to figure out what parts of the track maybe are intimidating for track condition reasons, for curbing, maybe some water left in the curbs, whatever else, that will get you past that mental hurdle that thinks maybe I'll go a little bit slower or take this conservatively and actually go out there and capture the time that the track has to give.
Indeed. All right, so right now, John McAleer, your fastest driver in Formula Atlantic, only one flying lap really in the books with a 1:24.5. We do have Dudley Fleck out on track, and Dudley was your 2024 Formula Atlantic national champion, and I'm trying to see, I believe that is his only national championship. He ran a 1:26.7, or he has run a 1:26.71, which is about 0.2 off of McAleer, and then Larry Howard another 3 seconds back from there. In Continental, Brandon Dixon at a 1:25 flat, Carter Sheets at a 1:31.4, so almost 6.5 seconds separating those two drivers, with Doug Rocco another 4.5 seconds back. Vanacore with a 1:30.1 initially and over an FE2. And this is a little bit of a story here, Tom. Matteo Naranjo, who yesterday was third fastest in FE2 behind Paul Schneider and Darrell Wills. Currently your fastest FE2 driver on track. And Matteo comes back to open wheel after a couple of years testing the waters in SMX. He was the 2023 and 2024 Formula F Super Tour champion, and also got a Pro Series win in Formula 1600, which is Formula F, back in 2024 as well. Finished second in the runoffs in Formula F, and then again was away, went to the, we'll call them tin tops, of course, but the SMX class, but now comes back to the open wheel ranks.
Interesting. Been a little bit of everywhere then. Got a whole bunch of experience in a bunch of different spec series, which I think only creates a better driver. Right now, the fastest car on track, John McAleer, just gets under the 120 mark at a 119.5. That's about 1.2 seconds slower than yesterday, but it is still absolutely flying. These are the fastest cars that we'll see this weekend, or at least it'll be the fastest group, no matter who is the quickest car. Between Vanacore and McAleer, I think they're going to go head-to-head as they're only a 10th part for that bragging right.
All right, I want to welcome a couple of the folks joining us here in the chat, like Tim Adelson. I know spent a lot of time watching you guys out at Buttonwillow just a couple weeks ago, so welcome back. And Carl T in the chat as well. Thank you very much. He says every time he sees the back straight, he imagines that old 911 GT1 car going airborne. Yeah, they can't either that or the old was it the Mercedes prototype car that went over at Le Mans. Same basic premise. The front end just lifted up from all the lift. All right, let's take a look here in FE2. It is still now Paul Schneider taking the point with a 125.5. And let's see where that is. It's still about a half second off of the provisional pole time that he set yesterday. Matteo Naranjo continues to get faster at a 125.9 in FE2. Now in Atlantic, Tom, Dudley Fleck turns in a 119.27, about a quarter of a second up on John McAleer.
In this session, yes, but when you merge the two qualifying sessions together, he's still 9/10 back from McAleer's pole time from yesterday. But, Greg, look at all the sectors right now. Everybody is turning in personal best sectors.
Yeah.
Lots of green and a little bit of purple as well. McAleer that time started a really strong lap but wasn't able to complete it. Maybe some traffic potentially in that Formula Atlantic. Slowing him down just slightly, comes across with a 19.5. But I think we're going to see a couple cars go a little bit quicker here, and they have time. 6 minutes left is going to be nearly 4 laps for most of these cars.
Yeah, I would say Larry Howard, our third Formula Atlantic driver, he's still about a second and a half off of McAleer and Fleck. It looks like he is on a flyer. We'll see what time he turns in. And Paul Schneider just resets fast lap in FE2, a 1:24.86 the time. So he now drops underneath the time that the fast lap, the provisional pole time from yesterday.
Mateo Naranjo had second place locked up for just a second before Darrell Wills took it back. So they're dueling now for whoever gets to start on the front row. Paul Schneider has it locked up for now, but Wills and Naranjo are duking it out to see who will come out on top between the two of them, 25.3 to 25.7. So about a half second spreading those. Carter Sheets comes through with an improvement in Formula Continental, but it's still about 5 seconds off Brandon Dixon as John McAleer over on the Formula Atlantic side resets the fastest lap of the session and actually of the class. A new fastest time in Atlantic, 2/10 quicker.
Yeah, it turns in at 1:18.16, besting the lap that he put in yesterday, a 1:18.214 for the Ormond Beach, Florida driver. That now puts almost a full second, Tom, between he and Dudley Fleck. And as Fleck continues to circulate here, looking to see where he is on the current lap. Last lap he put in was off of his previous best, but he goes green, sets personal best in Sector 1, and we'll continue to see how he does on this particular lap. Again, if you want to see the breakdown here, as Tom and I are talking about sectors, you can go to scca.com/live to see our multi-sector timing and scoring. All right, real quick, Tom, we have an announcement to make here, or a page to make. Attention in the paddock with H production racer Brayton Williams, the number 6 car. Please see the race director in impound. Brayton Williams, driver of the number 6 H production car. Please see the race director in impound. All right, so with 3.5 minutes to go, it is currently Paul Schneider, your fastest driver on track in FE2, and he holds the provisional pole. In Formula Continental, your fastest driver on track is Brandon Dixon. He also holds the provisional pole, has not got down to the 1:23.8 that he ran yesterday. He is still about 15, actually about 0.2 of a second off of that at a 1:24.017, with Carter Sheets almost 5 seconds back from there. Over in the prototypes, it is still Todd Vanacore. He has run a 1:30.1, but looks like Vanacore, Tom, he turned in one flying lap and then called it a session. Looks like he was probably just running the car in. He turned in a 1:30.1, which was I think almost 12 seconds off his times from yesterday, but then just called it a session. And then in Formula Atlantic, John McAleer once again resets fast lap with a 1:17.853, and that should put him on the pole for this entire group. As again, Vanacore and his prototype Elan came into the day with the provisional pole for the group at a 1:18.2. And so McAleer now knocks about 0.2, 0.25 of a second or so off that time.
And that's closing in. I mean, that's quicker than IMSA GT3 cars. I'm actually pulling up the results here just to see how much that, or how closely that relates to prototype 2 cars, P2 cars from the IMSA series, the professional series. But that is so fast. A 1:17.8 around this track is flying. As McAleer continues to start yet another fastest and personal best. Sector 1 A little bit slower in Sector 2, but just clears 144 miles an hour in the speed traps towards the end of the lap. Paul Schneider, on the other hand, Formula Enterprise driver, currently on the pole. No clicker. Those Enterprises all seem to have peaked as drivers getting a little bit slower in the later laps of this session. And as I say that, John McAleer comes through. It's basically a tie for his best time, a 1:17.9 to a 1:17.85.
All right, and one FE2 driver that isn't slowing down. Last lap through for Darrell Wills. He turns in a 1:25.355. Now that's still a half second off of Paul Schneider's provisional pole time in the class, but he goes, and with that 1:25.3 has opened the gap up just slightly back to Matteo Naranjo in third, who is about 16 hundredths of a second off of Will's times. With about a half minute remaining, this group coming out of turn 7 and onto the back straight. This will likely be their very last flying lap. As I see the starter with the checkered flag in hand, and the first racer to see the checkered flag coming onto the front straight will be the 73 of Paul Schneider, who resets his personal best, Tom, at a 1:24.63, opening up the gap to Darrell Wills by almost 0.7 of a second.
It's pretty interesting for Paul Schneider, having run 9 laps in this session, and the fastest being the 9th. He did slow down and cool off, maybe just ever so slightly, or perhaps dealt with some traffic on lap 8. But he's been pushing otherwise, so that tells me that those tires have quite a bit of life in them on those Formula Enterprises too, turning laps that fast this late in the session.
All right, so let's break things down here. In the prototype class, Todd Vanacore with a time of, well, in this session of a 1:30.1. He came into the day at a 1:18.2. That's probably going to put him on the outside of the front row, but he was still half a second faster than Dudley Fleck and Larry Howard. Let's try that again. Todd Vanacore was 1.1 seconds faster than Wade Richardson in the prototype class. In Formula Atlantic, John McAleer gave us a 1:17.85. He should start on the pole for this group in the number 68 Swift. He was about a half second faster than Dudley Fleck. Fleck just turned in his fastest lap on the last lap, but with a 1:18.4. Again, about 55 hundredths of a second off of McAleer. Larry Howard, third fastest in the class. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon came in as your pole sitter, and he leaves as your pole sitter in class at a 1:24 flat, almost 5 seconds faster than the rest of the Continental field. And then in FE2, Paul Schneider with a 1:24.639. He'll be your FE2 pole sitter. Darrell Willis, second fastest. Matteo Naranjo, third fastest. All right, Tom, let's make a call to the grid for our next group, which is our big bore group. American Sedan, GT1, 2, GTX, T1, T2. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, your 20-minute qualifying session starts next. Race group number 8. If you haven't headed to the grid, you should do so now. We're going to have you on track in just a few moments. And with that, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back in just actually under 5 minutes for our last qualifying session of the day here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and then we go racing.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Quick announcement for all competitors here this weekend. It is very important that you check the Sportity app for the latest updates to the SUPs regarding Flagtronics, which is going to include pace lap procedures. So again, we ask all of our racers and crew chiefs, etc., to check the Sportity app for the latest information regarding pace lap procedures and how it relates to the Flagtronics units in your cars. And we're back here with our last qualifying session of the day, Tom, and it is our big bore group, our Touring 1 and Touring 2 racers, GT1 and very large GT2 field, as well as American Sedan and GTX. As we go on board, and I'll try and get the number. We've just had a moment. This is one of our. Oh, this is the Stevens car, right? You said Davidson. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, James Davidson in the 09 Chevrolet Corvette that we're watching. One of our T2 racers, and let's take a look at where we finish things up after qualifying yesterday morning in this group. And although we have lap times for our racers here, this group, unfortunately, due to an on-track incident, only got like one flying lap during qualifying, hence the 20-minute length qualifying session for them versus 15 minutes for everybody else. In GTX, Gary Crook was the fastest driver in his Norma, with a time of 1:30.749, and then next fastest was our GT2 provisional pole sitter Jorge Nazario in the Taxmania machine in his Chevy Corvette. I believe Jorge is your defending national champion in the class. Jack Stanford in a GT2 Ford Mustang was about 0.7 of a second back from there. Over in GT1, and the real big ground pounders, Adam Ramito, who for years was racing a Dodge Challenger, now the Opelika, Alabama driver behind the wheel of a Toyota Camry, and and he had a qualifying time of 1:39.97, second fastest in GT1. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Joe Frida was your fastest GT1 racer in a Chevy Corvette. The Auburn, Alabama driver turned in a 1:32.426. Over in Touring 1, James Candelaria, who was race winner at the National Championship Runoffs in GT1 this past year, turned in a 2:01.905, while William Bolt in a Chevy Corvette out of Alpharetta, Georgia, gave us a 2:27.7. He was the fastest in that class, and just a sole American sedan racer here this weekend. It's Michael Kamalian out of Marietta, Georgia, in his Ford Mustang, a 2:28.404.
To give you an idea of how compromised yesterday's session was, we're already quicker and quite a lot quicker. John Atwell already sets the bar in GT2, 3 seconds faster than we went yesterday in his Ford Mustang from Texas. A 128.5 will be the new top time. Joseph Federal also goes quicker, as does Tony Ave. All three quicker than yesterday's time set by Jorge Nazario at the top. One car slow, I think it's James Candelaria looking for some space down the front straightaway, pulls hard driver's right and gets reset into an empty gap on the track, as this is a pretty busy track with over 30 cars on it, 30 large cars, I should say, as well.
Yes.
Patrick Paul. Go ahead, Greg.
Oh, no, I was going to say, in a very large this weekend GT2 field, Tom, as John Atwell just resets fast lap in GT2 with a 128.575. I think we're 16 cars deep in the class. I should say a lot of that has to do with there's a pro Trans Am weekend here next weekend, and so I think a lot of racers are using this weekend as a very good tune-up for that event. But I'm definitely looking forward to the challenge there. Is Joseph Federo. Now John Atwell comes across the line, goes to a 127.42, pipping Joseph Federo, who I think is only a couple car lengths ahead of him on track.
Also notice on the camera shot the one prototype on track, if you're wondering what the heck that's out there. In this group, it is the Norma of Gary Crook. That is an LMP3 car navigating its way through these GT2, I believe an LMP3 car at least, up under the back straight, up under the bridge, the Fox Factory Bridge, down through turn 12, and compromises a handful of laps there for some of the GT2 cars just based on the way they stacked up under the bridge. Nearly 3 wide down the front straightaway for a moment here in qualifying. These are all GT2 cars jockeying for position.
Yeah, and the starters were waving the blue flag. I don't know who they were letting know that faster cars were coming through, because they were all bottled up together coming down through turn 12 here. As now coming across the line, Joe Frieda, who is in the red Chevy Corvette, just came through turn 1. Actually, we should see him. There he is, making his way through. Now your fastest driver on track in his GT1 class, Chevy Corvette, a 126.446. Jack Stanford in the GT2 Ford Mustang, only 0.3 off that time in a much smaller, lighter, less powerful chassis. That Ford Mustang in the GT2. Joseph Federo, second fastest in GT2, a couple of tenths back from there.
Jack Stanford, it's only 3,000ths, Greg. It's barely slower at all than the GT1 top time. I think that's the 122, that red car that just swept through turn 6.
And again, as we're noting here, Frieda having to work through a lot of GT2 traffic, which I think has a lot to do with those very similar lap times. Somebody, you were just talking about Gary Crook in the Norma, which is an LMP3 class machine. He seemingly has the entire track to himself. He just came through turn 1, and there is nobody within about 60, 70 car lengths, and that's at a minimum ahead of him right now.
Taking a scroll down to Touring 1, Touring 2, James Candelaria finally finds some track space that he's happy with and turns in a 130.4. That is way quicker than anybody went yesterday, as the Touring 1 cars appear to be. Touring 1, Touring 2 are the two that really didn't get a representative lap yesterday at all. So Candelaria now about 5 seconds up on Wes Humphreys, driving that GT4 spec Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4. And then Rafael Ansunso is the quickest currently in the Porsche Cayman for Touring 2. A 137.1 will be the pole time there, over Russell King and William Bolt in a BMW M2 Club Racing and a Corvette, respectively.
All right, and so Jack Stanford, who is sitting at the top of the leaderboard in GT2 in that Howe chassis machine. Tom, I'm not positive if he has any Super Tour wins previously, but he is a multi-time GT2 as well as GTA, which was essentially like the ARCA type cars, a local class in the Southeast Division for the old ARCA machines. And I think when I say old, I think like late 90s, early 2000s ARCA machines. But multi-time South Atlantic Road Racing Championship champion there in those classes. And as we mentioned, Adam Romito making the move over to the to the Toyota Camry chassis this year after years of running in a Dodge Challenger. Finished second at the 2024 runoffs in that machine.
Jack Stanford still the benchmark in GT2, but Joseph Federle is quicker this lap in Sector 2, a personal best Sector 2 for the number 21. Comes through and is unable to improve, pretty significantly impaired in Sector 1 now that I take a look at those times. So no help that lap for the Mustang driver from Texas, but the Mustang driver from Georgia, Jack Stanford, reporting to the pit lane, it looks, on timing and scoring at least, maybe calling this session done a little bit short, Greg, or potentially some setup work, as he still has a good 10 minutes left in this session. We'll call it 9:40.
Yeah, well, I think that car is now actually headed back to the paddock, so it looks like he is all done. We do have one of the Porsches on the, it looks like the one of the Caymans is on the pit lane right now. Now, we know it's not Ivy Wood, who was involved in that incident I referred to at the beginning of the session yesterday. She and Aaron Kaplan came together coming down through the S's yesterday. Looking to see who that might be. I don't have the. Oh, it's Rafael Senkow, as I think you mentioned. Real quick, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our first race group here, and we've got a little update on what the schedule is going to be going forward today. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 1, that's Spec Miata. You can start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. And we have received word for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We're going to have your race before lunch, and we're going to have just 2 races this morning before we break for lunch. Race group number 3, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. You will be the first race after lunch here today. All right, as we are a little bit past halfway. All right, let's take a quick look here. As we have about 7 minutes remaining, 7.5 minutes, Rafael Senkow, as we mentioned, the Porsche Cayman, came down the pit lane. He is now, I believe, taking that car back to the paddock. Tom, our fastest driver on track in Touring 2 today with a time of 1:37.18. Of course, you know, that was a full minute faster than the aborted lap time from William Bolt yesterday, who was your fastest driver coming into the session. Russell King at a 1:40.964. James Davidson in the 09 Corvette with a 1:41.040, only 75 thousandths of a second back from King. In Touring 1, James Candelaria in the number 134 Chevy Corvette, almost 6 seconds on Wes Humphreys. And as we mentioned, Ivy Wood did not make the qualifying session here today. In GT2, Jack Stanford at a 1:26.4, almost 0.3 of a second up on Joe Federle, with John Atwell out of Azle, Texas, another 0.17 of a second back from there. And then Jorge Nazario, who's your defending national champion, 4th fastest out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. And Tom, I could not mention a session without calling out Tiger Tom Patton from Fairfield Township, Ohio. He has a qualifying time of 1:29.376, 4th fastest in the class. And again, this group almost, I think we've got 17 drivers out on track currently. In GT1, it's Joe Frieda, who just crossed the start-finish line and throws down a 1:25.716. And that is 1.3 seconds clear of the rest of the GT1 field. Patrick Paul, now your second fastest driver in the number 44 Chevy Camaro. Adam Romito in his Camry, 3rd fastest.
With the machines in this group, the GT cars are primarily tube frame cars, especially in GT1. But we do have some production-based chassis in GT2, especially, for example, the Corvette C7 of Jorge Nazario is a good example of that. And then when we get into Touring 1, Touring 2, those are production-based cars. They're all running effectively a DOT racing tire. Those cars not as durable for a long time as the GT cars, but a lot of the GT2 cars are also going to be dealing with quite a bit of degradation as they go on for this session. So not surprised to see, especially the top half of the field or so, going a little bit slower in the second half of this. But Joe Frida going quicker and quicker, that 125. There were no cooldown laps involved in that or anything. He's just going quicker based on finding pace and finding heat and comfort in that car.
All right, GT2 racers, Ike Keeler, who's currently 10th fastest in the class. Looks like he may be on a flyer. He is our other Toyota Camry driver in the field. And let's see here. He was the 2025 Northern Conference champion in GT2 in the black and red number 15 machine. We'll see if he can improve upon his times. And he appears to be a little bit off in Sector 2, so likely not going to best the 129.88, pardon me, the time that he put in earlier, 131.291. And he comes across the line. Actually, he does improve, goes to a 135.37, which is good for 9th fastest. He leapfrogs Tony Ave, who's out in his 350Z. Let's take a look here. Is this the Norma coming into turn 7?
Yep, just a little bit anxious on the throttle, loses it through the middle of the apex, boops one of our Touring 2 BMWs, and now appears to have a little bit of trouble getting it going as that car probably stalled and is still stuck on the exit of turn 7.
Yeah, it's certainly not a good position for him to be. Oh!
One of the drivers in GT2 not expecting to have to slow down nearly as much and ends up contacting the number, I think the 30. Out of GT2. Dana Blackhurst gets a big bumper full coming into that local yellow. And now 2 cars stopped, nearly full track blockage, exiting turn 7 in a fairly clunky incident.
And Tom, we have gone now to originally a full course caution. Now the checkered flag is being displayed as well as a black flag to get all the drivers down on the pit lane so that they can go and recover the Norma. And new for 2026 in the Sports Car Club of America, black flag, besides instructing all the drivers to return to the pits. Also, no passing while a black flag is in use. As we go back here with the Davidson T2 machine. And Tom, because we're going to be going very quickly to our first race of the day as we're trying to make up for lost time, let's quickly run things down here in the session. In Touring 2, Rafael Suncow, your fastest driver, with Russell King second fastest, separated by about 3.8 seconds. In Touring 1, James Candelaria, almost 7 seconds on Wes Humphreys. In GT1, Joe Frida, your fastest driver, on track with a 125.716, almost 1.3 seconds clear of Patrick Paul. And in GT2, John Atwell, on his last flying lap, turns in a 126 flat, almost 4/10 faster than Jack Stanford, who had been the standard bearer for the majority of the class. All right, we're going to wrap things up real quick here, and when we come back in just a few moments, it's going to be our very first race of the day here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Spec Miata, you don't want to miss it. Stay around, we'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. Tire Rack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, it's finally here. It's finally time for us to go racing. Let's run down the starting order for our very first race of the weekend. It's Spec Miata. Starting on pole today from Atlanta, Georgia with a qualifying time of 1:42.324, Skylar Cottrell. Starting alongside him will be John Salerno out of Fairfield, Connecticut, driving the number 34 machine, along with Max Stallone and Logan Stretch, the two Wheels America racers from Texas. They will be starting third and fourth, respectively. Chuck McTudis from Little Mountain, South Carolina, driving the number 66 Mazda, will start fifth, right alongside his teammate, driving the number 144 Mazda from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, Bobby Gossett. Travis Wiley will start seventh today. He's in the number 78 machine. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina, while James Newell will start eighth. James is in the 23 Mazda Miata. He's from Old Hickory, Tennessee. Starting ninth today, driving the number 61 Mazda from Birmingham, Alabama, Skip Brock Jr. with Stuart McAleer out of Glasgow, Scotland, starting 10th. He's in the number 43 car. Then we've got Dean Dibdahl, and we should have some onboards from Dean today. He's out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, driving the number 90 car with Frankie Barroso from Miami Springs, Florida, a podium finisher at the runoffs this year in Spec Miata. He will start in 12th. Starting 13th today, lucky 13th, driving the number 19 Mazda Miata from Springfield, Virginia, David Stern with Zach Ehrlich from New York, New York. He will start 14th today. He's in the number 180 car with Will Robinson starting 15th. And Will is out of Wilson, Wyoming. Will Robinson, Wilson, Wyoming. That's going to be too difficult for me today, Tom, but he's in the number 193 car. Cliff Brown is in the 01 machine. He's from Hockton, Georgia. He starts 16th. Starting 17th is Ryan Kipke out of Austin, Texas. He's in the number 44 car with the Planet Miata machine of Mark Cefalo. The number's 00, starting 18th. Starting 19th today, driving the 58 machine, young Jack Murchison, from Sykesville, Maryland. And here is the big story in Spec Miata, or one of the two big stories. It is the return to Super Tour racing of Danny Stain out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, after almost a year and a half away. He's driving the number 39 car. Then we've got starting 21st, Christian Meyer in the 134 machine. He's out of Seminole, Florida, with Chris Allen out of Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, starting 22nd. He's in the 169 car. Ryan Maloney drives the 15. He's out of Dayton, Maryland. He'll start 23rd with Brett Kowalski starting 24th. He's in the 115 machine. He's out of New Mexico, starting 25th. Johnny Murrow from Pompano Beach, Florida. He's in the 72 car, which, Tom, I beg to differ you. I think you said the 94 car was the best number to have yesterday. It's actually 72. Bob Mueller is in the number 60 car. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina. He starts 26th. And we'll bring it up to 30 here as the cars come into 10A and 10B. Colin Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland. He's going to start 27th with Ben Gaunt starting 28th in the 95 car. Ellie Gossett is driving the 77 machine. She's starting 29th. And starting 30th in a 52 car field is Gavin Vaughn out of Cypress, Texas. As the field now comes down the hill through turn 12 with the pace car on the pit lane, starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air, Tom, as Skylar Cottrell and John Salerno nose to nose as they head down into turn 1. Salerno for a second looked like he might have had the advantage, but a little bit later on the brakes is Cottrell as he leads the field up into turn 3.
52 Spec Miatas clean through turn 1. That was picture perfect for basically everybody. We're still side by side for the third position. The teammates Stallone and Stretch cannot get in order just yet. One car, a little bit of a tank slap and some left front damage at turn 3, but everyone is through and clear. I think that car will be able to resume as well, as now we finally get single file through about the top 10 or 15. A little bit of a float on the entry for a couple of the cars at turn 10, but Mark Cefalo is the car that I've seen a couple times being out of sync with the rest of the field. It's the light blue car in the middle of the Three-wide battle just there. Got freight trained at the start and is a little bit out of sorts, falling backwards ever so slightly. Has lost nearly 10 positions now, I think, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, that light green and blue machine, I think he probably fell back somewhere close to about 20th position in the field here. I'm sure not the start that he wanted as we go on board now with one of our races. And I think this is Talsfani in the number 22 machine, starting a little bit further back in the field. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this? This is the Dean Dibdahl machine. Pardon me. The number 90 car, Dean, who started 11th in the field today, and Dean has he's actually got the track record here with another organization. His first Super Tour race with the SCCA. We'll see how I believe he's 18 years old. How he does here this weekend. Running a little bit wide coming out of turn 12. The 134 machine of Christian Meyer drops a wheel just as he passed the start-finish line. Looks like he did manage to recover. And we'll try and get the number on that car who had the issues up at turn 3 on that first lap.
Top 4 breakaway for now at least, and I think it's McTudis and Gossett hanging in there. They're keeping themselves just close enough. A little bit of body damage. It's a bumper in the middle of the lower S as a couple of cars clean it out, and now it's no longer a problem. I think it was the 180 maybe of Ehrlich who might have gotten the most of that bumper, but everybody continuing on, no problem. One of the hard chargers, no surprise here, Danny Stain has picked up about 5 or 6 positions, but there is that big chasm between the top 6 and the rest of the field as they stream through turns 6 and 7 for the second time in this race. We have a 6-car battle for the lead now. Everybody nose to tail chasing your pole sitter and current leader, Skylar Cottrell.
So, Tom, I'm wondering if that bumper was maybe the last remains of Mark Curley's number 63 machine. Curley out of Montgomery, Texas, I believe, was that driver who ended up having to take the motorcycle runoff at turn 3 on the opening laps. We've got one of our flat-out motorsports drivers with a bit of a challenge there going into turn 6. And I'm not sure if he's looked like he just kind of outbraked himself into that heavily banked corner there, Tom.
A little bit of a slip for Bobby Gossett, and is going to lose a position for it. It's not a slip, it's a mechanical issue. The 144 drops backwards and ends up driver's left, trying to get back to speed. Maybe he missed a shift on the exit of 10B, or maybe he's struggling with something more severe in that car. But that leaves Chuck Atudis basically by himself in no man's land, now running in 5th position for the black with yellow stripe car, trying to run down the top 4. It's still Cottrell, Salerno, Stallone, and Stretch. I tell you, Stallone and Stretch are pushing hard. They're basically bump drafting through the apex of turn 3.
Yeah, and so Stallone and Stretch, who started out on the second row, the 2 Wheels America teammates, of both coming off the pro weekend at St. Pete with the MX5 Cup, as did Chuck McTudis just a week ago, is again his dancing partner, Jason. Oh my gosh, Bobby Gossett, pardon me, as you mentioned, with perhaps a mechanical issue there. McTudis now in kind of that little pocket. He's got about 6 car lengths ahead to the first pack, and about 6 or 7 back to Skip Brock Jr. And I told you Skip Brock would be one to watch, Tom. He's won the ARC, the American Road Racing Championship, here at Road Atlanta multiple times. He started 9th. He is now up into 6th position and closing things down ever so slightly on McTudis. He has Frankie Barroso and Travis Wiley along with him, and I believe that white number 90 machine, our camera car of Dean Dibdahl, right at the tail end of that pack.
So these little pairs that are kind of forming, it's ending up with 4-car packs, but really I think 2 is the best way to tango here in Spec Miata. Once you introduce 3 or 4 cars, it becomes a lot more complex. Unfortunately, when you have no one to work with, Chuck McTudis is the perfect example. You just start to lose a lot of time, and he slipped back into the clutches, essentially, of the battle for 6th place. He really nailed turn 7. I was impressed with the run through turn 7 for the number 66, but it was to no avail. As you know, the biggest problem becomes when you're by yourself, you just have no one to work with. You lose 2 or 3 tenths down that back straightaway for laps at a time, and there's just nothing you can do.
All right, so here we go as they now head down through the S's. Fastest driver on that last lap, Zach Ehrlich. He finds himself back in 12th position, and he's is actually, as we talked about, Dean Dibdahl. I thought being up right around 9th position. Dibdahl now falls back into 11th behind Stuart McAleer out of Glasgow, Scotland. James Newell in 9th. There we go as we jump on board with young Dean as they come into that, again, that very heavily banked. It doesn't look like there's much there, Tom, as you look at it externally, but even behind the wheel, you can see how it just kind of sucks you in there, and you really just need to, faith against faith, keep, just a slight brush of the brakes, if anything, there to set up for turn 7.
Speaking of faith, look at the trust of the drivers. You're really just driving on what you assume the other drivers are going to do when you're running this close quarters. There's a look at what the back straight draft can do as well. Loses just about 2 car lengths, down that back straightaway through turn 9 into the braking zone, just inside the 3 board. The brake lights come on at about the 2. Down 2, and we're going to lose a position actually to the 180 of Ehrlich. Goes through on Dibdahl, trying to pick up positions, and that introduces an interesting point, Greg, with these races, because it is a longer race, 19 laps or 35 minutes, but we know also in Spec Miata anything can happen, and these drivers are going to know that track position maybe is more important than anything else. So do you wait 1 lap down the straightaway to be strategic? Probably. Do you wait multiple? No, you go.
Exactly. And, and should mention, Tom, that, of course, the way this weekend is laid out, this is the feature race for Spec Miata, the longer 35-minute or 19-lap race, but they do have that second race tomorrow. The grid for tomorrow's race is going to be based on fastest lap from either the 2 qualifying sessions or this race as well. And so there are opportunities for these racers, even if they're maybe a little bit further back in the pack, depending on who their dancing partner is today, to possibly find themselves in a little bit better position for tomorrow's race. All right, here as we take a look now, we're starting to see a lot of these racers break up into groups of 3, groups of 4. Danny Stain, Tom, who started off 20th position, he is now up to 14th, and he just reset the fast lap of the race at a 1:43.1. Now, that would be based on the qualifying times and the starting grid today. That would be good for 11th position. So, already, if things play out, Tom might be Danny might find himself in a better starting position than yesterday.
And Danny, like many of these drivers, is a fan of winning, but he's a fan of racing first, I think. And he's going to be, no matter where he ends up in this race, absolutely thrilled with the opportunity to race forward and improve that position constantly. He still has cars to work with. 1 car drives to the pit lane, and I think that still is that Bobby Gossett once again slipping. I think that car, I'm going to guess maybe Greggy's lost second gear potentially, or maybe even third gear, as it looks just really slow in the slow speed corners, telling me he doesn't have any drive.
And that's the 01 LaBounty machine that just came down the pit lane. That's Cliff Brown, who started 16th today. As we'll see, looks like he's continuing just to run down the pit lane, and he hasn't pulled the car back to the paddock. So we'll check here as Frankie Barroso just resets fast lap. And that 01 car, Tom, he's actually heading right back out on track.
Interesting, almost like he just wanted to cycle a cars behind him through, but it's still Cottrell, Salerno, Stallone, and Stretch, the 4 cars leading this race, leading the pack. And actually, Cottrell this lap was able to break away ever so slightly in Sector 1, pulled about a car length. It's going to disappear down this back straightaway. But the other thing happening just behind them, those top 4, Chuck Matudis has finally been caught by the rest of the pack behind, starting with I don't have the names, but either way, they now have cars to work together with, and I think they're going to start to pull forward towards that lead pack.
Yeah, judging by I believe that is Travis Wiley, and the blue and yellow car right behind them, that is Skip Rock Jr. Out of Birmingham, Alabama, in 7th position. So yeah, now that Matudis has a dancing partner there, we can see that they are starting to make a mark on that gap up to Logan Stretch, Max Stallone, Salerno, and our leader and pole sitter today, Skylar Cottrell. And indeed, Skip Brock Jr., who's right at the back of that line, Tom, he just resets fast lap.
Still a long way to go, 24 minutes or 13 laps. There's a look at the difference between the 4th place car of Logan Stretch, who has absolutely been just kind of patiently hounding, staying fairly aggressive on the back of his teammate of Stallone, and then Chuck Matudis. That's the difference between 4th and 5th. and the gap has come down pretty significantly from what it was over 2 seconds to now under 1.5. And I think it's going to continue to fall that way unless right now the car that seems to be holding the pack up, holding the pack back maybe is the best way to put it. Just ever so slightly, maybe a 10th here or there, is the second place car of Salerno.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, as you see, Cottrell with maybe that, well, before they got under braking going into 7, maybe 3/4 of a car length on the 3 cars behind. And again, that closes up as they come under braking in the 7. And certainly, Tom, here on this long back straight, everything would start to accordion regardless, just with the effect of the draft here. But that second group now, and you look at them coming in for a moment there, it looks like it was only one car, like it was just Chuck McTudis, but they are closing down. But look a little bit further back there as Danny Stain looks to move up. He's sitting in 12th position. He takes a look to the inside of both Zach Ehrlich and Stuart McAleer, and he picks up one of those positions as they come down on the braking into 10A.
Chuck McTudis is putting on a pretty impressive drive, in my opinion, Greg. He's had the back end out in a nice flat slide, keeping the momentum going a couple of times, and I think that work is paying off as they continue to run down the top 4. One car rejoining the pack from pit lane, rejoining just in front of essentially 8th place on back, but doing a really nice job to stay out of the way and get back up to pace. This is turning very, very slowly but surely into a 7-car train at the front of this pack, and I think this time down the back straightaway, the last little bit of those gaps is going to go away, Greg.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Now they are within shooting distance here, and McTudis only about a car length and a half back from Logan Stretch. As we've got a car, and this will likely bring out, and we should already have a local caution over at turn 1. Tom, there is a car over off in the wall there, driver's left just before that WeatherTech sign. Let's take a look and see how it happened.
Well, it just lost the back end as the front end hooked into that compression that starts to raise the car uphill through turn 1. Lost the back end, and that's a long and painful ride. You know you're going to impact at some point because that wall is fairly close to keep cars contained. I think that car will get out of there with mostly just aesthetic damage or body damage, but probably a little bit of damage to the left rear suspension as well. So local yellow coming into turn 1 as this race is expanded to a 7-car train at the front of the pack. It's McTudis, Wiley, and Brock running in that order. 5th, 6th, and 7th have caught them. The question, Greg, is if that car was able to get it back in gear, refired, and move along.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tom, a little bit too far up the hill for me to see. I think he is still there. A little bit further back behind that now, what is a single group of 7, Frankie Barroso and James Newell just came down the front straight, side by side, jockeying, looking to see if one of them could get the pass made before they got into that local caution area. Frankie Barroso now slotting in behind James Newell. Barroso in that red with white striped car. Barroso finishing on the podium at the runoff. So move Newell now up into 8th. And I keep thinking, Tom, every time they start doing things like that, they're just losing their chance to catch up to that ever-expanding pack at the front.
Well, and the bigger issue, I think that pass happened under yellow as he made the move down into turn 1, which was covered under local yellow for the car off in the wall. So unfortunately for James Newell, I think the stewards or the corner workers will get that on in a huge drift tank slap. It's absolutely hanging it out for the second place driver, John Salerno. I can't believe he saved that. That was completely sideways, and he actually is kind of still in touch with the lead group.
Yeah, it was not only sideways, but it was through that red Georgia clay on the outside of the curbing at turn 7, where I think both you and I have seen so many cars not be able to save that similar situation. But so he's going to lose a couple of spots, but better than having to wrap up a race there. And so that's now going to move Logan Stretch, I believe, up in the second position as we are now, Tom, going to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And as we do, Skylar Cottrell, your leader, with Max Stallone, now in second, Logan Stretch third. Travis Wiley managed to get around Skip Brock Jr. and Chuck McTudis, As everybody was checking up there at turn 7, I'm fairly certain that happened before the full course caution. So move Travis Wiley now up into 4th position. Skip Brock Jr. to 5th. McTutis falls from what would be 4th down to 6th. And John Salerno, who was running 2nd now, finds himself back in 7th position as we go back on board with Dean Dibdahl. And you can see the Flagtronics unit there on the dashboard alerting the drivers that they've got that full course caution.
That was an incredible save from John Salerno, and any damage that he took from that to the front cars is going to go away when we get this race back underway. This is going to be really interesting. Skylar Cottrell, I think, had a plenty fast race car. He was giving everyone the draft, so they were sticking with him. But Max Stallone and Logan Stretch are going to have a lot of pace when we go back to green flag racing. And you're correct, the Travis Wiley, Stanley Brock both got the pass done down into 10A and then exiting 10B, one each. Picked up the position over Chuck McTutis as we heard the call for full course yellow. So I think those were fair passes. We didn't have any cameras on the flags in real time,
right?
But I'm guessing that McTutis is going to have a little bit more work, but plenty of pace, yet left in that car. Oh, I just noticed actually.
Go ahead.
Brock Jr. gave the position back to McTutis, so he must have known to give it back from the timing of the full course yellow.
Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your 35-minute race is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, hopefully it'll be time to go back to green flag racing here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Please stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Would Joe Federle, driver of the number 21 GT2 car, please see the race director in impound? Again, Joe Federle, driver of the number 21 GT2 car, please see the race director in impound. All right, we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for Spec Miata. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, we're still under full course caution here as the emergency services teams here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Well, they just, I thought they were going to try to bring that Miata back home, maybe down the pit lane, but they got him turned around and he's back out on course, it looks like. He's continued. So hopefully the emergency services teams that are coming down the hill now will, as they leave the track, will allow our safety car to come back in this next time by. As the safety car coming into turn 6, we'll watch as they're getting onto the back straight, whether or not the lights are extinguished, as we have 9 laps or about 13.5 minutes, whichever may come first, remaining in this race. And so, Tom, we were still discussing after the break that that save by John Salerno, yeah, just absolutely stunning. One, that he could hold it, and then the couple drivers that were directly behind, is he was showing him the big number 34 on the side of his car, that they were able to avoid him as they came out of turn 7 onto the back straight.
I think it's safe to say that's the save of the day. We're not even at noon yet, but yeah. I mean, that was incredible. We're talking car number 34 running in 7th now with that huge slide while he was running in 2nd place. Blue with a little bit of painter's tape, I think, on the fog lights. But the field still led by Skylar Cottrell with the pace lights out. We are going back to green flag racing. Max Stallone and Logan Stretch, the teammates, running 2nd and 3rd, have yet to show their cards in this race. But what does Cottrell have for defense? This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is going to be an F1 start where Cottrell's going to start driving away at this point. But as they come under the Fox Factory Bridge, the pace car heads back to the pit lane. Cottrell now motors down the hill onto the front straight. He's got those two Wheels America drivers, Stallone and Logan Stretch, directly behind. And then 3 cars back, it looks like McTudis and Skip Brock Jr. challenging one another going into turn number 1, and they are still side by side as they come up the hill into turn number 3, finally getting things straightened out. And McTudis, the winner of that little challenge, he now moves up to 5th with Skip Brock Jr. sitting in 6th.
And I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but look 3 or 4 cars back from McTudis. It's one of his old teammates and preferred driver to work with, Danny Stain, who's on a charge forward, probably one of the biggest benefactors of that full course yellow, as he had worked his way to the front of the pack that was running just outside the top 10, but had no more drafting partners left to work with. Now finds himself plenty just in front, but Cottrell with a perfect restart. We're going straight to full course yellow, as I think I saw Mark Cefalo had a huge moment coming into turn 5. Makes me wonder if this is related. More drifting coming out of turn 7. Stain, and I think it's the 43.
I think that was, yeah, I think
of
that was
Stuart
Carlos
McAleer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And just as we went to a full course caution, so that might be the almost save of the day, Tom, because it was pretty close.
So actually, I speculated turn 5, but we're actually having a full course yellow from somebody towards the back of the pack at the restart. Yeah. Ended up driver's left coming down into turn 10A and has clearly made impact with at least one of the walls.
Our leaders are going by it right now. You can see him kind of sticking out there. We'll try and get the number on that racer, and actually Dean Dibdall's camera might be the best way for us to see it.
One of the flat-out motorsports cars, but I can't quite tell, and I have to wonder if maybe there was some stacking up at the back of the pack as cars coming over the hill, 50 cars deep. The only reason I can expect, or I can speculate, a incident would have happened before the green flag.
All right, so as Skylar Cottrell now brings the field across the start-finish line, again under full course caution, once again, with Max Stallone 2nd, Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, Chuck McTudis, Skip Brock Jr., Salerno, Newell, Barroso, and Danny Stain now up to 10th. And, we keep talking about Danny Stain moving up through the field, and this is his not his first race back. got behind the wheel, had his very first race back after that horrific incident at the runoffs 2 years ago. 2 weeks ago at Roebling Road Raceway, where I believe he finished on the podium. Which, an amazing outcome there, but to see him already making up here in this very difficult race, again with very little seat time in almost 2 years, Tom, making up 10 positions in a very difficult field, getting up towards Chuck McTutis. And I'll tell you, I'm sure McTutis would love to have Danny there as a dancing partner, as McTutis has been working for the last year and a half with Bobby Gossett, who, as we mentioned, had his mechanical issues here early on.
With 8.5 minutes left in this race, it's possible that we would see a couple lap restart, but they're going to have to make pretty quick work of the car down in turn 10A. The pace car keeping things nice and slow for right now, which would be a really good move for getting back to green flag racing. I don't think we'll see it this lap, but potentially next lap. Still some time to go. Skylar Cottrell has yet to show any signs of weakness. It's just completely under control in the number 9 car at the front. Max Stallone and Logan Stretch, though, have yet to really be presented the opportunity. They've been very patient. They were running 3rd and 4th until the little slip from John Salerno promoted them up to 2nd and 3rd. But they were not showing any signs of wanting to move around the top 2 cars in the first half of that race. And they might have, in their patience, lost their opportunity to make those moves if we don't get back to green flag racing. And then Travis Wiley making really good work of, once he caught Chuck McTutis, getting around just before the full course yellow. That's the gray car with a couple of green highlights running in the 4th position, just in front of McTutis, the black with the headlights on and the yellow stripe down the middle.
All right, Tom, checking the chat here. We got somebody asking if there's going to be any SPO class racing today. Unfortunately not. We don't run the SPO class at Super Tours, but definitely you're going to see some great GT racing a little bit later today if you stick around for our 8th race group with the what are typically TA2 cars, but a very large GT2 field here this weekend. Also, it looks like James Newell's got a lot of folks from the Crookspeak team checking in. Of course, Newell now running in 8th position. He's out of Old Hickory, Tennessee. And then I guess as long as you have a name of Frankie, like Frankie Barroso, you got a fan here in the chat as well. Somebody's just going, yay, Frankies. But I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. And if you haven't subscribed to the Sports Car Club of America's SCCA official YouTube channel, you should do that now. And that way you can find out every single time that either A, we go live, or B, we post new content. And we're always posting great educational videos and great things going and promoting all of the different programs in the Sports Car Club of America. As we go back on board with Dean Dibdahl, as he's just now passing that incident coming into turn 10. And I think that we nailed down the driver of that car. Is that, I think, Chase Kovach in the number 13 machine out of Fairfax, Virginia. Likely, given that he is currently showing his 2 laps down from the rest of the racers out here.
Got a lot of fans for Skylar Cottrell in the YouTube chat watching this race live, but just got Richard Dibdahl, I'm assuming related
Rich,
to...
That's Dean's dad.
Dean's dad asking, can we just restart this race from the beginning? I would watch this race over and over. I don't know about y'all. But we also have a couple of fans for Logan and Max in the chat. We've got support for Mark Cephalo, who's raced his way back to right around where he started, I think 22nd last time across the line. We've got fans for Chris Allen, who's also picked up about 5 or 6 positions, currently running in the top 20.
It's funny, Tom. Larry Lefty McLeod and I had dubbed Dean Dibdahl as the tire killer due to his iRacing exploits, where he might have some challenges keeping the front end of cars underneath him. Actually, Rich had stickers cut. So on the side of his car, there are actually tire killer stickers. So maybe the best thing, Rich, for Dean is not to restart this race from the beginning, but take all these caution laps. It's time to cool his tires down. All right, as the lights are still on the safety car, checking to see if we've got an update on how things stand coming into 10A. I haven't seen the emergency services team come by me yet, and well, there they still are trying to get that car loaded up. So I suspect, Tom, that we're going to have at least another lap under caution as the safety car already bringing the field down the back straight.
Unfortunately, with the delays we've seen, we don't have nearly the flexibility in the schedule. So with 3.5 minutes left on the clock, the time is ticking down pretty quickly here. But with that car taking some damage to the front end, it can't roll. So they have the rollback over there, throwing the car up on the trailer. The good news is they can just kind of pull off the track pretty quickly from turn 10A. It's nowhere near as far from rescue as it could be. But I agree, we're going to see at least one more. The only cars, really the top 3, 4, 5, keeping the tires cool, rolling straight, other than Travis Wiley keeping the tires warm, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just got word from race control that when the safety car brings Skylar Cottrell and the rest of the field down through turn number 12 onto the front straight, they will see the checkered flag here for our first race of the weekend. It's going to end under full course caution. So, well, we've already seen where cars can go off course under full course caution, so I'm hesitant to call this one yet, but it looks like Skylar Cottrell is going to be your winner here today, with Max Stallone finishing second, Logan Stretch third, Travis Wiley fourth, Chuck McTudis will finish just off the podium in fifth. Well, so did Travis Wiley for that matter. Skip Rock Jr. will finish sixth, John Salerno, James Newell, Frankie Barroso, and rounding out your top 10 will be Danny Stain as they pass that incident for the last time today. Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our next and final race group before lunch. Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers. This is your final call to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Tom, what's going to happen now? You see the safety car coming down the pit lane so that we can move this race along, or this weekend along. The racers will actually take the checkered flag from the pit lane as they cross the timing loop here inboard of the starter stand, and you see the safety car starting to bring them around the corner here of the big media center here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where I am stationed here. So that is going to wrap up race number 1. Again, Skylar Cottrell, your winner, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, your top 3. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our next race. It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, it's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for their feature race of the weekend. 35 minutes or 19 laps, whichever comes first. We're going to have a little bit shorter race tomorrow. Let's run down the starting order, or a good portion of the starting order, as we had 51 drivers set qualifying times yesterday. Starting on pole today from Conway, Arkansas, with a qualifying time of 1:33.550 out of Conway, Arkansas, representing the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. It's Peyton Long. His teammate Tyler Stevens will start right alongside him. He's out of Bixby, Oklahoma, and was only 4/100ths of a second off the pole time. They are the number 104 and 105 cars. Trey Ayers, former national champion out of Dahlonega, Georgia. He will start third in the number 7 machine, while Brian Schofield, another former national champ out of Lakeland, Florida, will start fourth. Clay Russell, two-time national champion out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, will start fifth today. And starting sixth is Grant Vogel. He drives the number 46 car. He's out of St. Louis, Missouri. Bobby Sack, another national champion out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, will start seventh, with Evan Slater out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, starting in eighth. Todd Vanacore drives the 119 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He's from Ormond Beach, Florida. He'll start ninth. And rounding out your top 10 today, out of Jupiter, Florida, another national champion, James Goffrey. He drives the number 68 machine. Richard Baldwin out of Covington, Louisiana, will start 11th, alongside John Green from Gainesville, Georgia, with Matt Horst starting lucky 13th today inside of row number 7, alongside Andrew Wisniewski out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Justin Weir will start 15th, with Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland, starting 16th. Grant Heinig out of Jenks, Oklahoma, starts 17th today. He's in the 127 car, alongside Granger, Indiana's Jackson Deal, who'll start 18th in the 59 car. Simon Gamble from Lake Barrington, Illinois, will start 19th. He's in the number 8 car, with Zach Della. Rounding out the top 20 today, Zach hails from Heartland, Wisconsin. He drives the number 95 machine. Driving the 00 from Seabrook, Texas, is Scott Monroe. He starts 21st, while John Vogel from St. Louis, Missouri, will start 22nd. He's in the 47 car. David Dickerson from Wall, New Jersey, starts 23rd, with Charlie Rogers starting 24th. He's from Pittsboro, North Carolina. Ryan Stark from Franklin, Tennessee, is going to start 25th, with Ethan Bentnick-Smith from Duxbury, Massachusetts, starting 26th. Thomas Weir will start 27th, alongside Tom Burt, with Greg Miller and Steve Whitson, rounding out your top 30. Pace car on the pit lane, turning the field over to Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens as the green flag is in the air. Long and Stevens right alongside, nobody with the advantage under braking, as Trey Ayers moves to the inside, tries to hold off the charge from Brian Schofield, who's always aggressive on the opening laps. Schofield now moves up in third around Ayers as they head up to turn 3.
Yeah, Schofield slammed the door coming to turn 1, but lost the back end just a little bit through the exit. He clings on to the third position, but the top 2, with a little bit of a breakaway, car still double file through turn 3 in the back half of the field. But the top 10 are all single file through the S's for the first time. Long leading Stevens, Schofield, Ayers, and Russell are your top 5.
Yeah, and we'll have to look here. I think I think Ayers may have lost more than just the one position to Schofield, as that black and red machine, I believe, belongs to Grant Vogel, who's moved up a couple of spots. I'll have to look and verify he's got the his sponsor on the side, but I believe that is the Vogel car, with now Bobby Sack, I see, in that gray and silver number 9 machine, probably number 7 machine, just back from there. We'll gather everything up. But there's Schofield now jumping to driver's left, trying to make the pass on at least one of the 2 Hallett drivers, and holding off the charge was our pole sitter, Peyton Long, and Schofield's going to have to sit idly by in third as they motor out of 10A and 10B up the hill and underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. It is now a 3-car breakaway, with Clay Russell, your third place driver in that dark gray car. Schofield taking a look to the inside, going into turn 1, and he's now going to displace Tyler Stevens. So move Schofield up in the second position, move Stevens back into third.
Wow, Schofield really up on the wheel this morning, making moves aggressively and quickly. We had a little bit of contact at 10B between Vogel and I think Trey Ayers. Got into the back of him just a bit, which has slipped Trey Ayers even further back in that blue and yellow machine, if I'm not mistaken. The car that broke away, Clay Russell, was able to pull out a couple of car lengths now through turn 5. He's just within a sniff of the draft of those top 3. Unfortunately, with the top 3 running in the draft together, he's going to have a huge task of trying to run them down. They were double file into turn 6 for about 10th position. But Peyton Long now has the problem of Brian Schofield being the car right behind, not his teammate of Stevens.
All right, as Evan Slater moves up to 6th, he's got former national champion Bobby Sack just ahead, or pardon me, just behind him. And then, as you mentioned, that blue and yellow machine of Trey Ayers in the number 7, as Grant Vogel now takes a quick look to the inside. Let's see here. Actually, he's going to defend, it looks like, on Evan Slater and Bobby Sack that are just behind. And moving up and around Grant Vogel, I think that was Evan Slater. Let's take a look as they come across the line. It is the number 60, then the 46 of Vogel. So Evan Slater now moves up into 5th position. As Tom, we talked about it yesterday. Evan Slater has got a couple more years under his belt. First time racing here at the Road Atlanta Super Tour. He came in as a 15-year-old young whippersnapper and took a win on his very first outing ever on the Super Tour. Has put in a lot of pro racing over the years as well as coaching, and he's now up in the 5th.
The good move around the outside of 10A that accomplished that, and the racing is so good in the bottom half of the top 10 and into the top 15 or so right now. Things spreading out and fizzling for just a split second at the front. Schofield has turned the wick down just a little bit, was patient that time through, as they are now starting to run in a little bit more neat formation for those top 3.
Yeah, but Schofield has such a reputation, Tom, for being an aggressive driver. I think when the opportunity presents, he's usually not one to let that opportunity go by, as he drafts now right up to the back of our leader, Peyton Long. And we'll see if he pops to the inside coming down into 10A. Just a little bit further back, Trey Ayers was taking a look on Grant Vogel, and Schofield there under braking does hold position. Trey Ayers now getting around Grant Vogel, so move him up into 6th position, with Bobby Sack sitting now in 7th, as Vogel now gives up another position, falls back into 8th.
James Goffrey pops to the inside of Vogel as well, trying to pick up a spot down into turn 1. Thinks better of it, slots back in, going side by side through a corner. If you know you're not going to be able to pop and make the pass complete, you're better off just slotting back in and not losing the time. As I was talking to a couple of drivers, actually Dave Ogburn, who's not in the field this weekend, shared some information with me, so he has nothing to hide, right? He gave me all the truths. He was saying that a lot of these drivers know that just on statistics, just the chance of a caution coming out at any point in a 50-car field in one of these races is pretty high. I think that's where the aggression comes from for drivers like Brian Schofield. They know it's better to pick up a spot and race your way through the rest of the race, no matter what happens, than it is to be more patient and be more conservative with when you make those moves.
Yeah, and Tom, we saw that in Spec Miata just a few moments ago, and you can't run without the assumption, I think, here at Michelin Raceway, going by past history, that there is a very good chance of a full course caution. And as we saw in Spec Miata, some of these full course caution periods can run a number of laps that you don't want to wait until there are 5 minutes left on the clock to go and make a pass, maybe going into turn 10, thinking it's your last opportunity. Here, as we look a little bit further back in the field, Jackson Deal now moving up into 14th position. Started in 18th. He's in the, I believe, the purple number 59 machine. And at this point, all of these racers, as their tires are starting to come in, starting to pick up a little speed. I think you talked about Goffrey moving up in the 9th position. He gets around Todd Vanacore. We saw Vanacore qualifying his prototype car a little bit earlier today. Has been racing here in Spec Racer Ford for about 10 years. So very experienced behind the chassis. He now sits in 10th right with Richard Baldwin out of Covington, Louisiana, and that Juicy Fruit delivery machine right behind him.
Bobby Sack tried to make a move down into turn 1, but also popped back in and went single file. It looks like if somebody makes the move into turn 1 and someone else opens the door, they go for it, but otherwise they keep it single file. Goffrey with another move up the inside of Vogel, this time actually pulls it off and picks up another position for the 46. And I'll tell you, Clay Russell is putting together a brilliant race right now. That's the 4th place car, number 31, is slowly pulled in to the lead battle, running pretty far back. In fact, it's not a huge amount of draft that car is going to get from that distance, but puts in the fast lap of the race at a 134.2, and on the merit of that pace has put himself back in podium contention.
Yeah, you know, Tom, I would never bet against Clay Russell. Again, 2-time national champion. He won one of his championships essentially one-handed. And as you've seen, without the benefit of a draft, has started to really run down Tyler Stevens. And I think if he can get up to Stevens, that will push the two of them forward, back up to Schofield and Peyton Long, where Clay Russell, who just reset the fast lap again without the benefit of a real draft, give them a real big opportunity here. As we are still only, never mind our talk about full course cautions, we're still only about a third of the way through this race.
And we should complete all 14 laps if it stays green. I'll knock on my wood desk here to hopefully keep it going. Trey Ayers and Evan Slater have started to pull away just a little bit from Bobby Sack. Jim Goffrey picked up that 8th position last lap. Grant Vogel and Todd Vanacore all still in the conversation for top 10. There's a nice clean split at the back of that pack. Actually, there was last lap, but Richard Baldwin has caught them and put it into basically a top 11 group. Tyler Stevens running in 3rd doesn't quite seem to have the pace of the car right now in these kind of first half of the race. He's the car that slipped back just a little bit. It pulls back in on every drafted back straightaway, but by the time they get through turns 1 and 3, he's got maybe 2 or 3 car lengths lost to the top 2. So I don't know that Stevens quite has the car underneath him right now, and there's not much he can do about it as Clay Russell pops to the inside for turn 10A. Is going to easily pick up the position, and Stevens slots back in for 10B to keep the fight going.
Well, I'm sure that Clay Russell saw what you saw there and did not want to wait it out and see perhaps the opportunity to get back up to Schofield and Long slip away from him as this race transpired. So now move Clay Russell up into 3rd, Stevens back into 4th, and in that second group, it is still the number 7 of Trey Ayers, who has managed to hold off Evan Slater. Again, Ayers, who started this race on the inside of row number 3, did not get a great start here, but has made up a couple positions here in the last few laps to lead that second group. But they just haven't had the pace, Tom. They're running about a half second off the pace of the group ahead.
So it's Long, Schofield, Russell, now your top 3. That time through, Jim Goffrey turned in the fastest Sector 2 of the entire race as he picked up the position from Grant Vogel and then lost it down the back straightaway. The number 68 has a lot of pace. That's the silver car with the red and yellow stripe down the middle of it, running right in the middle of this 5-pack for the bottom half of the top 10. Unfortunately, I think he's kind of in the churn of whatever the draft gives everybody down the back straightaway. You end up picking up and losing positions almost evenly with everybody else if you just kind of end up in that scrum.
All right, Tom, real quick, I've got a quick announcement to make. Attention in the paddock with driver of the number 77, Spec Miata. Please report to the SCCA trailer in tech. Driver of the number 77, Spec Miata, please report to the SCCA trailer in tech. And again, this is going to be our last race before lunch. We're going to take a quick break when we wrap up here, and then when we come back, it's going to be Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V, along with STL, STU, T3, and T4 as well. And those groups Group 3, Group 4, like Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, they will have a 35-minute or 19-lap race, and then we're going to kind of switch things up. The last 4 races of the days are going to have their shorter sprint races, 25 minutes in length this afternoon. And Tom, that first group continuing to stretch things out over Trey Ayers, Evan Slater, Bobby Sack, and Vogel, as well as Goffrey now at about 5.5 seconds as we see that second group now coming out of turn 7. And again, that little bit of a breakaway there for Trey Ayers and Evan Slater now with Bobby Sack leading the second group there. We'll see if they can start to close things down, but that is essentially for the best of the rest here today.
Yeah, the longer the race runs green, the more likely it will stay green. And I think Peyton Long, Brian Schofield, Clay Russell, Tyler Stevens seem to have settled into a running order or a flow that they're comfortable with, at least now. No one wants to pull the pin on the grenade too early and then risk running back towards Trey Ayers, Evan Slater, and the rest. They're going to be able to look into the mirrors and see that they have that nice big gap. Down the inside, though, Tyler Stevens picks up third place pretty easily over Clay Russell, back onto the podium, and Russell lubricated that pass nicely, made it pretty easy so they didn't lose time from the top 2.
Yeah, and indeed, based on what we saw just a couple laps ago, where we saw that Stevens perhaps wasn't able to keep the pace of Peyton Long and Brian Schofield, it looked there, and again, as you said, Clay Russell made it easy, allowed both of those drivers to maintain momentum heading up the hill for these momentum cars. But we'll see if perhaps Stevens has found some pace that he didn't have just a couple laps ago. As they came into turn 6, he was right there, right onto the back of Schofield.
A pretty long run here. You don't see races this long, or sessions this long, outside of the races. So there is some setup work that goes into keeping the cars underneath the drivers. A couple of drivers going a little bit wide at turn
Vogel,
7. That was Vogel, and then Richard Baldwin also slipped into the red Georgia Clay. But excuse me, I thought it was a battle for the lead. It's a battle for 10th.
That between back there, Goffrey, Vanacore, Richard Baldwin right there as well.
But to finish the thought, there's some setup work that goes into making the car last this long. There's also a brake bias adjustment in the car, but that's basically the only thing they can do once they're on track in the race in the heat of the moment. So things might ebb and flow just a little bit based on that setup. Tyler Stevens potentially saving it a little bit towards the beginning of the race if he knew that he had the opportunity to do so. But most of the drivers, are, as we've seen, are pretty aggressive in getting track position when they can get it.
All right, and in the interceding 2 laps, almost 2 more seconds separating our first pack from our second pack as our leaders now coming up on some slower traffic. And I believe that is Mark Silverberg in the number 66 machine out of Farmington Mills, Michigan. And what has that done to this field as they now stretch 3 wide, almost 4 wide going into turn number 6. And I believe, Tom, that we might have seen the pass of the races. Clay Russell now moves up into second position, getting around Tyler Stevens, and Brian Schofield now falls from second back into 4th.
One of the least opportune places to catch traffic on this lap, through the apex and exit of turn 5, and the lap car didn't do anything wrong, but it fanned out 3 wide for almost 4 wide down into turn 6 that lap, and it is a flip for Russell and Schofield. Russell into second, Schofield back to 4th, down to the braking zone for 10A and through 10B. That might have artificially pulled that pin that I was talking about on the grenade, as these cars now still single file across the start-finish line. No, we have a new leader, though. Clay Russell picked it up down into turn 10A and is now going to lead the first lap for his race.
Yeah, that's right. And so Russell popped out pretty quickly after they came out of turn 7 and was side pod to side pod with Peyton Long as they raced down the entire back straight. Russell in position going into 10A. He takes over the lead now here on lap number 11. So 9 laps to go here in this race, 18 minutes remaining. Tom, let's do this while we have a little chance here. Let's take a quick break, thanks to some of our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, We'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here. It's Spec Racer Ford at the Hoosier Super Tour. Stay with us.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
And we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where, Tom, maybe I should have waited a lap or two, because we are now under full course caution here. And we thought perhaps, well, we might have had another wreck there. We saw the number 95 machine on the back straight, Zach Della out of Heartland, Wisconsin, and there's Zach's car. Zach is not there with him because Zach's over on the other side of the fence there with the corner workers. But it looks like we've got another incident coming out of coming out of turn 3. If you look where our ticker is on the left-hand side of the screen, it was right behind it. There they are. And we'll try and get the number on that car. Probably won't know until the drivers cross the timing stripe here, but it is currently Peyton Long, your leader, with Tyler Stevens second. Both racers getting around Clay Russell before we went to full course caution. So Russell was your leader when we went to break. He's now in third. Brian Schofield now in fourth. Trey Ayers up to fifth as he gets around Evan Slater, who is in sixth. Bobby Sachs seventh. Grant Vogel, Richard Baldwin, Todd Vanacore, your top 10. And I'm not sure what's going on there, Tom, with coming into turn 5, but looks like everybody's at dead stick for the full course caution, or for the local caution. Well, obviously there's a waving yellow there, so that was probably for that car that was standing and not moving on the hill.
Just one of those traffic jams. Oh no, look at this. Schofield with a mechanical issue, pulling off drivers right down into turn 6, into basically the perfect spot to be rescued or to be left there. But that's heartbreaking. 14 minutes left on the clock. There's no way they forgot to fuel it, right? Maybe something else going wrong with the car, starting to overheat potentially. But that is heartbreaking for one of our podium contenders.
Yeah, and that's going to move Trey Ayers now, who again qualified third, up into fourth position after that what we thought was going to be a disastrous start. He's now, I think, in a pretty good spot, Tom, as we're under caution here, and he's right now on the tailpipe of Clay Russell, or at least will be when we go back to green flag racing.
And that backup at turn 5 is just one of those natural points where cars speed up going down the hill, and then they slow down coming into turn 5, and then 30 cars back, everyone's at a stop. Typical traffic jam stuff. It happens even in racing under full course yellow, but it's just terrain related more than anything here. With that, we now have the two teammates back together with that retirement. I think is Clay Russell maybe hiding behind the pace car, or he's slipped back to third actually on this yellow.
Right.
So it's Long and Stevens back together.
Yeah, exactly. The 104 and the 105 are your top two drivers right now. That's how they started this race, with Russell in third, Schofield in fourth. And I was just talking about as far as Trey Ayers. Trey was the 2017 national champion in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, so took that win in 17. I believe that was at Indianapolis. And then also your 2019 Prototype 2 national champion. Took the win there at Virginia International Raceway. As again, we are under full course caution. And, you know, Tom, for all us talking about these long runs without a caution, but you said it, you said it right off. And thank you, Dave Ogburn. So now is he not racing, but some of his teammates like Denny Stripling not racing here this weekend either, or Russ Turner. But hopefully we'll see them back behind the wheel of Spec Racer Ford soon enough. But the odds were against us going green to checker here today.
Still enough time. It looks like they're just taking the opportunity to rescue all the cars around the circuit. I think there's 3 different ones stranded in different places. 2 at turn 3, and then this one down at turn 6.
And the one at turn 6 would be a pretty easy recovery. As long as they can get him hooked up, all they have to do is round turn 7, and then they can bring him back behind the wall. So they don't necessarily have to bring him all the way back to the pit lane. This is the one here where they had to deploy a rollback to get this car up that I figure will probably take longer than any other.
Yeah, and it looks like there was a spin related with that car as it's backwards up on the rollback, maybe even missing some rear body work. It's kind of odd that happened while the other car was already stranded. It probably was under local yellow, which is a strange series of events. But either way, I think we'll still have enough time to at least give Trey Ayers and some of the others who had been removed from the conversation, let them race this out a little bit more. So while we're here at Road Atlanta, it's a pretty busy weekend in SCCA world. We have the first track night in America of the season kicking off in Nashville. That's a national program, nationwide program, better way to say that, for anybody who wants to drive their street car on a racetrack. It comes to Road Atlanta a couple times this year as well. We're coming here in May, June, and July. You can go to tracknightamerica.com to look for those dates specifically if you want to drive your street car on a racetrack. We also have the first SCCA national solo event going on this weekend down in Texas, the Beesville Pro Solo, our first Pro Solo. That's for my cone dodging friends out there.
And of which you have many, Tom, of course, besides his pro racing exploits. Is it 7 or 8 solo national championships, Tom? Or do you even keep count anymore?
Well, no, I cherish them all. I have six solo championships and 2 pro solos, so I typically just say 8.
8. There we go.
That's probably lying.
All right, so the Schofield machine has already been removed from 6A. The car that was up at, well, that wasn't the one on the rollback. That was another one that maybe we didn't know about that they just had up in the air and took off over at turn 5. Or maybe that was the 95 car. I'm not sure. Okay, that was the 95 car that was swinging around. All right, so we're still waiting to get that final car cleared off up at just past turn 3, and They are now leaving the scene of the crime, Tom. They're going to come down the hill, and then they will exit stage, I guess, exit stage right, our left. And with the safety car now on the back straight. All right, and the lights have been extinguished on the safety car, Tom. We're going to go back to green flag racing with 5 laps, or by the time they get there, a little bit more than 7 minutes remaining on the clock.
Good for at least 4 laps. This is going to be a barn burner of a restart with still about 45 cars in the race. Peyton Long has controlled this one from the start. He led all but 1 lap. Clay Russell slipped through to lead 1, but it's Long, Stevens, Russell, Ayers, Slater in that order coming to the restart, with Sack, Vogel, Baldwin, Vanacore, and Deal now rounding out your top 10.
All right, safety car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Conway, Arkansas's Peyton Long, as he brings the field very slowly down the hill and around turn 12, and he's now on the throttle as both he and Tyler Stevens open up maybe a car length on Clay Russell. Stevens takes a quick look to the outside on his teammate as Peyton Long goes to cover, and they now head up the hill, and it is then Trey Ayers having to hold off Evan Slater as they come up towards turn number 3. Ayers not looking to not repeat the start of this race. He holds on to 4th position as they come through turn 3 and make their way down the hill, down through the S's.
That was a pretty masterful restart from Peyton Long, keeping the field super slow so nobody from behind could get a run down into turn 1. His teammate running rear gunner Stevens moved out to the outside in turn 1 early to make sure that Peyton Long could get a clean run through, and they're all single file. Now Robinson looks to the looks to the outside for turn 6. Really tough to pull off there. He's going to slot back in line for a clean entry at turn 7, but we still have about 8 cars in a train other than Peyton Long, who's pulled out about, 4 or 5 car lengths?
4 lengths, yeah, 4 car lengths or so. We'll see if this second pack, actually the first pack, can now draft back up to our leader here. They should be able to run him down unless, of course, Clay Russell now, with a nice little push from Trey Ayers, looks to move past Tyler Stevens as Stevens caught to the inside without a dancing partner there. We'll see if he can hold some of these cars off under braking going down into turn 10. I understand we don't have that camera functioning right now, so we'll pick them up as they come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, and my, how things have changed, Tom, as we've got a car off into the grass as they came underneath the Michelin Bridge, and I believe that was Evan Slater who picked it up.
That was a huge save. They were side by side. Tyler Stevens clinging on for dear life, trying to hold 4th position, and Evan Slater pinching him all the way to the inside, but it ended up putting him off the exit of turn 12. Does get to continue, but that car was about 30 degrees sideways as he tried to rejoin the racetrack. It's a top 3 breakaway now, Long, Russell, and Ayers. Ayers is probably wondering how the heck this race is coming back to him, but he's still in a potential position to charge for the lead.
Yeah,
and I think with Slater slipping off, it's going to promote Grant Vogel now into the top 5.
And Tom, it sounds like we are going back to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, trying to pick up where the incident is. And it's over at turn 10. It sounds as though we had a car go off possibly into the gravel trap. And again, that's right now we're having some trouble with that camera. We'll have it fixed for you when we come back for our 3rd race. But that has brought out the full course caution with Peyton Long, your leader. Clay Russell running in 2nd. Trey Ayers moving back up into 3rd where he started this race. Tyler Stevens now falling to 4th with Evan Slater and Grant Vogel in 6th. Bobby Sack, Jackson Deal, great restart from Jackson Deal as he now finds himself in 8th position, started 18th today, Tom.
Wow.
So he's made up 10 positions. The Matt Horst and Simon Gamble with the challenges here. Falling back, Todd Vanacore, who was, I believe, 10th when we went to full course caution, now back when they crossed this stripe, was in 17th position. So big drop for him. As Peyton Long leads the field now onto the front straight. They complete lap number 16, so we're starting 17. More importantly here, this is a race that is time limited and with less than 4 minutes remaining and under full course caution. Tom, this is likely how this race is going to end.
I was thinking this is likely a race ender, but on the first lap of green flag running after that restart with the whole field jockeying for position and racing hard down into 10A, somebody has been left stranded that needs recovering. And the field moving pretty slowly, trying to catch up to the pace car. They're really creeping. Peyton Long running just about kind of slower than the pace car as the pace car waits for them through turn 4 down the S's for that 16th time. So Peyton Long did a really masterful job, especially with that restart. I think that was the final nail in the coffin for everybody else. That was the best opportunity to really churn things up. Unfortunately for Tyler Stevens, he was the one that got the churn. Because of it, Peyton Long with that restart has controlled this race really well and will probably inherit a win under this full course yellow. But inherit's not a very fair word. It was well fought and well
fought. Yes. All right, real quick, Tom, as we have a moment here, let me play the nasty chimes for a second here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. One of our drivers here this weekend, I'll let you all figure out who you are, may be missing a transponder from your car. If for some reason your car no longer has its transponder, please head to the SCCA trailer in Tech where it will be waiting for you. How you claim it, how you prove it's yours, I don't know. But again, if you've lost your transponder, there is one waiting for you that has been found and recovered trackside. It is at the SCCA trailer in Tech. All right, and we are getting word now from race control, Tom, that the checkered flag will be displayed when our racers come down out of turn 12. So I think probably much like Spec Miata, the safety car here will lead them down the pit entry, and they will see the checkered flag as they traverse the pit lane. So that's going to wrap things up for our second race of the morning here, where Peyton Long will take the win. He's out of Conway, Arkansas, with Clay Russell finishing second. Trey Ayers works his way back up to third. That's your podium. Tyler Stevens will finish fourth. Grant Vogel fifth. Bobby Sack will finish sixth. Evan Slater is seventh. Jackson Deal will finish eighth. Matthew Horst will finish ninth. Simon Gamble will round out your top 10. Justin Weir and Grant Heinig will finish 11th and 12th. Sam Schechter 13th with Charlie Rogers 14th. David Dickerson 15th with Greg Miller 16th. Todd Vanacore will finish 17th. Ethan Bentnick-Smith will finish 18th. And rounding out the top 20 will be Scott Monroe and Ryan Stark. So Tom, let's talk a little bit about what we've got coming up in about an hour. We have 6 more races for you here today from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Next up is going to be Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. And they, as well as our 4th race, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under T3 and T4, those will be 35 minutes or 19 laps, whichever comes first. And then we're going to flip over to sprint race mode for our remaining 4 race groups. They will have the shorter 15 lap max, 25-minute races, and the drivers and the races that were 19 laps or 35 minutes today, tomorrow they'll have the shorter races. The racers that had the shorter races today, they'll have the longer races tomorrow. But we'll be back in just about an hour. We'll put it up on the screen as soon as we get the actual fixed time. But next up, after our lunch break, which is going to be about an hour, is going to be Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. We hope you'll stay with us here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. If you like what you've seen, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'd really appreciate it, and we'll see you in about an hour. Join us then.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts, parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
shit, they going.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. I want to welcome you all back from lunch, and thanks for staying with us as we get back to racing here at the Raceway. Next up is our first of two Formula Car groups this afternoon, and it is our small open wheel drivers racing. Well, maybe they're not so small. Maybe the cars are small, though. Our Formula Car racers, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Let's run down the starting order. Driving the number 6 Formula F Miguel, it is David Ibarra with Jake Leroy in a similar chassis. He's going to start on the outside of the front row in the number 3 machine. Your Formula 6 pole sitter today will start 3rd overall. That's George Bugg. He is in a Scorpion. And then starting in 4th position in Formula F, driving a Van Diemen, it's Chris Smith. Next, we've got Corey McLeod. He is another one of our Formula 6 racers. He's in the number 58 Red Devil Aero machine. Then Miles Crabb in his Citation will start on the outside of row number 3 in the number 8 Formula F entry. Alex Leroy will start 7th today inside of row number 4 in the number 75 Miguel, with Sam Lockwood in a Spectrum, and I believe that's a Honda-powered machine, the Spectrum 014. The number 70 machine will start in 8th, and then rounding out our Formula F and Formula 6 racers will be Jack Walbron in his Scorpion. That's the number 67 machine. He starts 9th. Then we're going to have, a little bit further back, you see them now coming through turn 6, our Formula V field, led out by Donnie Isley in the number 30 Agitator. He is on the pole with Mike Lawrence starting 2nd in the number 2 Protoform. Anthony Henderson will start 3rd. He's in the number 17 Vortec, with Michael Nitz in a Protoform starting in 4th. Starting 5th, Rich Richardson in a Laser, with Jacob Schilling in his Mysterian starting 6th. Mark Richardson in a Vortec will start 7th, with John McAleer in his Caracol starting in 8th. And then rounding out the 9-car Formula V field, driving his Citation today, it's the number 96 machine of Barry Shelton. As our first pack now starting to make their way down the hill towards turns 10A and 10B, very nicely formed, with David Ibarra there leading the field. Cal Stewart, who was our fastest driver in qualifying in his Formula 6 Nova car, Tom. As he observes the Sabbath on Saturdays, he won't be racing today. We should see him tomorrow for the 15-lap race. This, or 25-minute race. This is going to be 35 minutes or 19 laps, whichever comes first. Pace car for the first group is on the pit lane. Starter is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air with Ibarra and Jake Leroy there on the front row. And Ibarra jumps over, comes right across the nose of Jake Leroy as they go down into turn 1. Big brake lock up from one of our racers now as he pulls down to the inside. As our Formula V racers now will take the green, and see if that brings out a yellow flag over turn 1. Don't believe it did, as they now make their way up the hill.
Wow, that was a big spin and a very lucky move to keep it off the wall. I think Corey McLeod in the Red Devil was the car that went around. The entire Formula V field got through clean, and then that car was able to resume, got away with one really. But a lot of work to do for that second Formula 6 driver at the front. It's a battle of the teammates, or at least they're both run by Cahill. Ibarra getting away from Jake Leroy a little bit at the start of this race. These Formula Fs we saw in qualifying yesterday took a little bit of time to get up to pace. We thought maybe it was because of track conditions, but maybe it's just down to comfort level in the car.
Yeah, and big move, step out from, I think that was Chris Smith in the 57 machine, coming through turn 7, dropped the wheel into the Red Georgia clay there, right behind George Bugg, and gets the car straightened back up and works past that car on the back straight. And we were talking yesterday, Tom, during qualifying about the dynamics of these cars and how the Formula 600s, they will. It takes them a while to get up to speed, and they seem to do a little bit better on the long back straightaway here, at least top speed wise compared to the Formula F machines. The Formula Fs, though, maybe a little bit more nimble through the tighter portions of the course.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be. In Sector 1, the Formula Fs were faster, and then the Formula 6 of Cal Stewart was faster in Sectors 2 and 3. If you're familiar with Road Atlanta, Sector 1 takes us all the way to the exit of Turn 5, which is all of the corners, basically all cornering, excuse me. There's not a lot of straight line in that sector. Then we get to Sectors 2 and 3. The Formula 6s kind of come into their own. As you can see, though, they've spread out pretty nicely. We have a great battle, though, between Donnie Isley and Mike Lawrence for the top of Formula V. They're just coming out of Turn 3 now and starting to come down the hill.
There they are.
Pretty close together, only separated by 0.4 of a second from qualifying. So we have a pretty good race brewing, or at least indeed going on in V.
And let's see here, as they have already been able to break away from the majority of that field. And if I go back and take a look at their qualifying times, I think there was a pretty big delta between the top two racers here. As we have Mike Lawrence take a quick look to the inside on Donnie Isley. And here in Formula V, Tom, you're very rarely, especially this early a race, going to see any kind of pass contested, because it's just absolutely key that these drivers keep that momentum up, that they break and slow those cars down as little as possible here, and that's how they're going to maintain that gap to all the cars behind.
Yeah, Isley left the door pretty wide open there, as you mentioned. Not a lot of fight, but the draft down the back straightaway will negate any time that he lost for the most part, as you see right now back up underneath the back end of your new leader in Formula V, Mike Lawrence. The black car sweeping through 10A and 10B, looking a little stronger on corner exits this lap, but Isley with a run out of 10A now down through 11 and 12. The question is, when do the gloves come off, Greg, for a V race, when especially just mono-y-mono two cars, they're going to go side by side into one?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see maybe 30, 40 passes over the course of 35 minutes, assuming this particular race does stay green over the entire length. I don't think the gloves really come off as far as putting on a defense until maybe 2-3 laps to go at the most. And as I go and take a look at the relative qualifying times, Isley qualified about 0.4 of a second faster than Mike Lawrence, but I do remember that a good portion of Isley's qualifying time from yesterday morning was actually set in solo without anybody around him. As a matter of fact, he had come out to the qualifying session a little bit later than most of the other drivers. And you can see what the big difference is here. You have a draft, and you're going to be able to pull somebody right along with you in a Formula V. As take a look a little bit further, as I was watching a little bit further up the field with Ibarra and Jake Leroy, they are also for the lead in Formula F. They have now opened up almost 8 seconds on Axel Leroy, and Ibarra and Jake Leroy nose to tail.
Axel Leroy in the white with the red nose just coming through turn 1, but this battle between Ibarra and Leroy is really heating up. Jake Leroy had the fastest lap of the race, the last lap through a 32.8. It was only a 10th quicker than David Ibarra, though. Whoa, big slide through the entry of turn 5 for Leroy, really hanging it out there as he flicks the car in up the hill through turn 5, loses about a car length from it, but the draft is a pretty big factor in the Formula F cars as well, with the exposed suspension and the lower horsepower.
Yeah, indeed. I think yesterday you likened at least watching these cars to maybe some dirt track racing as far as the slip angles that are involved in getting around the course. But indeed, a car with a 4-speed transmission, and as you said, not the most aerodynamic. They put a pretty big hole in the air there because of those suspensions. Very long trailing arms, both front and rear, that are fully exposed. No wings, no real side pods on these cars to speak of.
Ibarra looking nice and clean through turns 10A and B, really set up nicely on the exit of A to get through 10B as straight and on throttle as possible. That creates a longer straightaway all the way through turn 11 and 12, essentially full throttle until this braking zone just there at the exit of the club pit lane.
Yeah, and just a little bit back, we're going to watch him now coming into turn 1. This is Chris Smith and Axel Roy. Smith had managed to get past the 75 machine on the prior lap. They go into turn 1 side by side, and Tom, I didn't notice the colors on the nose, but I believe Smith was able to hold off Axel Roy there for what is at the moment the final podium position.
I think so as well. Yes, the red nose of Axel Roy trailing now in this battle for the final podium position, as you mentioned, and I think it's almost a bit of a Marlboro throwback on the Chris Smith car, leading the way down to turn 6 this time. Corey McLeod in the background in the red F6 after that quick spin, getting the momentum back going. It's a great battle between Smith and Leroy here, backing up the entry for turn 7. Good clean exit for both drivers. The draft favor goes to Leroy this lap.
And it looks like trying to track George Bugg, who had that issue early on. And he has now worked his way up to 5th place overall, managed to get around the entire Formula V field. We didn't think it would take him very long to dispatch with the 9 or so Formula Vs. He is still about 10 seconds back from that Formula F battle between Smith and Axel Leroy. And now our sole, well, he's not our sole Formula 6 racer out there today. Corey McLeod also on track. As we mentioned, Calvin Stewart not making the race today. Jack Walburn also not taking the green. And so George Bugg, 4-time SARC champion, and also took the win of the American Road Racer Champions here on 2 separate occasions as well. And I believe, as we talked about Jack Walburn, I believe he also has a couple of ARC wins to his name as well. But at the moment, we are watching more or less 2 by 2 up at the front of the Formula V field now. Donnie Isley and Mike Lawrence still in a pretty tight pitch battle. They're coming down out of turn 12 right now, Tom, and onto the front straight. I know it looks like there's 1 car there. There are really 2, I swear.
Yeah, only a 10th at the line, and we were also watching David Ibarra, Jake Leroy. They got separated just slightly through back markers of Formula V.
Yeah.
Isley led that time across the line. Lawrence had led the previous lap. It's a great duel between those two, and here are the Formula F leaders. Oh, a little bit of a blockage for your leader, Ibarra, down the exit of turn 12. It's going to allow Leroy to close up right underneath the back axle of the leader in class. They just cleared the battle for 5th, I believe, for
yeah,
Nitz and Richardson.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that was Richardson, and Michael Nitz is in the green number 94 machine there.
Here we go once again. I'm starting to question if there might be some games being played, or at least some strategy being developed, specifically from Donnie Isley. It looks like he's realized he can't break away from Mike Lawrence, but he's making that pass very easy into turn 6 to guarantee that he's in the 2nd position down the back straightaway, and he's probably testing the waters of how this pass will work on what will, in a lot of realities, end up being the last lap on the last corner for this race. Down the back straightaway once again, and he sticks in. That is no effort made to pass by Donnie Isley. Mike Lawrence is going to lead into 10A once again.
Yeah, just sitting back there, and I'll tell you, Tom, and I've raced Donnie quite a bit online in these Formula Vs, and well, obviously I can't hold a candle to him, but he's been racing now for over 45 years, and has been an instructor for a number of years as part of the BMW driving school down in South Carolina. He organizes trips to the Nürburgring, as well as heading up the BMW Winter Test Center program off in Sweden each year. So it's again a lot of racing experience here for Donnie, and has been entrenched in the motorsports world for a number of years.
Sounds like a pretty cool gig to me. We have the leaders of Formula F catching the leaders of Formula V. think Greg, correct me. Did I get the cars backwards? The V's. The blue car is
the blue car
Lawrence,
is Donnie Isley.
Oh, Isley. Excuse me.
Yes.
I did have them backwards.
Yes.
So it was Lawrence that was making the pass easy into 6. Pardon me, V drivers. And that's a really nice, easy pass between turns 5 and 6 for Ibarra and Leroy to go through. No class battles interrupted there.
All right, as they make their way down the long back straight here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Again, Ibarra and Leroy, and when they qualified, Tom, there was we talked about the delta between the two Formula V racers at the front of the field. Leroy and Ibarra were separated by almost a full set by about. Oh my gosh, 1.5 seconds almost, actually 1.3 seconds in qualifying. So big difference there. And, some people race a lot better than they qualify. I know I was one of them.
Yeah, and when you get a rabbit to chase, you can assume, especially under the same tent with the same chassis, both running the Miguel F1600s, if that car can do it, I can do it. And you get inspired in the race to kind of mirror that other driver. If you're Jake Leroy and you had maybe a second on the table, but you realize where it is as you follow, all of a sudden, you got a race going, and he's doing a great job. He's showing the nose, mostly, I think, for sight lines, as he comes into the corners. Every once in a while, just popping out the black car with the white nose. But for the most part, these two have just been running in good, close formation, running personal best after personal best for the most part.
Yeah, and I would assume, Tom, that being under the same tent, they're probably sharing some data between the two. Between them has probably given Jake Leroy a course on how to improve himself based on what he's seeing Ibarra doing. Now, as we see, and that's not brake lock up. That's just a little bit on the overrun as Mike Lawrence lets out of the throttle just a little bit. In his protoform as they come out of turn 6, going onto the brakes slightly into turn 7.
And the car behind, who got the face full of smoke, flicks one of the tearaways.
Tear-offs.
off, and this time they're going to go side by side almost down the back straightaway. I don't think Mike Lawrence was even seeking the draft, as I think, once again, I had misidentified them, but the strategy idea remains. I think Mike Lawrence probably practicing just a little bit what the opportunity might be. If it comes down to that very last lap under the white flag, you only get that one chance, and then the other driver won't get a chance to respond. If he attacks now, then inevitably Donnie Isley will be attacking the next lap.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, Tom, as we are now just about on laps, almost halfway through this race, the whole theory about opening up a gap so that nobody else can be pulled into your race if you start fighting with one another, I think that's pretty much out the window, as Isley and Lawrence have now built up almost 12 seconds back to Anthony Henderson back in third. So I don't think that's necessarily part of the equation for them any longer. But we'll continue to watch here again as we are just now about halfway through this 35-minute or 19-lap race, whichever happens to come first. So, Tom, why don't we take a quick break, and we'll come back here in just a few moments, take our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce.
You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg. He's Tom. See, I got it right that time. And this is our Formula 6, Formula V, and Formula F race where George Bugg leads Formula 6 over Corey McLeod. In Formula F, David Ibarra, your leader, over Jake Leroy and Donnie Isley, leading Mike Lawrence in a very tight competition here in Formula V. We just and we've got a car off now. We did have Jacob Schilling in the number 85 or 95. Try that again. 85 Formula V go off over by turn 3, and you'll see there's a waving yellow coming out of turn 6 with the car right up against the wall. We'll try and get the number on that car here for you momentarily. And we are going to a full course caution, Tom, with that car there. Just it's just beyond the flag station, but it's not in the best place if a car runs wide coming out of 5.
Yeah, I think that is Schilling that you mentioned. The car just fully loaded up through the entire run of turn 5, and it finally just let go on the exit curbing. It was a pretty good clunk to the back of the car, so maybe something driveline related. They can't continue running. But either way, every time you hit the wall, it's not fun. And that will change the shape of this race. David Ibarra, specifically in Formula F, had started to slowly ease away from Jake Leroy. Hearing from the live chat that we heard yesterday, that Ibarra comes from a karting background, but Jake and Axel Leroy both come from dirt track racing. And regardless of whether or not their experience comes into the factor or not, it looked like Ibarra was a little bit quicker over the longer run. Leroy, maybe the car falling away, had been about 2.2 seconds when this full course caution comes out. So that's going to let Leroy kind of reset. Also gives a chance for Chris Smith and Axel Leroy to bring themselves back into the battle for that final podium position. They had been about 40 seconds back before the caution. It also changes that strategy that we suspected Mike Lawrence might have been playing, that waiting game. I think we'll have plenty of time to get back to a restart. I'm going to knock on wood with that one. 15 minutes to go in this race. But, the urgency is going to come up quickly for Lawrence.
Yeah, indeed. At least on the restart, where Lawrence does have on track both Anthony Henderson and Michael Nitz directly behind. Of course, under the full course caution, they are eventually, before we go back to green, going to likely pull up right behind our 2 Formula F leaders, Donnie Isley and Mike Lawrence, and they might make it somewhat difficult for Lawrence when the green comes back out, as the safety car is now staged up right at the end of the pit lane, waiting for our leaders to come through and onto the front straight, and they do. No, and Tom, separated by no more space than when they were racing, about a foot or so separating these 2 identical Miguel 1600 chassis.
I'm curious, Greg. The car we suspected of spinning has now turned in sector. Basically, everybody in Formula V has turned in sector times. I wonder if that car was able actually to continue. I don't know if we still have it in the camera shot there.
Yeah, I'd love to see. I think it's still down there, Tom. And looking at our electronics machine, we do have emergency services teams there. So perhaps, see, I was fairly certain that there was actually a car drivers left and maybe drivers right as well. But no, just the one. I'm getting the indicator that there was just the single vehicle. But it looks like the emergency services teams are still there with it. And we do have a couple stragglers that are, and I think one of them may be Barry Shelton in the number 96 car, that are actually a lot of stragglers. They're just now coming across the start-finish line while the safety car has the field at the other end of the course. Again, we're under full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. David Ibarra leads Formula F with Jake Leroy second. Chris Smith is technically running third, Tom, but I think in this group he's actually mixed in with, I think, for some of the Formula Vs, right in the middle of the pack. He's not right up behind our two Formula F leaders, as is Axel Leroy, who is right behind him. In Formula 6, George Bugg, who's running 5th overall, whereas our next Formula 6 racer, that's Corey McLeod, he's running 8th overall. Isley, Mike Lawrence, Anthony Henderson, and Michael Nitz. And I said, oh, it might make things difficult for Mike Lawrence with Henderson and Nitz running right behind. Well, they're not right behind. Again, I think although they positionally they are right behind, I believe they are much further back. But Tom, this is going to be, I think, a short caution, as it's a little late. But if my eyes don't deceive me, lights were just extinguished on the safety car. And indeed, safety car now on the pit lane. And this is interesting, as David Ibarra and Jake Leroy are practically side by side, coming through turn 12. And, you know, I should have been looking a little bit closer to see when the green flag came out to see if there was a pass under yellow there, because they were pretty much nose up as they came to the starter stand.
Yeah, that was definitely not standard operating procedure for a restart. I wonder, though, if it's a dirt track driver, do they do double file restarts in dirt racing?
That's what I was thinking.
Big moment for Corey McLeod, though, coming out of turn 3, got out in the gray, getting passed actually by the class leader, George Bugg. That's to put a lap on the other car, and saved it. Already had one big ride this race, doesn't want to have another one. But I was going to point out, there's no class split or anything, and that caution ended very late. The lights of the pace car didn't go out until the bridge, so I think the whole field was probably just a little bit caught out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the call came from race control, Tom, as they had already exited 10B and were moving up the hill. It was very late, and again, very difficult for somebody like Ibarra or Leroy to kind of formulate a strategy for the restart.
Yep.
And well, you saw what happened there. But I think you're right. I think they maybe used to dual file restarts there coming out of a caution. And right next to one another on track are our two Formula 6 racers. As best I can tell, it looks like George Bugg and Corey McLeod are right next to one another on track.
Yeah, on that restart, Bugg was able to get by McLeod to put one lap on. So they're side by side on track, but they're one lap apart on the scoreboard. The other cars that are still really close together, though, Isley now leading Lawrence up under the bridge at turn 11, and then the rest of Formula V is having a heck of a scrum. Everybody else is together. I think it's still Anthony Henderson holding down the third position, but there's been some shuffling behind. If my eyes don't deceive me, I think we're going to have a new car in fourth place at least, coming across the start-finish line now.
Yeah, indeed, and as they come across the line, it's Nitz now. Nitz behind Henderson, Nitz is in the green 94, then Rich Richardson in the 99 machine. And then it's Rich Richardson and then Mark Richardson. John McAleer still trying, I think, to come to grips with that number 2 Caracol, is now sitting in 6th position.
There was just a big off at turn 5. I missed what car it was. One of the Formula Fs, though. I think this might be... Oh, a big lockup coming into the entry. It's the number 57 of Chris Smith is going to lose that opportunity to keep battling for the podium position. Luckily, he was able to resume, kept it off the wall, but just a little bit front lockup ended up sending him right when he wanted to go left. So the red car we thought might be in 3rd in Formula V is actually a lapped car. They had to work through on that restart because things were not reorganized by grid position, or by running order, I should say. So it's still Anthony Henderson, Michael Nitz, Rich Richardson. Henderson is starting to pull away just a little bit from the others, but 4th is up for grabs. Nitz has it, Richardson and Richardson behind. Rich and Mark, respectively, want it. And something else has happened.
David Ibarra has checked out.
Yeah.
Tom, as Axel Leroy now looking to hold off Jake Leroy, who is sitting in 3rd position with Miles Crabb right there as well. And as it looks like the 57 machine now going to head to the pit lane and call it a day.
Curious what happened to Jake Leroy. He was scored 3rd that time across the line, 7 seconds back. Maybe had a mistake on that restart lap. Or the second lap back to restart, I should say, which has promoted Axel Leroy up a position. Here they come at us now, and indeed, Jake Leroy running behind. That's the black car with the white nose. Axel Leroy in the red nose car. Twins in a set of triplets, and they've swapped positions here. Do you still call two people out of triplets twins? Or do you call them triplets? But
I would call them triplets.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's...
They don't stop being triplets.
Either way. Excuse me, guys. They're able to have a good little race, though, between them. Jake Leroy tucked into the draft of Axel Leroy down into turn 10A. They're going to go side by side. Jake wants the 2nd position back, and he's going to take it pretty easily. Not a lot of fight put up down into the braking zone. Still 6 minutes left, but I think Jake feeling a little bit more confident in the car than Axel.
And we got another car off now, Tom, over at turn 7.
Oh. Isley with mechanical damage to the car, crabbing side to side just a little bit. I think it's the left rear. And they were not close to each other coming in. Here's a look at it. On the entry, just lost it, and unfortunately is going to get hit by somebody, I think, or else that damage doesn't make any sense to me. Did the suspension fail? It did.
That's exactly what happened. He was not touched by Mike Lawrence as he came around, and you could see the one wheel more canted over than normal. Looks like in the right rear.
Very bizarre. Does a nice job to just pull into a place that's very, very safe and also easy access. But you have a record of when a car is stranded, we tend to go collect it. Either way, that promotes Mike Lawrence up to a very lonely 1st position, and then this battle becomes the battle for 2nd, and Michael Nitz has just gone around Anthony Henderson at the start-finish line.
Yeah, I was just, we're watching what was a battle for 3rd with Nitz, Henderson, and Rich Richardson, and a great move there for the 94 car to move up and around as we're looking to hear from timing scoring again. We've got 2 laps remaining, and from the sound of it, I think we may be able to complete this under green. I think with the Donnie Isley car tucked back behind that tire wall, I think they're pretty much fine leaving where it is. But there you go, white flag is in the air as David Ibarra starts his 19th and final lap with almost 10 seconds on the Leroy. We'll just call it a duo, Tom. How's that?
There you go. Yeah, Jake Leroy still leading that pair, but Axel has stayed right with them. There's still a battle on for 2nd place in Formula F. There are a couple of corners ahead at this point of Miles Crabb and Sam Lockwood. That's the top 5 in Formula F, but here's that battle coming down the S's through turn 4 into the entry of turn 5, and despite the white flag coming out next time through, we are going full course caution.
Yellow. Well, there you go. So this race, well, we got a record to uphold, Tom, or at least a a pattern to uphold as we are going to a full course caution on the final lap of the race. And we'll have our overall leader coming through in just a few moments to take the checker. But the way this is likely going to turn out is in Formula F. And there is our Formula F leader, David Ibarra out of Louisville, Texas. He is going to take the checkered flag and the win in the feature race for this Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V race group. Jake Leroy will finish in second. Axel Leroy will finish in third, with Miles Crabb finishing just off the podium. In Formula 6, George Bugg will take the win, one lap up on Corey McLeod. And then finally in Formula V, Mike Lawrence, your winner, with Anthony Henderson second, it appears, and Michael Nitz falling back to third on that final lap, with Rich Richardson in fourth. And again, I'm hesitant to just say, oh, time to go, take a break. So I see them come across the line as the number 70 now comes across, of Sam Lockwood. So 5 of our 6 drivers in Formula F. But that's going to wrap things up for Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V. Next up is going to be Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3, and Touring 4 here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Attention in the paddock with Charles Piccioni, driver of the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, number 171. Please see the race director in tech. Charles Piccioni, driver of the number 171 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please see the race director in tech. And Tom, we're back. Might as well tell everybody that as if they didn't know. And next up is going to be not Spec Racer 4, we just had that. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3, and Touring 4. And they are about to head out for their race here in just a moment. This will be yet another 35-minute or 19-lap race, whichever comes first. All the following races will be 25 minutes or 15 laps. As the safety car now takes to the track. Big, chunky thing, that Dodge Challenger, isn't it, Tom?
I like someone in the live chat said it's weird that they're having a boat be the pace car this weekend.
That's right.
Sorry to any Dodge fans listening. I do love those cars. They're a lot of fun on a racetrack.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, the weight transfer on those just must be insane. All right, as the cars are heading out on track, let's run down the starting order. And we're going to have a split start here with our Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under drivers leaving the grid now, and they will take the green flag first, and then our Touring 3 and Touring 4 drivers. Going to give you the top 16 or so drivers in each group. Starting on pole in the STU-STL group in his Super Touring Under, number 44 Honda Civic, it's Tony Ave with Johann Schwartz scheduled to start on the outside of the front row in his Porsche 944 S2. Row number 2 made up of Richard Estacio in the number 80 Lotus Exige with Jason Nazario in a Honda Civic starting 4th. David Fiorelli will start 5th in the number 190 Ford Mustang alongside Peter St. Pierre in his Honda Civic SI, the number 84 machine. Danny State, two-time national champion in STL, is your pole sitter for that class. He's going to start in 7th position inside of row number 4 alongside John Weisberg in the number 40 STU BMW Z4. Jorge Nazario is in the 165 STU Mazda Miata. He's going to start alongside Nick Leveroni in the number 37 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Mike Taylor. He's your defending national champion in Super Touring Light. He drives the number 39 Just Track It Acura Integra. He starts 11th alongside Anthony Garacci in a Krug Speed Lotus Exige starting 12th. Then we've got John Sewell. That's Mike Taylor's teammate. He's going to start right behind him, starting 13th in the number 48 Acura Integra Type R. And John is going to start right alongside Derek Ketchy, who starts 14th in the number 115 Honda Civic. Then, starting 15th today in our first group, driving the number 3 STU Lotus Exige, it's David Brand, and he'll start alongside STL Honda S2000 driver Gonzalo Aponte, who starts 16th. That first group, by the way, it is 29 cars deep. Now let's move over to Touring 3 and Touring 4, where Nick Hammond in his Nissan 370Z will start on pole. That's the number 41 machine. He's going to start alongside Ford Mustang driver Scotty B. White in Touring 3. Richard Baldwin will start 3rd. He is in the number 2 Nissan 350Z, and he's going to start alongside Simon Foulweather in the Touring 3 BMW 330i. Javier Sanchez will start in 5th position. He's in the number 79 Toyota GR86. It's another T3 car, and will start alongside a similar chassis Toyota GR86 of Devin Anderson, who's in the number 11 car. Then Von Gloss will start in 7th position. He's in the number 9 Honda Civic alongside KC Gunnell in a Toyota GR86. And then your Touring 4 pole sitter, Kevin Fryer, will start in 9th in this group. He's in the number 98 Mazda MX-5. And then we've got William Bolt in a T3 Nissan 350Z as the pace car for our first group is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Tony Ave in his Honda Civic, to Johann Schwartz in the 944 S2. And Ave moves as far to the center of the track, trying to move Johann Schwartz over, but as they come into turn 1, it is the Porsche taking the point, rolling up the hill with Johann Schwartz second. Estacio in that little yellow Lotus Exige holds off Jason Nazario in the Honda Civic as they go up to turn 3 as our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers get the green flag. And as they come across the start-finish line, it is going to be a pair of Nissans. It is Nick Hammond, Richard Baldwin working up the hill with a good amount of torque there off the line to get the start, Tom.
Strange second wave. I think was that T4 car starting in front, or something's going on there, but I don't know why that happened. But either way, it's caused this second group to be an absolute traffic jam as some slower cars starting at the front of the grid. Scotty B. White has done the best job navigating it in the bright blue Mustang. Nice and patient, but gets a couple cars between himself and Nick Hammond, who just now clears one of those other slower cars. Scotty B. White just threads the needle barely through, and I wonder if maybe a couple of STL stragglers got split. Maybe whatever happened here, this is a chaotic start for this group.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, Tom. As at the very back of the first pack, a number of our STL Mazda Miatas, Alex Rubenstein, John Hamner, Bob Mueller Jr., I think Randall Joe, they look like they all came out at the front of the second pack, which was meant to be Touring 3 and Touring 4, led by the Nissans. And you said it, there was Scotty B. White, who was supposed to start on the outside of the front row of that second pack, about 6 cars deep as they came up the hill.
Yep.
Now, good battle going on here as Mike Taylor, Tom, has taken over the lead in Super Touring Light. He's running, I think, now 9th in that first group in the white Acura Integra with the white Acura Integra with the Union Jack on the hood with Danny Staines' blue Mazda Miata. There they are, coming right at us right now in turn 5, and then sitting right behind them, that is Nick Leveroni. That is the battle for the lead in STL here early on.
Yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Tony Abe kept the group really slow up to the start, and I think that's where maybe a little bit more oomph out of the Porsche got Johann Schwartz this lead, but it also allowed some of the later rows to get a really good start. I noticed Mike Taylor jumped to the inside early, and it made me wonder if he had gotten one of those great launches, and indeed he did. That's the white Acura Integra just now clearing the crest of the hill under that Motul bridge, and it's going to be a little bit stronger down this straightaway than Danny Stain typically, just by the design of this class. 2 liters or under. Very similar power to weight ratio between these cars, but the MX-5 is significantly heavier than the Integra. Taylor dives to the inside for a moment, but Stain gets him on the brakes.
There we go. And then as they come through the corner again, Stain now with the position as they come out of 10B. Danny Stain retakes the lead in STL. Mike Taylor having to hold off Nick Leveroni, as he just did not get a good run through that complex there, Tom. And and for many years here at Road Atlanta, this is Mike Taylor's home track, and Danny Stain has been his nemesis in STL. And for years, Mike Taylor had gotten closer and closer and closer to Danny Stain, and I think finally feels as though he's on par with that Mazda Miata driver here in the classes. We've got a little bit further back in the pack in Touring 4, and they just been watching this fight. Actually, I believe it's not Touring 4. I think it is Touring 3. Devin Anderson and Javier Sanchez, both of the GR86 Cup cars, with a huge fight right now. And they are, that is the battle for, oh my gosh, again, because T3 is has some of those former GT3 cars. I believe that is a fight that's a little bit further back in the field, but still very strong. Sorry about that. I'm trying to track down. It's 6th and 7th in Touring 4, Touring 3 at the moment. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, that part of the field, the Touring 3, Touring 4 field, working the back half of the track down at turns 6 and 7. But Danny Stain started to pull away just a little bit over Mike Taylor, who has a lot of pressure from Nick Leveroni. I was also watching one of the MX-5s from, I think it's STU, had just cleared John Sewell out of STL. Of course, these cars not split by class within their wave, so a couple of STL and STU cars were mixed together. You're not necessarily racing for class with every single one of these cars, but you are on the track and have to navigate all of them. It's Jorge Nazario that had just cleared.
Yes.
Up into, I think, just in a position to start battling for 5th with Anthony Grassi.
So with Jason Nazario is in the Honda Civic, the STU Civic, with Garachi in one of the Lotus Exiges, and then David Fiorelli in the dark blue Ford Mustang, a little bit back behind that fight as well. Now, as we have about 5 minutes in the books, with 16 laps to go, this is a 35-minute or 19-lap race, whichever happens to come first.
It's a big cluster of Touring 3 cars coming through the back of Touring, Super Touring Light.
Now, one of the groups that I'm going to try and track down for us, Tom, and as importantly for our director, Jordan Worth, who's doing a wonderful job here, as always, is the battle for the lead in Touring 4 between a pair of NC Mazda Miatas, Aiden Rose in the 46, Kevin Fryer in the 98. Fryer was your pole sitter coming into the day in Touring 4 and had the measure of Rose during each one of our qualifying sessions yesterday, and I'll see if I can find them here on track. But for the moment, Aiden Rose has had the advantage, was able to get around Fryer on the opening lap.
Here's a look at Touring 3 coming down the front straight. We have a new second-place driver. Simon Foweather actually got through on Nick Hammond, who is your defending national champion in Touring 3 in the 370Z. That car just cleared through the apex of Turn 1. And Scotty B. White leading the way still in Touring 3, just caught up to Jolt Ferenczi, who's running a little further back in STL, running currently in 8th position. That's the red Integra, and here comes the rest of the leaders in Touring 3. All three of them together. Foweather loses the engine, maybe. Is that?
Oh,
or was
no.
that an STL car, an STU car,
That
excuse
I think
me.
is Peter St. Pierre's Honda Civic, Tom.
I don't know. There was a huge blow of smoke out of the back of that car. I misidentified Foweather. It was an STU car.
Actually, that is not. I think Peter St. Pierre's Civic is all white. That I think is another one of our Honda Civics. But he's regardless, he is beached there. Let's take a look.
Yeah, two separate incidents happening
two
simultaneously. The engine going on that BMW. Still trying to identify the driver of that car. It might have been. Was it Hugh Stewart?
No,
Maybe.
no, it's not. Don't think it's the Stewart car. Let me check our Flagtronics information. I believe. Let's see. I think it might be the 48 car, the John Sewell's Integra, possibly.
No, it's definitely a BMW.
Okay.
But either way, the Civic up the road a little bit. I've been able to identify that car either, but that was just a simple brake lockup, I think, and just kind of skated straight off the track. So these two cars, separate incidents, isolated incidents, but we are going to go full course yellow
Full
for
course
it.
caution. I believe, and I'll have to check here. I believe the Civic is actually Derek Ketchy's machine, the 115 car. That we have there in the gravel. When I said Peter St. Pierre, he's got a white hood and an all-white car. But no, that is definitely the 115 machine. And let's see, I'm still trying to track down that other. I'm still showing that the 48 machine of John Sewell has not moved for a considerable period of time over in the S's. But again, I thought, and I'm going with you. I think both you and I know what Integra hatchbacks look like, but
yeah, Sewell was in the blue car just coming at that camera there, so maybe a transponder or
possibly
Flagtronics related issue there. So this field with the separate start, 4 classes on the track right now, but it's going to be one single file restart when we get this thing back going with 25
don't
minutes
tell our
left.
Formula F drivers that, however.
Well, yeah, maybe unless they want to go too wide just for fun. But that single file restart, there's going to be a ton of interclass mixing, which I think specifically the Touring 3 drivers are probably sick of. They've been coming through back markers in STL and then back markers in STU, and now they're going to be all mixed up together once again. So that battle between Scotty B. White and Nick Hammond, who is running in second. I apologize to Hammond for misidentifying. Simon Foweather's also in a BMW, but it was the wrong class car that I was looking at.
As we're on board with Simon Foweather now in that BMW 3 Series. All right, so let me do this, Tom. Let me reset the field here real quick, and then we'll take a quick break. Over in Touring 3, it is, as you mentioned, Scotty B. White in the number 01 Ford Mustang, light blue Mustang, with Nick Hammond second in his Nissan 370Z. Simon Foulweather, who we were just on board with, running third in his BMW 330 Ci, with Richard Baldwin in a Nissan running in fourth. Over in Touring 4, and just before this incident came out, I had finally tracked down that battle that I was looking for, Tom, between Aiden Rose and Kevin Fryer. They had a T3 car hanging right with them and actually splitting them, and Kevin Fryer was able to pull, use the draft right through turn 1, got around Aiden Rose. So as he went to full course caution, Kevin Fryer takes the lead in Touring 4 with Aiden Rose second. Robert Spence now running in third in that class. Over in Super Touring Light, it is Danny Stain, Mike Taylor, Nick Leveroni as we were watching that, and then running in fourth, because he's not down there with our emergency services workers, John Sewell running in fourth. And then finally, if we go over and look at, I believe, what am I missing? Oh, STU. Johann Schwartz, your leader, with Tony Ave second, Richard Estacio, and Jason Nazario rounding out the top 4 in the class. All right, let's, and Tom, this is where I'm going to look very quickly. Maybe you're right as far as it being Hugh Stewart. I didn't think it was Hugh because he's normally in a black, white, and red E46, but it's starting to make sense to me that it would be the number 23 over there, although we don't have it on our electronic system. He is showing currently having only completed 4 laps, much like Derek Ketchy, where all of our other drivers are either 6 laps in or 5 laps in. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 5, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. E production, F production, H production. Your 25-minute sprint race is next. And welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He's Tom O'Gorman. And, of course, Jordan Worth with those magical fingers behind the scenes, giving us all the great views of the action here from Braselton, Georgia, as we are under full course caution, as we're still looking to get that incident cleaned up. And I think, Tom, that most of the emergency services vehicles have left the S's. Hey, look at that, they have. And they're stationed right behind our ticker. And so it sounds like we may be going back to green flag racing this time by. Let's watch that safety car as it comes through turns 10A and 10B. And I think the lights were just extinguished as they entered 10. Nope, still on. As they come up the hill. And we're going to do at least one more lap here under caution, as Scotty B. White is your T3 leader with Nick Ham in second, Simon Foulweather in third. In touring Fords, Kevin Fryer, Aiden Rose, Robert Spence. In Super Touring Light, Danny Stain leads Mike Taylor with Nick Leveroni third. And then your overall leader right now, right behind the safety car in that black Porsche 944. And that car's got a ton of history. That is a car that has multiple track records, both in as it was originally an E-production car, then moving over to STU, driven by Kip Van Steenberg last, I think, going back to 2023. Actually, 2022 has been driven by Johann Schwartz. He's your leader. Tony Ave in a former GT3 car. His GT3 was melded into Super Touring Under this year. Tony Ave running second. Richard Estacio in one of the Kriegsspeed Exiges running in third. So, Tom, with these, and I think certainly a little bit different than what we saw with the Formula cars, and we've got this mid-race caution here. What do you do? How do you kind of reset and maybe change your strategy, since you're no longer looking at a longer 35-minute race? You're essentially looking at something that's a 15-minute sprint maybe by the time we go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, I think the big thing that the drivers have the opportunity to do is just kind of cool the tires down. These are all garage-built production chassis cars, and I would say the point on them that's the least, how do I want to say this? It's the part that holds them back the most is actually the tire sizing and wheel sizing. They're relatively small for maybe what you would expect. A lot of the cars are going to be stuck on something like an 8-inch rim. A 9-inch rim is pretty generous in a lot of these classes. So all that to say, the tire is doing a lot of work to keep the car handling as fast as it can go, and doing a whole lot of work building a lot of tire temperature in the carcass of the tire itself. So when you get these full course cautions, the main thing is it comes back to you for maybe another lap or two before that tire soak, the heat soak, starts to affect the tire again. Especially we're talking in Touring 3, that's going to be a big factor. In STU maybe a little bit as well, as Danny Stain's car. Now we tend to see the lighter front-wheel drive cars like Mike Taylor and John Sewell be a little bit better on the longer run because they're lighter enough that they're not heat soaking that tire quite as much.
Right.
Outside of that, the fact that we don't regrid this class, for example, you see Leanne Falk and her Touring 4 Mazda 3 happens to be split just in front of the fourth place driver out of STU. So basically one of the slowest cars on the grid by the design of the class ends up at the front because of where it was when the caution came out, and that can make things a little bit difficult for everybody coming through. So I think on this, especially this specific part of the track, you can do a little bit of scanning ahead and kind of account for, okay, how many cars are there that I'm going to catch? What is this going to look like when I get there? As the lights on the pace car are still on. The drivers are going to get even longer to chomp at the bit.
Yeah, so, Tom, you were talking about, the lighter weight in something like the Acura Integra, and I think they've had a lot of weight thrown at them. At least those B-Series Hondas have had a lot of weight thrown at them over the number of years, as opposed to a very well-balanced chassis like the MX-5 that Danny Stain is running. Even though it may weigh a little bit more, where do you stand? Just because we know that the Integra has put obviously a lot of load on those front tires, that they really have to do everything around this course. do you see where even the lighter weight may still not necessarily be a huge advantage to other cars in the class?
Yeah, it's possible, but I mean, in reality, when you and you know this from the front-wheel drive improved touring cars as well, they tend to get faster and faster just as the rear end comes in, and with the way they're set up, they really
rotate more.
You know, a typical front-wheel drive car, or at least the stereotype is that they understeer. But when you put a good racing differential in the front, you put the slick tires on them, you actually, when you start to feed the throttle in, the car wants to turn sharper.
Right.
So you set the car up to almost steer itself, and then you sort of catch it with the throttle, but the throttle is pulling you through the corner. They're absolute rippers, but that absolutely helps the tire wear as well. So what I've seen in the past actually is that Danny Staines MX-5 tends to be a little bit harder due to the weight than the front-wheel drive cars.
Okay.
But I think Danny Staines seems to have a pretty good handle raw pace-wise, unless Mike Taylor can get another hero start. Ooh, Peter St. Pierre with an engine smoke, some sort of failure maybe on that 10th gen Civic.
As he pulls over, and a lot of drivers going by what they consider to be a disabled car, as we just saw both Stain as well as Mike Taylor and Nicola Veroni as well going by. We did just get word from race control, Tom, and I don't know if this will change things, but the lights are scheduled to be extinguished on the back straight. We should be going back to green flag racing this next time by, looking to see if Pierre pulled that car off, but the lights are now out on the safety car.
It's a good look at your leaders in Touring 4. The black with blue stripes is Kevin Fryer, and then the black with yellow graphics is your second place driver of Aiden Rose. They're well at the back of this pack, but this is an opportunity for Tony Ave to light the wick and try to make something happen with Johann Schwartz leading the way in the 944.
Yeah, and this is, I think, going to be critical. We'll see if Schwartz tries to slow Ave up as they come down the hill, as the Porsche definitely has the torque advantage, and that Honda Civic being a former GT3 car, perhaps a little bit more on the high end than, again, torque down low as we get a restart. And another big, maybe not a surprise here, Richard Estacio was quickly passed by Jason Nazario's Honda Civic coming out of turn 12. Looks like as Estacio then able to outbrake the Civic going into the hill. As we've got somebody around at turn 1 right behind that pack, and that is that the Honda S2000, Tom?
It is Gonzalo Aponte with a big spin on entry. There's some damage to the right rear of that car. It either made contact before or after the spin, as it just came into our camera shot completely sideways. It's about the 3, 2, 1 now.
Right about now.
And yes, there's already damage to that car. Maybe some contact with the Porsche Boxster out of STU of Edwin Soto Quinones. Just a guess from before they came into our camera shot.
Yeah, and so it looks like may have broken something in the rear suspension, but was lucky enough to keep it off the wall, but there's obviously something else there, and we'll see if that brings out another full course caution here. At the moment, we are still clean and green except at that area of the track.
It wasn't a great start for Mike Taylor. Turn 1 looked a little rough on the cooler rear tires for the Integra, but he's got it back going again, and he's only about 3 car lengths behind Danny Stain. A little bit of a move protection from Jason Nazario, as Rich Estacio trying to get through in the Exige.
Yeah, indeed. There is he's got Estacio there, Anthony Garacci as well. Garacci, I think Garacci's in the 31 car that was right up there with him, was able to in the orange Exige, and Garacci was able to get around coming out of 10A. David Fiorelli on the hunt as well in that very distinctive Ford Mustang. I think we've talked about that before, where the rear wing doesn't extend across the entire length of the rear of that Mustang. It is only on the passenger side of the car.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice. I haven't actually seen them move it side to side. I wonder if they do that at certain events, but the wing size is fixed here in STU. It just got passed by John Weisberg in the BMW Z4 hard top. Both cars look very similar, the dark with the yellow graphics, both dark blue, but the Z4 takes the point over your STL leaders just behind. Danny Stain still leading Mike Taylor. I've been trying to get an eye on Touring 3. I know Scotty B. White is still leading it, but I'm trying to see if he might have pulled away just a little bit from Hammond.
And Tom,
no, he
my
did not.
eyes did not deceive me, and it was out of our shot the last time we looked, but I believe that Tony Ave was able to get around Johann Schwartz coming out of turn 5 in the run down to turn 6. And as they come under braking out into turn 10, the Porsche outbrakes the Civic and retakes the lead.
Schwartz really feeling the pressure, though, went very defensive down into 10A. This is a cool battle. It's a tube frame Honda K-Series engine, rear-wheel drive in that Civic, the blue car in second place, versus a production chassis, but a huge racing heritage in that Porsche 944 on the brakes just a little bit before the access road on driver's left, and Schwartz with a huge amount of professional racing experience. Tony Ave, one of the more decorated SCCA club racers. This is kind of two Goliaths battling each other, and Ave looks to be a little bit quicker, but hasn't been able to find a way by with the Porsche.
Now let's see, because again, getting a good run out of turn 5, that's where he had the advantage last time through, but this time the Porsche with about 2.5 car lengths, maybe a little bit too much for the Civic to overcome at that part of the track. We'll see if he is able to use the draft going down the back straight, as the two Krug-Speed exiges of Estacio and Garaci just not able to hold a candle to the two cars in front. The last lap by Estacio almost 2 seconds faster than his teammate Garaci, who is continuing to stretch things out now just a little bit over that EG Honda, I guess 4th-gen Honda Civic.
Yeah, it's a good eye. I misidentified those cars. It's Anthony Garaci who had made the move on Jason Nazario. This pack for the last and, I guess, 5th, 6th, 7th spots in STU is really interesting. We also saw the blue MX-5 Jorge Nazario is pulling out to get around Danny Stain. Those two cars in different classes. Stain really late on the brakes, though. He's going to chuck it around the outside and chop across the nose. Jorge Nazario is not going to have anything to say about that.
No, not at all.
He keeps the car between himself. Change for the lead, though, in the background. Just caught Nick Hammond up the inside of Scotty B. White down into turn 10A. The 370Z driver takes over the point, and this is an epic battle between these two, just in front of Nick Leveroni.
As they come down the front straight now into turn 1, and or Hammond now with about 2 car lengths on, maybe 3 car lengths on the Mustang. And Scotty had this car, this light blue Mustang, out at Buttonwillow for rounds 1 and 2 of the Super Tour. I believe took 1 win that weekend, if I remember correctly. And again, very strong running here. But the Nissan and the Nissan 370Zs, they've of late, I think, had a small weight break, as well as a slight increase in the section width of the tires that they're allowed to run, at least at the rear of the car, that have given them a little bit of an advantage for a number of years in Touring 3. That was considered to be a limitation, not only the 370Zs, but the earlier 350Z chassis as well.
You can see just how much softer the Mustang is in this first half of the lap, especially at turn 3. But Nick Hammond is really hustling the 370, trying to break away from Scotty B. White, headlights ablaze. Drafting not typically a big factor in Touring 3, but down this big straightaway, when you're that close quarters, White's going to look to the inside just for a sight line and maybe try to fill that space in Nick's head. But there's no space on the track for him from that far back. Big slide, hopping the curb at 10B. Up under the bridge, and they still have 5.5 minutes to go. I would suspect maybe 3 or 4 more laps, as these drivers are slowly but surely going to work their way into the top cars of STL.
STL, exactly, as Danny Stain has started to extend his advantage over Mike Taylor. That last time by, Taylor running about 0.6 of a second off of Stain's times. That being said, Mike Taylor just set his personal best of the race, but we see here is Stain right at the tail end of this STU fight, has opened up maybe 15 car lengths on Mike Taylor.
Right.
Here in Stain's first weekend back in his STL Mazda MX-5.
Stain running the 2-liter engine, STL, 2 liters or under. STU I thought we had a little bit of a battle there for fourth, is Jason Nazario had a good run, but then lost the head of steam coming out of turn 7. But STU, they can run up to 3.5 liters. So there's bigger engines in the cars in front of Danny Stain, which is what's limiting his progress. Scotty B. White also taking a little dip into the Georgia clay coming out of turn 7 is going to lose 2 or 3 more car lengths, as these drivers are essentially putting in qualifying effort level laps every single time, and if you make that little mistake, you lose 2 or 3 tenths on the predictive timer, and that's what it looks like in car lengths. Don Weisberg with a big defense down the hill from turn 11 into 12 on David Fiorelli, which gives Jorge Nazario a look up the inside of the blue MX-5.
Yeah, I was going to say there as Weisberg came down the hill, he didn't give many options to Fiorelli in that Mustang. He couldn't go to the inside to the outside. You know, and I bet what, Tom, going back to what you were talking about earlier with the front-wheel drive chassis like the Integra, it looked like, as I watched Mike Taylor's car, it has loosened up quite a bit in the last, I'd say, 2-3 laps. And I think along those lines, and maybe as Mike is really starting to push that car, he's really starting to overrun the front tires, because although it's oversteering quite a bit, it looks, at least on corner entries, getting quite a bit of push as well.
Yeah, that'll happen with about 3 seconds between the two of them. I agree. Last time across, it was about 1 second faster for Danny Stain than Mike Taylor. And it's interesting when you drive those cars here, you set them up to be fast in basically turn 7, and then you add as much wing as possible that you can still go flat without completely crashing at turn 12 or downhill through the S's. So Mike Taylor knows that well, but he now has the Touring 3 leaders to deal with. And here comes Nick Hammond through up his driver's right. I don't know if Mike actually knew it was there until he was visible ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he started to make it over. Oh, and taking a shortcut through 10A and 10B. Is that the Mustang? Or no, that's the Nazario car.
No, it was Weisberg in the gravel.
Oh, it was too many blue cars with yellow.
Oh, and that's right in front of Danny Stain's STL leader. He has to go 2 in the dirt across the start-finish line to get around the outside of David Fiorelli. I missed how those two cars, or sorry, that's Weisberg again. I just did it, Greg. I missed how that ignited. But it's given Jorge Nazario in the MX-5 2 free positions, essentially, that lap. Don't forget, at the front of the field, the battle is not over. In STU, it was only 1/10 at the line, advantage Johan Schwartz, but Tony Ave is glued to the back of that car. Big jump for Scotty B. White over the inside curve at 3.
That big concrete pad right at the apex of 3 just sends cars flying through the air.
Oh, Greg, I don't see Johan Schwartz.
Porsche? No, I do not either.
There it is.
And there he is. So Johan Schwartz now has given up, and didn't see what led up to it, but has given up about 60 car lengths to Tony Ave ahead for the lead in STU. And he's now going to have to, with very little time left, only about a minute and a half, so likely one more lap around the sun here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and he's got a ton of cars that he's got to fight through on this last lap.
Yeah, they were 4 wide coming into the braking zone. Johan Schwartz has to be so careful, and that's a battle for position with Richard Estacio in the yellow Exige. Picks up the spot from Johan Schwartz, who clearly has an ailing Porsche. Oh, and it's well off pace down the front straightaway as well.
Is.
So this shuffle is going to move Tony Ave into the lead overall and in STU. Richard Estacio in second, and now Anthony Girazzi in third, both Lotus Exiges.
Yeah, and I believe, although it's again off the podium, Tom, it looks like Jason Nazario just got around Johan Schwartz as well, just past the start-finish line in that Honda Civic hatchback.
Brutal heartbreak at the end of that race for who controlled the race the entire time. Here's Stain is still not clear of the problems. The problems being traffic. That time it was Johan Schwartz that was in the way, but Mike Taylor's actually been able to get back to the back bumper with Danny Stain dealing with all of that chaos, both class battling in STU and now getting through some slow cars.
All right, and with 18 seconds remaining on the clock, and time not really the issue at the moment. It's going to be where our leader Tony Ave is on track, but this should be the very last lap for Stain and for Mike Taylor. as Tony Ave now coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge onto the front straight. Checkered flag in the air. He'll take the win in STU. Let's see if we can find that fight in STL between Stain and Mike Taylor.
Here they come into the braking zone, the blue and orange. Mike Taylor comes from a mile back. He throws it down the inside and clunks it off Danny Stain. That was way too optimistic. Stain takes a big shot, but is going to be able to continue up the hill. They have a huge gap to the next car. Stain is going to hold on to the win, but that was well more stressful than he wanted it to be for those last 3 laps.
Indeed. And so Mike Taylor, it looks like he may finish this race in the gravel over there, driver's left. We'll see where Nick Leveroni is on track, but he will likely, and Leveroni now coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, passes Mike Taylor to take the second place. Danny Stain obviously injured as well, as he does not take the cool-down lap. And looks like all of our STL front runners having issues as John Sewell takes to the grass and gravel coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge to hold off Chuck Hines for 4th position. Ooh, hectic. Let's take a look here now. So in STU, Tony Ave taking the win. Then it is the 2 Exigues of Estacio and Garachi. They're going to round out your podium in STU with Jorge Nazario coming home in 4th in the 165 Mazda Miata. So then the question is, what became of Jason Nazario's Honda Civic as he finishes behind David Fiorelli and John Weisberg? So the Civic with some issues on that last lap as well. If we move over to Touring 3, Nick Hammond holds off Scotty B. White for the win. Simon Foulweather will finish in 3rd. Richard Baldwin just off the podium and Devin Anderson. And then finally in Touring 4, Kevin Fryer takes the win. And it may have been traffic, Tom. Kevin Fryer, after battling with Rose for the good first half of the race, margin of victory there, almost 6 seconds, with Angelica Spray finishing in 3rd. I don't know what to call that lap, Tom.
I love the excitement. I think actually Nick Hammond might have run out of gas after taking the victory. He's rolling just by gravity down the S's.
Yeah.
But he was creeping at the top of turn 3.
You might want to shut that car down or you might not make weight.
Yeah, I mean, there's that for sure. I've run out on the cooldown lap before, and it's usually means you were stressed about if you were going to finish the race with fuel for the last bit of it.
That's right. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for STL, STU, T3, and T4. Next up, E production, F production, H production, as well as B-Spec. Tom, I've just got my fingers crossed here because they have, between the lightning delays yesterday, between the fog delays today, of course the sun is out now, but so hopefully a trouble-free race. Now that I've just jinxed it, for race group number 5, they are up next. Group 5, Group 6, Group 7, and Group 8 will have their sprint races today, all 25 minutes or 15 laps, so a little bit shorter races this afternoon. They will get the long races tomorrow. But first, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. You know, I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and you know, just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, you know, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. You know, if you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. You know, my husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, it's small bore production. It's our production classes: E production, F production, H production, and then our good friends in B-Spec. Let's take a look at the starting order. On pole today in E, and by the way, we're going to have our production classes and then the B-Spec class a little bit further back. On pole today, driving the number 150 E production, Caterham 7, it's Peter Norton. Tony Ave, who just took that win in STU, is going to start on the outside of the front row. Well, we expect him to be on the outside in his Mazda MX-5. That is the number 28E production car, and I believe that's the... I am looking to see if that is I'll check to see who that car belonged to previously. Ken Kennard starting the inside of row number 2 in the number 51 Acura Integra, with Cliff Ira in his Honda Civic Del Sol starting 4th. Then we got Stephen Powers in a Mazda Miata, that's the number 145 F production car, alongside Robert Garrison, also in a Mazda Miata, also in F production. Then we've got our H production pole sitter, 11-time national champion Steve Sargis in a Triumph Spitfire, that's the number 18 machine, starting 7th. Starting 8th, Matt Brannon in the Midwest Bayless Fiat X19. He'll start 8th, with Don Tucker in his E-Production BMW Z3 starting 9th, alongside Thomas Burt in the number 0 Mazda RX-8. Braden Connolly in another one of the Fiat X19s will start 12th, with Frank Schwartz in his H-Production Mini Cooper starting in 12th. And then starting lucky 13th, Brayton Williams, also in an H-Production Mini Cooper, starting alongside Rob Horrell in the number 91 H-Production Honda CRX. Moving over to B-Spec, your pole sitter today, and he is a 4-time national champion, but never in a 10-top, Frank Futrell, driving the number 34 B-Spec Mazda 2. Chris Taylor will start alongside him in the number 62 B-Spec Mazda 2. Rice Robinson, also in a Mazda 2, will start 3rd. That's the number 50 machine, with Josh Schmidt, our pole sitter at the runoffs this year in class, in the number 119 Chevy Sonic. Then we've got Stephanie Anderson in her Mazda 2. She's going to start 5th in the 138 car. Gail Corley in a Mazda 2. You sense a theme here, Tom? Driving the number 59 machine. He starts in 6th. Starting 7th is Stuart Black in a Chevy Sonic. That's the number 40 car, with John Robinson in a Mazda 2. He'll start 8th. Tom Pendergrass in a Mini Cooper will start 9th, alongside defending national champion Honda Fit driver Eric Yeagle. Kent Carter will start in 11th position, with Richard Osborne starting in 12th as our first group. Now rounds turn 12, with Peter Norton on the front row, alongside Tony Ave in the Mazda Miata as they come down into turn 1. Absolutely crucial that Caterham 7 keeps up the speed. He is going to lead Tony Ave into turn number 1 with the orange Acura Integra. Ken Kennard about 5 car lengths back, with Cliff Ira and Stephen Powers very close behind, as our second field, our very large B-Spec field, now makes their way out of turn 12. Starter looks over the field, and the number 34 machine of Franklin Futrell takes the lead over Rice Robinson, as Chris Taylor drops back into 3rd position now, and challenging Chris Taylor is Stephanie Anderson in the number 138 Mazda 2, as they round the hill, or round turn 1, head up the hill towards turn 3.
It was a tough start for that outside lane in B-Spec, but in the E-Production battle, I really thought Tony Ave might have a run at it around the outside of turn 1. Peter Norton did an excellent job to protect, as B-Spec now strings out down the S's cold rear tires on these barely modified subcompacts, most of them Mazda 2s. In fact, the top 4 breaking away are the Mazda 2s before we get to Josh Schmidt's Chevy Sonic, and it's Frank Futrell who's picked up about 2 or 3 car lengths over Rice Robinson in the pink, and then Chris Taylor in the white with blue, that IMSA throwback livery. Looking to the outside, hikes the inside tire around the outside of turn 6, and Eric Yeagle has already picked up 3 or 4 positions in the red Honda Fit. He's up to 8th.
All right, as the field now makes their way out onto the back straight, Franklin Futrell with a nice sized lead over Rice Robinson in that pink number 50 machine. Tom, I think about how qualifying started for this group earlier today with Rice Robinson going off in turn 5 and almost smacking the wall. But to see him up towards the front of the field leading and pulling Chris Taylor down the front straight, again, a little bit of a surprise to me. Stephanie Anderson a little bit further back along with Josh Schmidt. Now, I would not be surprised to see Josh Schmidt, even as he's a little bit further back right now in that Chevy Sonic, Tom. He does wonders even without the benefit of a draft. He set pole in B-Spec this past year at Road America without any draft help whatsoever. He was the only, I think, driver of the class who didn't have help during qualifying, and so he could definitely, I think, run some of these drivers down as we're still very, very tight up towards the front of the field. Now, I'm trying to take a look in e-production. Again, the car that Tony Ave is racing, and I'm trying to track down who drove that car, and I think that might be the car that Chris Haldeman picked up recently.
I thought so as well, and I'm pretty sure it was Matt Reynolds' old car.
Yes,
it
that's exactly
looks familiar. It's got new numbers on it, so I think it's throwing us off just a little bit. And Tony Ave keeping in touch with Peter Norton. You think that that Lotus 7 is probably the lightest car and the best handling, but it's really stout in a straight line. Tom Burt having a look at Steve Sargis in the background. No, excuse me, that was another one of the F production cars he was having a look at. Then Sargis comes through with the second place driver in H production, Matt Brannon, keeping him honest down the hill for this third time.
Yeah, and indeed, yeah, I think that's exactly the car I was thinking about. I think it was at number 74 when Matt Reynolds raced it last, won a national championship in 2017, and I'm fairly certain that that Haldeman raced that car at Buttonwillow a couple weeks ago when you and Brian Polanski had the call.
He was scheduled to and ended up not competing. I'm not exactly sure what the storyline was there. And then in F production here, Ken Kennard coming at us in the bright orange Integra. We haven't touched on them much yet, but he's got a great battle going with Cliff Ira in the Civic Del Sol. Now, Ira tends to be very consistent and build throughout a race. Kennard leapt away, but if you already have this much of Cliff Ira in your mirrors, you're probably in trouble because he's got good pace in that Del Sol, especially quick in the straights as well with the slick top.
Yeah, and we've seen where the that Del Sol actually is at times has been an absolute rocket ship in a straight line, one of the fastest. Oh, and having a lot of that was the I think the Mazda RX-8 of Tom Burt having some trouble there coming out of turn 7. Too bad that one we didn't have on replay.
Yeah, holy cow, that was a close call as the back end of that car just kept going. And what's interesting about these production cars is you're allowed to do so much to them underneath that you can end up in no man's land with your setup. I've driven a e-production, specifically an e-production RX-8 that had some very strange behaviors, and the stock cars wouldn't do that because you're not allowed to change nearly as much. But Tom Burt did a good job to hold on to it there.
Yeah, gathered that tank slapper back up with Steve Sargis, our leader in H production. I think just far enough behind that it gave him a lot of time to make a decision on which way he should or should not go. And as he may have had to check up, Tom, we then had our second place runner in class, that's Matt Brandon in the blue number 22 Fiat X19, close up a little bit of ground that last time by. But for the most part, Sargis has been, well, frankly, in another time zone.
Be interesting to see if Sargis has to deal with any issues with Tom Burt navigating these S's, especially. He's got a good run through here now. Good meaning clear. He didn't get held up at all. And now the higher power of the E-production car should separate them just a little bit. However, that H-production car, the Spitfire, pretty quick down the run between turn 5 and 6, and now is getting a little bit impeded at turn 7. This could introduce Matt Brandon with an opportunity to start to close back up just a little bit.
Yeah, and so Sargis, who is our defending H production national champion, Tom, just looking to see qualifying times, if I can pull them up where they stood. But there wasn't a huge delta between that Mazda RX-8 and the Spitfire.
No, only like
Sargis.
2/10 or so. We have a new leader in F production. Cliff Ira just got through in the braking zone of turn 10A on Ken Kennard. They come down the front straightaway now, nose to tail. They had a third car in there, one of the B-Spec cars to navigate, one of the back markers there in the Chevy Sonic.
Yeah,
they got through okay.
Second Chevy, that was the second Chevy Sonic. I believe Todd Blevins in the number 95 machine, as they were able to work past him. Little problem. Good to see Blevins out. Tom saw we had the huge rain yesterday afternoon, and there was a shot of Blevins' Sonic in the paddock under about 1.5 feet of water.
Oh.
And yeah, luckily the B-Spec cars don't run all that low to the ground.
Right.
As we've got another, and actually that may be is that the Blevins car, actually one of our Mini Coopers possibly? Yeah, that's Blevins. Okay, letting a couple other cars go down through the S's as another one of our X19s. I think that's the 12 of Braden Connolly coming up on him now through turn 5.
Yeah, but the blue car, the blue MX-5, I should say, Robert Garrison having some issues. It looks like that car is just dropping off pace with mechanical problems starting in the S's, and that put Tom Burt and Steve Sargis stacked up behind them once again. So Sargis is having an issue getting some clear track right now, but luckily he's got enough of a buffer back to Matt Brannon that it's not affecting his race too badly, I should say. Frank Futrell continues to lead B-Spec. Behind these drivers is now a little bit of smoke starting to pop up from that F production Miata.
As he has brought that car over to the side, we'll see if he continues on here as we have 10 laps to go. Again, these are now 25-minute or 15-lap races, whichever come first. A little bit shorter this afternoon. This race group and all following race groups, they will have their feature races tomorrow. As we watch this battle for the lead in B-Spec, actually this is the battle for second in B-Spec, as Franklin Futrell has now opened up almost 2.5 seconds on Chris Taylor. Again, Futrell, who is our defending FE2 national champion, not running in FE2 this weekend, and instead renting one of the Chris Taylor Racing Services Mazda 2s, and has just been the standout here in class since really the drop of the green flag in qualifying yesterday morning.
Comes a bit of a move for Rice Robinson and Stephanie Anderson, pushing Robinson down the inside of turn 10A, around the outside of Chris Taylor. Taylor drops back in. Probably, I don't know how many of these cars he owns or runs, but probably a bit of self-preservation. It does a nice job to get some over-under, and now gets the inside under the bridge at turn 11. Will pick up third, but that's one position gain for Rice Robinson as the E-production leaders come through as well. Peter Norton has cleared them, and now Tony Ave does.
And Futrell just resetting fast lap and lapping almost 0.4 of a second faster than Rice Robinson and that second group of Robinson, Anderson, and Taylor, as Futrell's now opened up a little bit over 4 seconds on the rest of the pack. That said, as we were watching Peter Norton in that beautiful number 150, the little yellow Caterham 7 that he's been racing for so many years, about 2 seconds now over Tony Ave in the silver MX-5 as Ave goes to clear Franklin Futrell coming into turn 6.
And that turn 6 is turn 6, excuse me, is under local yellow for Don Tucker, and the number 9, that BMW Z3 with a mechanical issue, which should be okay. We've had some issues with drivers hopping out of the car under green flag conditions, which is why we've seen some of the full course yellows. As long as Don stays in the car, we should be okay there. This battle for B-Spec getting interrupted a little bit by Brayton Williams. The red Mini Cooper in the frame there is actually an H production car, but it's shaped like a B-Spec car, so it's going to drive like a B-Spec car. It's helping those B-Spec drivers get a good run down the back straightaway. All 3 of them clear, and Rice Robinson gets a little bit off kilter, is going to get a bad run out of 10A. Chris Taylor puts the foot down and just motors him around the outside of 11. Gail Corley's going to think B-Spec is the greatest thing ever if he's got no competition here. Here's for F Production down the inside. Ken Kennard in the orange Integra on Cliff Ira. Ira holds it on the brakes around the outside. They split Eric Yeagle down that front straightaway, but this battle in F Production is not going anywhere.
No, where it's going is right into the midst of all of these B-Spec drivers that are fighting down through the S's. We'll see. This is going to be a great opportunity. Well, I would say if Cliff Ira could maybe put a B-Spec between he and Kennard going into turn 5, they both clear that train of four machines before they get to turn 5 now and make the run over to turn 6, but where they have more traffic ahead of them. Here as they're going to come up on that is coming up on Josh Schmidt and Stuart Black in the 2 Chevy Sonics.
Always tough to catch slower cars coming into turn 7 because the rolling speed of a B-Spec car is essentially the same through the apex as any other car. They're on pretty good tires, and you just keep that momentum up, but you know you're going to get hindered as soon as you get to the acceleration zone. They both played it pretty well. I don't think either of them got an advantage or a disadvantage, did Ira or Kennard, but Kennard is a couple car lengths back now after that exchange.
Sorry, and so Elijah Dobkins in the chat pointing out to us, and this is something we do, that there are 2 Tom Burts racing this weekend, Tom. And I know at Buttonwillow you saw Tom Burt the first racing in FE2 as well as Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is Tom Burt the second who is racing in that Mazda RX-8, and I think if I remember correctly, we saw him in Spec Miata a little bit earlier today as well. And Elijah, so we've been referring to him as Tin Top Tom Burt.
I like that.
That's how we separate he and the open wheel driver, Tom Burt, as he now comes down out of turn 12 and across the start-finish line to start lap number 8.
You come to expect it if you're Jim Smith, right? But Tom Burt, really? 2 of us?
Yeah.
Let's give the Spider-Man meme. We have a new leader in F Production.
Yes,
Ken Kennard went through on Cliff Ira that time through. We missed it down the front straightaway, but it's a pretty big gap between the 2, 5 car lengths almost.
All right, Tom, let's do this. We're a little bit past halfway, actually quite a bit past halfway. We've got 10 minutes or 7 laps remaining, whichever comes first. We need to take a quick break, and so when we come back, we'll take everybody to the checkered flag here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. Welcome back to Michelin Raceway. I'm Greg. He's Tom. These are, well, B-Spec, E Production, F Production, and H Production, where Our overall leader is Peter Norton, now with almost 8 seconds on Tone Ave, the Caterham 7 and the Mazda MX-5. In F production, as we continue to watch this battle between Ken Kennard and Cliff Ira. Kennard just ran as fast. Oh, the big brake lock up there from Rice. But Kennard continues to lead Cliff Ira now and has opened up about 6 car lengths. And then over in B-Spec, Franklin Futrell, you don't even see Franklin in this shot because we're looking at second back to like huge brake lockup. Stephanie Anderson, Josh Schmidt, Stuart Black are in that group. And then finally in H production, Steve Sargis is now, I think, over 40 seconds up on Braden Connolly, Frank Schwartz, and Brayton Williams.
This B-Spec podium battle is getting very interesting. That orange car in the S's is your leader, pretty well checked out, but Chris Taylor, the white Mazda 2, also starting to break away just a little bit from that third place battle. Tom Burt in the E-Production RX-8 had a mechanical issue coming out of turn 11 and pulled off into the clubside paddock. Unfortunately, we'll end that race a little bit prematurely, but I was mentioning in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt and Stuart Black in the Chevy Sonics have both been pulling closer and closer to that third place battle. They're finally there. Josh Schmidt actually rolled up the inside of Stephanie Anderson coming through turn 1 that time and now sets his sights on the back of Rice Robinson.
As there is Steve Sargis, our H production leader, with about 30 seconds on Braden Connolly now, trying to work his way through these B-Spec cars. And, you know, we've seen quite often, Tom, where the straight line pace of the B-Spec cars seems to be very similar to the majority of the H production field. That is not the case with Steve Sargis, as he walks the front of that B-Spec field fairly easily down the front straight, getting past all but Chris Taylor in that group as he now works his way up and tries to clear the leader, Franklin Futrell. Actually just gets around Chris Taylor now coming onto the front straight. As we watch the rest of that B-Spec field, though, come down the straight, do we see back behind Stephanie Anderson has to cheat a little bit to the inside there on Rice Robinson, who now finds himself back in 5th position in that pink number 50 machine. By the way, I wanted to mention here, Tom, at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, of course, you know, SCCA being a club, and we cannot put on any of these events without the huge contributions of all of the volunteers, all SCCA members, and the worker lunch today for all of the volunteers. We did this. They did this last year at Road Atlanta. Are sponsored by the drivers, and when the workers go to pick up their lunches, there is a tag from which racer sponsored your particular lunch. Mine in particular was sponsored by Kent Carter out of Houston, Texas, driving the 191 Mazda 2. So I want to thank Kent for feeding me well, and it's your fault that I need a diet. Thank you.
Thanks, Kent. Where was my lunch, though?
So Brendan, and actually a great story, and maybe we'll talk about it during the big bore race at the end of the day. Bob Monette, who had to withdraw his, I think, GT1 car this weekend. If you were going to get a turkey sandwich today, didn't matter who it was, he sponsored all the turkey sandwiches, and he had to withdraw. He's not even racing here this weekend. So I want to thank Bob Monette. Thank you so much.
During that half a lap or so, this battle for second place in B-Spec has kind of appeared out of nowhere. Chris Taylor may be running out of steam just slightly, or I can't tell if it's that or if it's that the B-Spec Sonic of Josh Schmidt is just on a tear right now. Late stages of this race is just run down Chris Taylor, and he's going to dive to the inside at turn 1. The Chevy Sonic picks up maybe another position. Side by side, Chris Taylor doesn't lay over that easily, but Schmidt closes the door at the exit and picks up second.
And, you know, and Tom, that was just as Trenton Kramer was in the chat saying, Josh Schmidt slowing, question. So
yeah, there's the other silver Chevy Sonic looks very similar.
Very similar. And
Josh Schmidt is not slowing at all.
No, not at all. And a matter of fact, that other Chevy Sonic, again driven by Todd Blevins, has the big babyface fabrication. That's Josh Schmidt's company on the quarter panels. So they look incredibly similar. No. So that Josh Schmidt now moving into second position as our E-Production leader, Peter Norton, once again making his way through the front of the B-Spec field, I believe, to put them now 2 laps down, again, from that overall lead. Not that that should be a big surprise, and Norton moving all the way over driver's right to give those racers, if they want to pop out for a draft, as much room as possible.
Norton's pace has been pretty impressive. Tony Ave has slipped back to about 11 seconds. He's the MX-5 just coming over the crest here, so he has yet to navigate all of that B-Spec traffic. The red Honda Fit just up the road slightly is your defending B-Spec national champion, Eric Yeagle, who put on a great performance last year. That race and all races are archived on the SCCA channel here if you want to go back and watch some archived runoffs races after the racing is done today. But looks like that Honda Fit just maybe not the strongest weapon of choice for Road Atlanta. Typically, you would see any track that has a slow corner like turn 7, the Fits tend to struggle, and I'm not sure there's anywhere on this track to make up for it anywhere else. The 2 and the Sonic looking very strong, though, as Josh Schmidt is pulled away from Chris Taylor.
All right, and Tom, we are working final lap here as Peter Norton took the white flag as he crossed the start-finish line, so a little bit less than a lap remaining for our Caterham 7 driver as he is coming up on some slower traffic. Actually, I think that is the Mazda Miata that we saw pull into the pit lane a little bit earlier just rejoined. Also should note that Don Tucker, who we saw over on the side of the track over by turn 6, rejoined the field, and that BMW Z3, albeit 2 laps down currently to Peter Norton, is back racing once again.
Tony Ave being very gentlemanly not to interrupt this B-Spec train of cars. This is basically 2nd through 6th. Well, it is 2nd through 6th. And now we'll motor them pretty easily up the right side of the track. This is white flag lap, so last drafting opportunity to be a hero down into the final braking zone, or essentially the final passing opportunity of this race.
All right, and now trying to catch a little bit of a draft for the moment there. It looked like off of one of our production cars was Chris Taylor. He moved over to the side, actually, I think to try to see if Tony Ave could pull him along the back straight, and Ave was, I think, gone before Chris Taylor even pulled out as they make their way through turn A and 10B. 3 wide, Tom, through 10A and 10B, mid-pack in B-Spec. I think that was that Gail Corley, John Robinson, and Kent Carter, possibly?
It was.
Checkered flag is in the air, and taking the win in E-Production will be Peter Norton, with Tony Ave finishing 2nd. Don Tucker will finish 3 laps down in 3rd. In B-Spec, Franklin Futrell goes green. The checker takes the win, with Josh Schmidt holding off Chris Taylor. Stephanie Anderson will finish just off the podium in 4th. In F-Production, Ken Kennard. And there is, by the way, there is Tom Burt and his Mazda RX-8, now on driver's left coming out of turn 5. But taking the win in F-Production is going to be Ken Kennard, with Cliff Ira finishing 2nd. Stephen Powers in his Mazda Miata will finish in 3rd. And then finally in H Production, taking the win, Steve Sargis, with Braden Connolly and Frank Schwartz rounding out the podium. And actually, there you go. There's Steve Sargis right now coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. He's going to take the checkered flag. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for E-Production, F-Production, and H-Production. Next up, here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it's SMX Spec MX-5. They're going to have their 25-minute sprint race here in just a few moments. Please stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we're going to have a special guest here with us in just a few moments. But first, let's run down the starting order for our next race. It is Spec MX5, and we had 21 drivers set qualifying times. Let's find out who they are. Starting on pole today, driving the number 86 machine, it's Jarrett Jones. Starting alongside him, it was our pole sitter from Spec Miata. Starts on the outside of the front row here today in Spec MX5. It's Skylar Cottrell driving the number 9 machine. Camden Gruber finished second at the runoffs this past year in the number 24 Planet Miata machine. He's going to start third, with Lincoln Larson starting fourth in the number 16 car. Wes Duchek will start fifth today. He's in the number 40 Mazda MX-5, and starting alongside him in the number 29 machine, it's the 2012 Mazda Miata Spec Miata National Champion Elvin Goulart. Mitchell Lowry will start seventh today. He's in the number 21 car alongside Michelle Squarick. She's driving the number 75. Nate Cicero drives the 83 NC Mazda Miata. He'll start 9th, with Aiden Coleman starting 10th, driving the number 60 car. Gavin Vaughn starts 11th, the inside of row number 6 in the number 48 car, alongside the 26 of Michael Tinnis. Emmy Kissick will start lucky 13th today. She is in, appropriately enough, the 13 car, and she will start right alongside the number 7 machine of Jason Fichter. Deacon Greenfield making his SMX debut on the Super Tour, driving the number 32 RP Performance machine. He'll start 15th, with Gavin Wardle starting 16th in the 169 car. Christopher Jerem will start 17th today in the number 10 will start 17th in the number 10 machine, with Matteo Azzari starting 18th. He drives the 110 car. Aiden Shimbashi will start 19th today. He's driving the 72 car, with Julian Fichter in the number 12, starting on the outside of row number 10. And then rounding out the field today, driving the number 57 car, someone our guest knows very well from the pro ranks, Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler was not out for the second qualifying session. Actually, I don't think he's put in a qualifying time this weekend. We'll see if he makes the grid as the lights are out on the safety car, Tom. And we've got these identically prepared SMX race cars, the third generation NC Mazda MX-5s, coming out of turn 10A, up the hill and underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. Pace car on the pit lane, turning the field over to Jarrett Jones and Skylar Cottrell. Cottrell in the pink car to the outside, Jones in the black and burgundy machine. Green flag in the air. And as they cross the line, Jones with about a half a car length on Cottrell, and Camden Gruber trying to push Cottrell a little bit further up the line, and is side by side now with Cottrell as they come through turn 2 and into turn 3.
The nice smooth roll up to speed for the pole sitter Jarrett Jones, and he breaks away. Camden Gruber nearly had a run up the inside of turn 3. Couple cars making contact in the background, including the number 10 of Christopher Gierem, and one other car will get the number on, but I thought Gruber might be able to get through. It didn't quite pay off, so it's still Jones, Cottrell, Gruber, Larson, Duchek, I think, in that order, as most of the field now streams through turn 5, single file.
All right, and Tom, as they make the run down here into turn number 6, I want to bring in our guest, because he's got a lot of experience in this class, one of the initial racers as the SMX class, or then known as Spec MX-5 Challenge, came to the SCCA and has since graduated to the pro ranks. It is Nathan Nicholson, driver of the number 56 Mazda Miata in the Whelen MX-5 Cup class, as well as newly this as of last weekend running the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Welcome, Nathan.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's always a blast in the booth here, and great to watch some Spec MX-5 racing. And so
you came through this class. I mean, this is how we first got to, actually I got to know you from some iRacing beforehand, but as you went through SCCA racing and have worked that Mazda ladder, we have so many racers here this weekend that have not raced in Spec MX-5 before. What would you tell a brand new racer to the class that they have to do the first time they get behind the wheel of one of these cars?
Yeah, I mean, these cars are a ton of fun. It's new this year with the Hoosier tire. I think it brings a lot of more realistic handling characteristics to this platform and helps prepare drivers for a bigger car with a better tire. The Toyota beforehand was much more like a tuner tread wear, loose. You had to flick it around, but it's interesting for the guys that have been in the series to try to get a hold of this tire, and kind of brings an advantage to the guys that haven't driven the car much. They don't have any expectations coming in, so they're just going at it.
And so maybe for other drivers that have been coming up through club racing that maybe have been on like our compound tires, like a Hoosier or like a Goodyear, this is maybe more long. Similar to what they're used to driving. All right, so as we come out of turn 7 onto the back straight, it is currently your leader, or your pole sitter, pardon me, Jarrett Jones with Skylar Cottrell. Very close. Actually, this is now, I take that back, it is Camden Gruber who's moved up now into second position. And Camden is, I think he's got something to prove this year as he finished second on track at the runoffs. I think there was, for a few moments, the thought that he might be your, didn't turn out that way for him, but really tight, close running there, coming through 10A and 10B.
Yeah, door to door with Lincoln Larson, and then it was a little bit of a slip for Skylar Cottrell, who went a little bit wide at turn 5. That's how he shuffled back all the way to 5th. So a big challenge now for the pink car sitting just behind Weston Ducek. It's Jones, Gruber, Larson, Ducek, Cottrell at the top 5.
All right, so Nathan, talked about how you got started in SMX, and you almost came away with that Spec MX-5 challenge. I guess now we're running on 3 years, is it?
Yeah, I think so. I think 3 years ago.
Yeah, and you made the move then to the pro ranks, to the MX-5 Cup. What's been the big difference for you from moving as you've moved up the Mazda ladders? We've got a driver who's maybe taking a ladder on the expressway there, going off at the exit at turn 5. We'll try and get the number on that car in a moment. But moving from something like Spec MX-5 Challenger SMX into the pro ranks, as you follow that Mazda ladder, how's it different from coming to an SCCA weekend?
No, for sure. So in SMX, the competition is great, and it's cool to see some of these guys like Nate and Tyler and Elevon come and scrap it up with these guys, gets them some experience as well, racing against that pro caliber of drivers. So going between the two classes, in SMX you can have a little bit of an off weekend or an off session. At the pro level, everything compounds, right? If you miss a practice or you don't perform as well in a practice, don't give good feedback, that pays down the road, right? You're not as prepared for the race, the setup isn't as dialed in, and there's not as much setup stuff you can do on SMX as well, which is good. These guys are in very, very similar equipment, and the talent really gets to show.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack now. Move for a position here. Tom, it looks like, I think mid-pack where we just had, I think that, as we were talking, Tyler Gonzalez making a move on Nate Cicero to move up into 8th position. I think Cicero probably the odd man out as he's lost a couple of positions now, moves back into 9th position as Mitch Lowry, Michelle Squarick also moving up one spot that last time by. And so I know you're here this weekend coaching up some folks so that they can learn the craft here in SMX. But why don't you tell us a little bit? So this is now your 3rd season in MX-5 Cup, and you finished, I think, 3rd in the championship last year. The one thing I learned during the St. Pete race this past weekend is that they named your pass going into turn 1 at St. Pete last year as the move of the race, or I think you made up move of the year. You made up, I think, 4 positions or 5 positions on one pass. But, what are your plans for this year? Obviously, as you want to move up from 3rd to take the championship this year.
Yeah, obviously the goal is to go for another full season effort in MX-5 Cup and start to expand into some other things. So I'm running a few truck races with Freedom Racing Enterprises in Wheeling. Wheeling's been a great partner with Mazda and myself, so it's an absolute pleasure to have them on board as well for that. It looks like we're also full course
Going to
yellow
a full
now.
course caution, Tom.
Yeah, there's a car stranded on the exit of turn 5, and unfortunately the driver hopped out right away into a hot track, which we've had issues with this weekend. So that's why the caution came out so abruptly. Clearly that car wasn't able to go, but the driver making the choice to get out for whatever reason. We also saw that one car at turn 5 dive off the lap prior. Unfortunately, that was the number 29 of Elevon Goulart. So that car, I got to say, Elevon did a masterclass in disappearing. When you have a mechanical issue, only a driver is experienced like that. That's the expectation level all drivers should meet, but he did it without getting anybody in anybody's way and then disappeared without needing a rescue. I mean, that's how you do it.
All right, and so we see now we've got the emergency services teams responding and talking about vigorously waved yellow flags. That I think our corner worker there might take off. Speaking of whale, what's the name of the whaling team? The WAT. There's
Wheeling Aerospace.
Aerospace. So there you go. This corner worker I think is about ready to
Big
leave
fan with
orbit.
the yellow too, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, so we do have, and this is, and I know there were some comments in the chat asking about the reason for some of the full course cautions that we had. I think Tom mentioned it last race, is that we have had a couple of drivers get out of the car, try to jump across the wall without the instruction from the corner workers, and in doing so, that has triggered almost an immediate full course caution here at the racetrack. So I want to remind the drivers not to do that unless you are asked to by the corner workers. Safest place for you is strapped into your car with the cage there supporting you and keeping you safe. So there we go. So while we're at full course caution here, and we've got about we've got 10 minutes have elapsed, and about a third of the way through this race. Nathan, if you don't mind, we're going to take a quick break.
Of course.
And thanks to our partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to Checkered Flag. We'll talk a little bit more to Nathan Nicholson as well here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Tom. I'm not Tom. I'm Greg. He's Tom O'Gorman, and I've got I was going to call him either Larry or Brian. Nathan Nicholson here in the booth with me, and joining us here for this SMX race, where Jarrett Jones is your leader. He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. Camden Gruber running second. Lincoln Larson third. Wes Duchek, Skylar Cottrell rounding out the top five, as we are now right at about the halfway mark in this race. We are under full course caution, and it appears we are taking a look that it was Aiden Shimbashi in the number 72 machine. So Tom, by the way, maybe the 72 number isn't the best racing number. I don't know. But Aiden Shimbashi, the driver, off over at turn 5. They're looking to get him moved, and don't think they've finished that up yet. We still got the lights on the safety car. We'll haven't gotten word as to whether or not it's going to be removed or turned out, as our director Jordan wants to scare us deeply by throwing up the weather map here after the lightning and the hail like 5 minutes from the track yesterday. And yeah, hopefully that doesn't hit us for the rest of the day, as the sun is really finally started to come out here, and it's turning out to be a pretty nice afternoon.
I have a question for Nathan, but I'm curious if the lights go out, because it's going to be longer than if we go to green this time through. The pace car moving quite slowly.
Lights are still on.
Lights are still on. All right, that happened in this lap. So Nathan, talk a little bit about, I'm curious, and I think especially the YouTube audience, we have a lot of drivers and other competitors from other parts of the world. Talk about the difference when you move from a club racing style Spec MX-5, for example, to the NASCAR truck. How does it apply, first of all? What parts of it felt at home, and then what's different that a driver might have to prepare for when they get in the car?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of procedural differences. Different sanctioning body. Those cars run completely differently. You're trying to keep the volts up. There's a lot of stuff that you have to keep your eyes on as a driver. Where you hop in a Spec MX-5, it pretty much just starts and goes. It's a street car. But yeah, once you get on track, the stock car it's just another race car, at least on a road course. No ABS, no traction control, so similar to some of the other cars here. It's pace is pace. You find it the same way. You try to get out of the corners the best you can. Obviously, it's a little different with 1,200 more pounds and 650 horsepower of freedom behind you, but no, it's a blast. It really is. And some of the best racers come here and run Spec Miata and MX-5 Cup and Spec MX-5, and that part of the competition is always the same on trying to find an advantage and getting around these guys and racecraft. That part all translates. So it definitely was a fun experience, and took a lot of things from Spec MX-5 and MX-5 Cup to go do that.
Yeah, and when we ran into each other the other night, I think you also mentioned that with the trucks, it's a little more elemental, obviously, and you seem to get into a rhythm with the truck maybe a little bit more easily than in maybe compared to an MX-5 on the old tires that they used to run. Yeah, for sure. I mean, in the MX-5 Cup, we have power brakes and power steering, so getting that feedback, especially on such a small tire, is difficult, and it definitely, you have to be ahead of the car all the time. Compared to the truck, bigger, softer tire, very malleable sidewall. It gave you a lot of feedback. So, even though you have to squeeze the throttle for a long time and be careful on the brakes, all the feedback that it gave you was very natural. And it was, I wouldn't say easy to learn, but, each step made sense. Every time I made a mistake, okay, yeah, I know how to fix that, Okay. All right, we're getting word now from race control that we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by 8 laps, or about maybe 8.25 minutes remaining on the clock when our leader, Jarrett Jones, brings Camden Gruber and the rest of the SMX field across the start and finish line. Lights are out on the pace car, on the safety car now, as it leads the field through turns 10A and 10B and up the hill and underneath the Fox Factory Bridge.
And Greg, let me call attention quickly to Nate Cicero and Tyler Gonzalez. They are just behind Michelle Squirick. She has the orange nose. Those two cars have driven from the back, and we're going back to racing.
All right, and green flag is now in the air as our third place car, Lincoln Larson, takes a quick look to the inside of Camden Gruber, not able to really get up close enough, I think more just to fill the mirrors there, as the first 6 cars all in a row heading up. Jumping up though, Mitch Lowry takes a look to the inside on Skylar Cottrell as they roll out of turn 2, that slight little bend to the left and over towards turn 3. No big change there though, same order as when we started this lap. And as you mentioned, Tom, keep an eye on those 2 cars back right behind Michelle Squarick in that pink nose number 72.
Tyler Gonzalez went through on Cicero on that restart, but they haven't made any more progress further up. It's actually a very single file restart, I would say, for what we might expect. One car popping out towards the background, but these top 5 just nose to tail before a little bit of a split to Mitchell Lowry. And so far, still, Jarrett Jones just has this race under control. Nathan, you were talking back when you were in this series, he was one of the drivers that when he was hot, he was on. And he so far appears to be on this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Racing against Jarrett was a ton of fun, and there's a couple weekends, he was, right up on pace with all of us, and it seems over the past couple years too, he's continued to progress, and he's really taken a hold of this race against someone that showed a lot of pace last year, Camden Gruber, and behind them, Wes and Skylar. This is Skylar's home track, so being in that front pack is pretty elite right now.
All right, taking a quick look to the inside on Lincoln Larson was Wes Duchek. Looks like he gets the pass done to move up into 3rd position. Let's verify that as they come across the line as the purple number 40. Yes, moves up into 3rd position. And Skylar Cottrell, who started off on the outside of the front row, he gets around Larson as well in the pink machine to move up into 4th place.
Michelle Squarick also picked up a move on Mitchell Lowry, Michelle versus Mitchell there, but is moved up to the 6th position in that white car with the orange nose. It was a huge slide for Duchek coming out of 10A. I'm surprised he didn't lose more momentum from that, but is able to keep his foot in it. There's a little bit of a split between the top 2 now because of that. Camden Gruber has an opportunity if he wants to make a move. He's got a bit of a buffer, but you can't race too much in these cars. You lose so much time, and then all of a sudden it's a big train again.
Yeah, compared to the MX-5 Cup cars, the roofs on these, it's easy to get a 2-car breakaway. You definitely can't break away by yourself, but if Jared and Camden play it smart here, they might be just racing for the top 2 spots.
Now, tell me this as far as running in line and running together, the difference in the draft between one of these cars. None of the Mazdas are necessarily very aerodynamic cars, but I assume that there's a pretty big difference when you've got the slick top on these cars versus the open tops that you run over in the Pro Series.
Yeah, for sure. And in the Spec MX-5 series, there's not as much drafting as one might expect. It definitely keeps the pack together, and getting bumper to bumper isn't as beneficial as it is in the Cup Series. If you can link up with someone in the Cup Series, that's such an advantage. So the packs stay super tight. In this, oftentimes you do see these 2, 3, 4 car breakaways from the pack once they start racing. So you do have Wes and Skylar right behind them. I'd imagine they would be working with each other, really trying to push and catch that front pack. You don't want these guys to pull away and lose your race right now.
All right, and for a moment there, we did have Camden Gruber take a look to the inside on Jarrett Jones. He was about 2 car lengths back, maybe a car length and a half when he did it. And coming out of turn 3, bouncing over that big concrete patch at the apex of 3, you really have to rely on that curbing driver's left to catch you. And Camden Gruber almost didn't have the safety net there as the left rear tire almost went right over the top of that curb and into the grass.
Yeah, that's one of the most fun corners on this track, popping over that curb, landing, and when you get it right, it's satisfying, but it will bite you hard. We have 2 coming into side-by-side and 6 as well further back.
All right, and that is a little bit further back in the field. I believe that is, I think that's Wardle and Azari, if I remember correctly, the 169 and the 110 car. Actually, no, you know what? Let me move up just one. Deacon Greenfield in the number 32. It's a orangish red machine with the yellow writing on the side. RP Performance, as well as Gavin Wardle right there in the number 169 machine.
These 2 packs have seemed to close up.
Yeah, they did exactly what you were talking about, Nathan, with putting in a good clean lap to pull back up to those top 2 so they couldn't break away. And talk to me a little bit about You know, it was a big adjustment when I got into B-Spec racing to be smart about when I made my moves. I would make a move early in the time that I was racing there and realize that I'm losing. So I pulled the pin too early, and now I'm just in this scrum. But it looks to me, when especially you watch some of the Spec Miata races and Spec MX-5, but certainly the Global MX-5 Cup, that track position's more important than being patient almost. Talk about a little bit the difference in mentality. Is that true even from the outside looking in, where you're just trying to keep the track position as high as possible versus that patient waiting game that we're talking about in this race here?
There's definitely a waiting game to an extent, but you have to be able to take control of a race, and the MX-5 cars always benefit. You can only push for so long. It benefits you for sure. But yeah, there's definitely an aspect of waiting and not wanting to separate these packs. Like, as you saw, the second pack there was racing a little too hard before that caution, and let these two kind of pull away, and they're still just trying to hang on right now. But Jarrett Jones has taken a good hold of this field with Camden Gruber, and Weston Schuyler just seemed to be able to hold station.
All right.
I think Cottrell might have missed a shift coming out of 7 just there. The pink car drops all the way to the back of the pack, just behind Mitchell Lowry. So that's going to promote Larson, Squirrick, and Lowry up once again, another spot.
And so that now has given Wes Duchek maybe a little bit of breathing room here, Tom, at least for now. Likely gone in another lap or so. But at least for the moment where he can set his eyes forward rather than setting his eyes back, because they're about 2.5 car lengths now separating our front 3 drivers, Jarrett Jones, Camden Gruber, Wes Duchek, as we've got only a minute and a half remaining on the clock, or 5 laps. So this is, we did not have the white flag in the air.
Definitely next time
And
by.
so the next time by, Tom, should be the last circuit of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta today for our SMX drivers, where they are today running a 15-lap max or 25-minute race. They will be out once again tomorrow, right around 12:40 p.m. is the scheduled start for their feature race. It'll be a little bit longer, 35 minutes or 19 laps.
Skylar Cottrell got aggressive on Mitch Lowry down into turn 1, and it kind of shuffled Mitch Lowry into the gray stuff around the outside of turn 1. It's put Lowry on the back foot and has allowed Tyler Gonzalez to get around that dark gray MX-5. So the top group kind of dropping one by one as people start to pick the fights that they've been waiting to pick. Now Michelle Squirrick has a windshield or a rear view mirror full of Skylar Cottrell, and we've seen plenty of dirt tracking through the the Atlanta clay out of turn 7 already, huh?
Okay. At least I now know I'm not the only one who has no clue where he is.
Yeah.
You see these 2 in second and third starting to get hooked up as well. That could be dangerous for Jarrett coming around to get the white flag. If they get linked up on the back straight, that could be dangerous.
They'd be able to push right on by and Jarrett Jones gets a little loose coming out of 10B here on these new Hoosier SMX tires that they have to make last not only today, but they'll run on the same set of tires tomorrow as well, as Jones holds a 2.5 car length advantage over Camden Gruber and Wes Duchek. Now with 1 lap remaining, a little bit further back in the pack, it's Lincoln Larson, Michelle Squirrick with Skylar Cottrell, and then Tyler Gonzalez in 7th position, who just got around Michael Tinnis, so moved Tinnis back into 8th there. And Nate Cicero, who started this race quite a bit further up the field, now finds himself in 9th position, and rounding out the top 10, Mitchell Lowry.
Looks to me like Camden Gruber struggling a little bit just with turn 3 on that exit. He's in the dirt most laps, and that's not exactly where you want to be to make pace, but he's keeping up enough pace to stay in front of Weston Duchek. But every lap it gives a couple of car lengths advantage to Jarrett Jones, and it's making me wonder, is Camden Gruber consistently close enough down into the final corner, or is he just a couple car lengths back too far? He's really far back this lap. Wow, here we go.
Yeah, did not get a good run out of turn 7, now about 3.5 to 4 car lengths back, and I think at this point he's probably going to have to worry more about the defense on Duchek for that last, to hold on to the 2nd spot on the podium. A little bit further back with a big push, Nate Cicero, Mitch Lowry trying to push by Michael Tinnis on the last lap. As our leader comes out of turn 10B up the hill, Camden Gruber does fall back to 3rd behind Wes Duchek, with Lincoln Larson, and with the checkered flag waving in the air, taking the win in our first SMX race of the weekend. It's Jarrett Jones taking the win. Finishing second will be Wes Duchek. Lincoln Larson gets around Camden Gruber, coming down out of turn 12. That will push Gruber off of the podium. Michelle Squirk will finish fifth. Skylar Cottrell started today's race on the outside of the front row, will finish sixth. Tyler Gonzalez comes from 21st in the field to finish seventh, with Nate Cicero eighth, Michael Tennis ninth, and Jason Fichter will round out the top 10 here today in SMX. Well, that was something to see there on the last lap, as Gruber just didn't get a good run either out of 7 or out of 10.
Yeah, no, for sure. You could see Gruber struggling on those last couple laps, maybe a little high on pressures. Weston was definitely very fast there at the end of that race, ended up picking that spot off, and Larson got the easy pickings down the hill from their bad run. So, yeah, congrats to all the top guys here. Great to see a new team as well with Sato on the grid, and this class just seems to keep growing and get more and more competitive. So it's awesome to see.
Indeed. All right, so Nathan, before we let you go, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what you got coming up on the schedule?
Yeah, I got Watkins Glen coming up in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, again with Wheeling and Freedom Racing Enterprises and the 76 truck. So super excited for that. Had a ton of good pace at St. Pete and had a blast. So going to go and hopefully get some good results and continue with the rest of the season MX5 Cup.
Very, very cool. Everybody, that is Nathan Nicholson, MX5 Cup, Wheeling MX5 Cup racer, as well as newly minted in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series as well. Nathan, I want to thank you for joining us here
today. Thanks for having me, guys. It was a ton of fun.
Absolutely. Great luck to you. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our second open wheel race of the weekend, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2 prototypes. And, well, we don't have any Prototype 2 racers here this weekend, so that'll be it. 25 minutes or 15 laps, whichever comes first, here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It is our 7th of 8 races today. It's our second open wheel race of the day. It is Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, and the prototypes. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving his Swift 016, the number 68 machine of John McAleer. Starting off to his, it would be his left elbow. There we go. His Jordan Worth is now entered into my vocabulary. Todd Vanacore driving the number 19 Elan DPO2 prototype machine. Starting third, driving the number 74 Swift 016. That's a Mazda-powered entry of Dudley Fleck with Larry Howard in a very similar Swift chassis. The number 5 car starts fourth. Then we got Brandon Dixon. He's in his Citation F2000. He is your Formula Continental pole sitter, and he is going to start alongside Paul Schneider, your Formula Enterprises 2 pole sitter, the number 73 machine, starting 6th. Darrell Willis, also in FE2. He's in the number 47 machine. He'll start alongside Matteo Naranjo, who makes his return to SCCA Open Wheel Racing in the number 51 FE2 car. Paul Riveras, also racing in Formula Enterprise 2, will start 9th today. He's in the number 27 car with Eric Cruz in the 86 machine. He starts 10th. Starting 11th today in a Van Diemen F2000 is Carter Sheets. That is one of our Formula Continental entries. And then Wade Richardson is in our second prototype entry. He is driving the number 56 Store, and he'll start 12th. Starting lucky 13th today in the number 46 Van Diemen DPO8 Formula Continental entry, Douglas Rocco. And then we've got Russell Straight, who makes the move from Formula 500 to FE2. The number 33 car will start 14th, and then Carl Wingo will round out the 15 car field in his FE2 machine as the green flag is in the air and moving down to the center of the track to hold off the rest of the field. It is John McAleer in his Swift. He holds off the prototype of Todd Vanacore. He was your 2023 national champion. Dudley in the class. Dudley Fleck will slot into third as the entire field now, Tom, makes their way down through the S's.
These are the fastest cars we'll see this weekend, under the 1:20 mark for these front-running 2, and they were very, very close in qualifying, although they're not in the same class. The Formula Atlantic of John McAleer and Todd Vanacore in the prototype with the bodywork covering the wheels and tires. They were exchanging fastest lap of the event by a couple tenths here and there, and I know they've spent quite a bit of time under the same tent as teammates in prototypes and other classes as well, so they know each other. Maybe a little bit of a duel for who can have the fastest lap by the end of the race to keep themselves entertained, even if they don't get class battles. But class battles will be plenty back in Formula Enterprises. Here comes your leader, Paul Schneider, who has Matteo Naranjo on his flank, and then they've got one Formula Continental. I think Brandon Dixon has split them. The white car, third, coming into 10A. Big lockup for Paul Schneider on this first lap down into 10A. He salvages it nicely, and I think he might have spooked Matteo Naranjo, who backed out of it a little bit.
Quite, as he backed out quite a bit. And now that was the first brake lockup we've seen from Paul Schneider. But Tom, a little bit earlier in the lap, going into turn 6, a big cloud of white smoke. Not in a spot on the track that I would have expected to see it from. I believe Eric Cruz, another one of our Formula Enterprise 2 racers, and I was wondering if perhaps the ride height was maybe a little bit low as he got into the compression there, or perhaps something else was going on with the car. We'll have to watch that. The Cruz machine looks very much the same livery as one of the Marlboro Ferrari entries from the early 2000s. So we'll watch him and see if that car continues to exhibit problems here as our racers are now working lap number 2.
Going to be a quick race as well with only 15 laps. These are the fastest cars here. They're going to get those 15 laps done in maybe less than 20 minutes of this 25-minute feature or sprint race, excuse me. McAleer continues to lead Vanacore. Dudley Fleck runs second in Formula Atlantic, third overall, and he's got some company. Larry Howard thinking about it down into 10A in the red Formula Atlantic, the fourth car on track. It's a nice big setup for 10B, but ends up losing a little bit of distance to Dudley Fleck.
And indeed, as Fleck now knocks, actually Larry Howard almost 0.2 of a second faster than Fleck that last time by. So losing a little bit of ground there, but both Fleck and Howard quite a bit, almost 2 seconds back from John McAleer at the moment, who, and as you mentioned, is splitting that Formula Atlantic field. Todd Vanacore in the number 19 Elan. And over in FE2, doesn't look like that brake lockup hurt or bothered Paul Schneider all that much. We'll see if he continues to see lockup there in that same place on that front tire. Maybe the next time he goes into turn one. We know that those brake lockups breed additional brake lockups as the part of the tire starts to flat spot. But at the moment, he seems to be in pretty good shape, opening up about a second and a half on Matteo Naranjo as they started lap number 3.
Yeah, Brandon Dixon just knifed underneath Matteo Naranjo down into turn 6. That's your leader in Formula Continental, which turns a very similar lap time to a Formula Enterprises 2, despite being in different classes. So you'll see them overlap just a little bit. Naranjo now has to deal with Darrell Wills. Naranjo in the black car, third in frame, and then Wills, the car at the back of this shot, battling for now second and third, as it looks like Paul Schneider has kind of found another gear this lap and has taken off into the distance.
Yeah, indeed, as he now opens up opens up an advantage of about 2.8 seconds to Naranjo. Of course, with Brandon Dixon in the Citation Formula Continental machine slotted right between them, but also, again, as we were watching for that repeat brake lockup, did not see at that time in turn 10 under that threshold braking. A little bit further back in the field here, it looks like Darrell Wills, who is now, I think, only a couple car lengths behind Naranjo for that second spot in FE2. Both he and he's opened up a bit of a gap, almost 5 seconds back to Paul Riveros, who is running in fourth. There they are, Dixon and Naranjo and Wills come down the back straight here into turn 10.
Larry Howard dives up the inside of Dudley Fleck down into turn 10A. This is for second in Formula Atlantic. They've both gone through on Todd Vanacore, so they run top 3 in class, top 3 overall. Dudley Fleck continues to defend the position and keeps the point for second, but Larry Howard is there. And also, Greg, I'm pretty sure Matteo Naranjo got passed by Darrell Wills. Darrell Wills is running now in the second spot in Formula Enterprises 2. Matteo Naranjo is slipping the wrong direction.
All right, and so we will definitely check in there. And for a moment there, it looked as though, as we saw Fleck and Howard going into 10A, that perhaps Howard was going to have the rear end walk around on Todd and Tom as he caught it. We've got a driver that is very much off the pace going down the front straight now.
Is it Naranjo?
It is a black chassis, but it looked like a Continental as it as it went past here. I don't think that is the Naranjo machine. That may very well be. It might be Doug. Actually, a little bit further up than Rocco. I think that might be Wade Richardson's Store WF1 prototype car. We'll try to track it down. We'll see him likely coming down through turn 3 in just a moment, if he makes it that far.
Well, the slow car is out exiting turn 5, now going down to turn 6, and it's still offline, moving slowly. I'm still trying to figure out who that might be.
Well, it's certainly not a prototype car. Oh, it's actually, I think you're right. I think that might be the Naranjo car.
That would explain how he slipped back from being able to potentially challenge Paul Schneider on that first lap to now being well off pace. We still need to confirm with our eyes whether that's the right car. Little prototypes, or sorry, little body work on the open wheel cars. There's the prototype you were mentioning, Wade Richardson, coming up the back straightaway in the orange full-bodied car. Just in front of the Formula Continental of Carter Sheets. That car runs second in class.
All right, as they come out of 10A and come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge, now taking to the pit lane. And again, it is definitely Naranjo as he's now dropping through the order. Tom not having completed this lap, not having completed lap number 5. So looks like the first race back for Mateo Naranjo here on the Super Tour. Not a successful one. Hopefully he'll be able to get that car repaired and ready to go for tomorrow. So a little bit further back in the pack, another battle here in FE2.
Yeah, that's John McAleer coming through on some of the lower running or slower class cars. He's just passed Russell Straight, Doug Rocco, and Carl Wingo, who are a pair of Formula Enterprise drivers split by one Formula Continental. So now McAleer is through, makes it pretty easy work as his car is significantly faster by design. And then that battle for second has fizzled just slightly. Dudley Fleck and Larry Howard separated just a little bit. Todd Vanacore has found his rhythm and just set a personal best lap last time through.
As Todd Vanacore now trails very closely behind the red number 5 of Larry Howard, and Dudley Fleck just ahead, as they also clear some of the slightly slower traffic there, some of the Formula Enterprise 2 entries.
Something we talked about in the Button Willow broadcast, but I don't think it's brought up enough, is how difficult the mirrors are in these cars are to use. They're just very small as it is, but they vibrate a lot. These cars are, if you've never been in a race car, there are no creature comforts. There's no dampening. Your mirrors are jiggling around. Everything's vibrating the whole time. So these drivers race them. Of course, they're used to them, but it's just really difficult. The opportunity to see other cars is really tricky. So as a faster car coming through, you have to be careful. You have to understand that other driver may not be able to see you if you haven't presented yourself well enough. And that's why you probably are seeing more often than not the cars coming through getting putting laps on the other cars, being pretty cautious. Really, we saw all three of them take their time and then make the pass down the back straightaway for the most part.
Yeah, Tom, when you look at the mirrors that are mounted on these Formula cars compared to your standard street car, and there are certain street cars that have small-ish mirrors, with other ones. I look at Hondas that have very large, usually very large, very square mirrors, but these Formula car mirrors are usually about 3 to 4 inches tall and maybe 7 to 8 inches wide, and they don't have a great field of view. You cannot, they're really geared towards you not moving your helmet up or moving it down to try and get a view, and it is very difficult. But it was funny that you mentioned the vibrations. I was just thinking to something that I saw this weekend in some of the Formula One practices with the new Cadillac team, where one driver had his left mirror lens actually fall to the ground while on track, and the other had his right lens hit the ground. So as bad as the mirrors are with those cars, well, it was worse because they only had one of the two. But if I remember correctly, you were also talking about that with Brian Belansky about the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, because they present themselves as very, very large mirrors on a very tall stock or stalk, and again, just don't present a very good vision of the cars behind you.
Develops good racecraft, though. You have to start to race off spidey senses, and everyone starts to think very similarly, which is why Spec Racer Fords, Formula V's also in this boat, tend to produce such epic racing. While we were discussing that, Larry Howard did a really nice textbook move down the inside of Dudley Fleck, who tried to hold the outside around turn 10A on the previous lap. Wasn't able to do it. Howard kind of shut the door appropriately, just enough to dissuade Dudley Fleck to do anything at 10B, and now sits second in class as they work their way through more Formula Continental traffic.
Tom, I just got I wanted to mention this because I just got a photo sent to me from the folks over at Timing and Scoring that have, you hear about having photo finishes here, and just passed along the photo from the finish of the SMX race, where we talked about Lincoln Larson taking third position in SMX with Camden Gruber coming in fourth. The photo I have of them crossing the line, there was about, about a half a foot separating the nose of those two cars, just to let you know how close that was. I sent it over to you so you can see. But for our viewers at home, We'll see if we can find a way to make that available. But it was so close at the line, as Nathan was talking about the incredibly close racing that we have in SMX. All right, John McAleer just resets fast lap in Formula Atlantic as he now opens up 14 seconds on the rest of the field. Well, there you go. There's that finish at the line. Thank you, Jordan Worth, for placing that on the screen. That was the battle for third in SMX. All right, we are now just a little bit past halfway in this 25-minute race. Tom, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Tension in the paddock, with the driver of the number 72 SMX car, Aiden Shimbashi. Please report to the SCCA trailer in tech. SMX driver Adam Shimbashi, driver of the number 72 car, please report to the SCCA trailer in tech. And we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour with 3 laps remaining. Here in our open wheel race, it is John McAleer, your leader in Formula Atlantic, with a 20-second advantage over Larry Howard. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon is your leader. Carter Sheets running second. Doug Rocco currently in third. In prototypes, Todd Vanacore has a 2-lap advantage over Wade Richardson. And then finally, in Formula Enterprise 2, Paul Schneider, he has checked out on Darrell Wills, who's running second. Almost 8 seconds separate him. Paul Riveras is running third. Eric Cruz, who just hit his personal best lap of the race, running in fourth.
Best battle on the track is right here coming out of turn 7. This is for second and third. In Formula Atlantic, Larry Howard followed Dudley Fleck for the first handful of laps, made the pass down into turn 10A a couple of laps back, and now Dudley Fleck has a ton of momentum down the back straightaway. He's been working on getting back around for the front, down into the braking zone, and Howard covers it all the way to the grass, but Fleck was beautiful on the brakes and just sweeps the outside, picks second place back up.
Nice move there, and just mere inches apart. thought for a moment there that Larry Howard was going to lose the car as he now steps to the inside on Dudley Fleck, tries to make the move, and as he does, looks like just from the inside there, Tom, he had to maybe let out of the throttle just a little bit as Dudley Fleck got a great run heading up the hill.
Yeah, just broke the momentum ever so slightly and lost a couple car lengths up that hill. You're fighting both gravity and cornering, so you kind of don't accelerate until you get well up the hill, even with as much power as these cars have relative to their weight. Now that brought Todd Vanacore, who just put a personal best in the previous lap. This past lap, they had some traffic, but the lap before, the prototype turned in his first 1 minute and 19-second lap time. So that car still has plenty of pace. I think he's just being respectful of this battle more than anything because he hasn't really interfered.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that's probably the biggest concern right now for Larry Howard is that Todd Vanacore would end up slotting himself between he and Dudley Fleck. And Vanacore, he knows the game. And he knows that he's got really nothing to gain by picking up another position on track. He is, I think, very content to stay where he is. As the white flag is in the air now, as John McAleer in the number 68 Swift had taken the white flag, so just there he is, just about 11 corners remaining. Was that Larry Howard almost running off there at the top of turn 3, Tom?
Yeah. Almost didn't make it, but had to go around the outside of the two slower Formula Enterprises. John McAleer is going to be well down the back straight at this point as he's 23 seconds up the road, coming to a pretty lonely but well-earned win in Formula Atlantic. And I think that little slip around the outside of turn 3 for Larry Howard is the final nail in the coffin after he got passed on the previous lap. Is just not close enough to pull anything off this final trip down the back straight.
Yeah, it looks like, and Todd Vanacore, I think, saw everything happening in front of him very quickly, and he just got out of the throttle as he came through turn 3 to not get involved. As we have a winner here today in Formula Atlantic, it is John McAleer taking the checkered flag. All following racers will see that checker here as we now have coming across the line Paul Schneider in Formula Enterprise 2, I believe, is taking the win. But there you go, Dudley Fleck in the Miller Lite car brings his Swift 016 across the line. He'll finish second in Formula Atlantic. Larry Howard will finish in third. Todd Vanacore will take the win in prototype class with Wade Richardson finishing in second. And in FE2, Paul Schneider will take the win over Darrell Wills. Paul Riveras will finish third. Eric Cruz just off the podium in fourth. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon, your winner. Carter Sheets will finish second with Doug Rocco finishing lap down in third. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our final open wheel race of the day. We'll see them once again tomorrow afternoon where they will have their feature race. But next up, it is going to be our final race of the afternoon, Tom. It is our big bore race. It's our GT cars. It's our larger and faster touring cars. They are next for their first race of the weekend. GT1, GT2, and GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and let us not forget Michael Kamalian, our sole American sedan racer here this weekend. We'll see them in just a few moments, but first we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. He is Tom O'Gorman. And this, Tom, is our final race of the afternoon. And I don't want to write storylines, but, well, we just, even though it's sunny on a lot of portions of this course, we've had some reports of some drizzle in some places as well. So, you know, high horsepower cars, racing slicks, a little water. Yeah, what's going to happen? And anyway, let's run down the starting order, and then we'll talk about it here in just a moment. Starting on pole today, driving the number 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette, Joe Frieda. John Atwell is your GT2 pole sitter. He's going to start on the outside of the front row in his Ford Mustang, with Jack Stanford also in GT2 driving the number 15 Mustang, starting in third. Starting on the outside of row number 2 in the number 21 GT2 Ford Mustang, it's Joe Federle. Patrick Paul will start fifth. He's in the number 35 GT1 Chevy Camaro. He'll start alongside Gary Crook in the GTX class Norma M30. Again, that is an LMP3 equivalent prototype car. Jorge Nazario, your defending national champion in GT2, will be driving the number 165 Chevy Corvette from 7th on the grid, while Tiger Tom Patton in the number 50 GT2 Sunbeam Tiger will start 8th. Jeff Durnale will start 9th today. He's in the number 8 GT2 Mazda RX-7, alongside William Moore in his GT2 Chevy Camaro. Then we got Russell Wittenberg in a Porsche GT3 Cup car, which oddly enough is in the GT2 class. He's starting 11th. That's the 113 car. Then Tony Ave for I think what is his 17th or 18th race today. He is driving the number 144 GT2 Nissan 350Z. And then on row number 7, starting 14th in the number 30 GT2 Ford Mustang, it's Dana Blackhurst. Dana's going to start right alongside the number 27 GT2 Ford Mustang entry of Robert Kaprowitz, with Steven Sowers starting 16th and Paul Ruth starting 17th, as the pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Joe Frieda. And green flag, Tom, is in the air. Joe Frieda with a huge start over the 2 GT2 cars that were alongside and behind. He's going to lead them up the hill. But I'll tell you, what a fight there between Jack Stanford and John Atwell, trying to determine who was going to be the first GT2 car to crest the hill.
Yeah, remember, it was more than a drizzle. It was pouring rain on this section of the track less than 5 minutes ago. It was under 5 minutes on the grid when it started to rain. This is the second group, Touring 1, Touring 2, coming to their own checkered flag. We have the onboard with the Touring 2 Corvette here. Everyone taking it very cautiously into the unknown conditions just behind the AMG GT4 of Rafael Asuncao.
And that
but
is,
James Candelaria got a pretty good breakaway. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, he did. I would say that's James Corvette starting third in the class behind Asuncao and Russell King there in that field. That second group led by our touring car racers, James Candelaria, who took the win at the National Championship Runoffs in Touring 1 in the Chevy Corvette. He started right alongside the GT4 Mercedes of Wes Humphreys.
Jack Stanford picked up the first spot in GT2, second spot overall. Look at the cars skating on the entry to turn 10. My guess is that rain evaporated pretty quickly when it hit the ground, but it cooled it off as well. So any amount of water that's still on the track is probably actually just bringing the track temperature down and evaporating relatively quickly. One car big off at the exit of turn 12. They hold onto it. But that was a scary moment for Jorge Nazario. Wow.
Indeed, and I believe that was Tony Ave in the Nissan 350Z, one of our tube frame cars. I believe that was a GT. Oh no, actually that was a GT2 car this past year, as prior year as well. I was thinking about the Honda Civic that's now sitting over in STU, a former GT3 car here. But look how much some of these cars are just absolutely dancing around. I was just watching the Atwell machine with the rear end just simply dancing from left to right as he came down through the S's. Some of these cars just don't look very happy right now.
Been a good start for Jeff Durnell. He's just up in front of Gary Crook, which is the Le Mans prototype, the LMP3 car down in turn 7. But that RX-7 with one of the biggest, nastiest wide bodies I've ever seen on one of those cars. Yes. It looks really, really proper. I like that a lot. But he's picked up a couple of spots, runs 4th in GT2 now with some good pace of one of the perennial front runners of the former GT3 class, stepping up with what looks to be a totally new car, a totally different car, into GT2 here.
Yeah, and so Durnell is your defending national champion. Well, I guess he's not going to be defending because he will be the very last GT3U national champion in a silhouette-bodied Mazda RX-7. And I mean, that car may have the same frame underneath it, but I guarantee you there is a lot more bodywork there to put a much bigger section with tire under those fenders than he had before. I'd love to know what kind of rotary engine is sitting in that thing as well, because it's making a heck of a noise as it crosses by me on the front straight, Tom.
Just behind them, we have a GT1 hard charger. Adam Romito in the Toyota Camry-bodied GT1 car is the next car in shot, the blue and green car, working its way down the S's. He was absolutely on it down through turn 12 and kicked up some Georgia clay as he finished off that lap. And he's actually made pretty good progress towards Joe Frieda, who leads this race overall, just set the fastest lap of the race as well at a 124.7. Romito was not quicker, but he has made forward progress after starting at the back of that first wave.
Yeah, I think we talked about yesterday that Romito had been racing a Dodge Challenger for a number of years in the GT1 class. I'm not sure if that's the same chassis, just rebodied. At this point, we'll have to check with him tonight if that's the case. But the Oakland, Alabama driver making up for lost time and lost positions here as he comes down into this right back behind Tony Ave. Looks like he may move up in 7th overall.
Greg, you're trackside, and I'm not. You may be able to see if it's still raining anywhere on the track, but it was a really quick pop-up that just grazed the eastern side of the track.
The eastern side.
As it traveled up past us. I think this race will continue to just get faster or stay dry, depending on where it is currently. The battle for GT2 lead is on. It's still Jack Stanford leading the way in the black and white Mustang over the American flag livery of John Atwell. These two have had some great races back at the runoffs as well in past years. Currently, Jack Stanford has a couple of car lengths and looks to be a little bit more on it. John Atwell not working the car nearly as hard. Ooh, a little bit of a look up the inside of turn 6, rolling the car down into the banking there. This is the key corner for these cars, putting the power down nicely out of turn 7. They both do so pretty well that time and continue to pull away from Joseph Federle.
And we think there, Tom, is some of the slower cars that we've seen today, like the B-Spec cars, as they're trying to carry momentum through turn 7 as they then get into that acceleration zone. But it's so different for that very tight, slow right-hander turn 7 for these higher powered GT cars, where they're just trying to essentially coast through, get the car straightened up before they get onto the throttle. That they're really, I guess, almost like 2 or 3 different stages to that corner compared to the slower cars.
Jeff Durnell and Tony Ave have their hands full with that LMP3 car of Gary Crook. It's an in-class battle, but it's being split by that car from GTX. They come down the front straightaway right now, and Ave has not been able to find a way through. As we were talking about him, Adam Ramito has disappeared from our camera shots. So that blue and green Toyota Camry stranded somewhere else on the racetrack, I think.
And I'm checking our Flagtronic system, Tom, to see if I can find that particular car. And as we look for Adam Ramito, he is in the number 2 Toyota. I think it's actually still out circulating. Actually, no, you know what? I think he is possibly coming down the pit lane, which is where I'm showing him on our Flagtronic system.
Tony Ave finally dives through on Gary Crook and picks up the spot overall, but now has a direct line of sight to Jeff Durnell. This is the battle for 4th in GT2, coming up the back straightaway, not too far ahead of more GT2 cars, starting with Jorge Nazario, then Russell Wittenberg, the first of the Porsches. And those GT2 cars are quick. Look at them just gap the LMP3 car down the back straightaway.
Yeah, the LMP3 car has a good amount of torque coming out of some of the slower corners, but once the track and such a long back straight here at Michelin Raceway just cannot keep the pace. But we're also seeing where Gary Crook having a little trouble getting the power down, as well as these 2 GT3 cars just absolutely on it through 10A, 10B. That being said, one driver did not get a great jump out of 10B, and that was Jeff Durnell, who has a little bit of a gap now back to Tony Ave.
Yeah, Ave actually passed him down into 10A. Durnell got a bit deep and ran wide coming through 10A. Really compromised his turn 10B. Ave saw it coming from a mile away and just chopped underneath on the exit, was able to pick up the spot. But Durnell has rallied and continues at pace, spitting flames on the downshifts down into turn 5. Further back, no battles really, but James Candelaria continues to lead Touring 1. And then Rafael Asuncao leads by 5 seconds in Touring 2 over William Bolt.
Now, something to watch, Tom, is as we are watching Tony Ave and Jeff Durnell, as well as Gary Crook right in that battle, as we go on board now with Touring 1 racer James Candelaria. Should note that Jorge Nazario in the blue Taxmania Chevrolet Corvette was almost 2 seconds faster than the 2 GT2 racers ahead of him, and closing very, very quickly. Now over in Touring 1, where we are watching James Candelaria, he does have Wes Humphreys now about 4.5 seconds back, so he's got a little bit of breathing room, as I think we've got more rain coming down now, Tom.
Yeah,
over by turn 6 and 7.
Sure do. I just caught on that camera shot on board James Candelaria. There is a massive cloud over this section of the racetrack. It's pouring down pretty nicely over there, and that's going to shake this thing up big time. There are a handful of production-based race cars in this race that might have some fancier technology than some of the front-running cars. Our leaders in GT1 and GT2 both driving a very traditional tube frame, no driver aids type car. But if it keeps raining like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe the Porsche Cup cars, even the Touring 1 GT4 cars start to excel in these conditions.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit of ABS here.
A little bit of traction control
control there. Yeah, exactly.
Still only on that one section of track, though, Greg. This track is a pretty long and narrow footprint, and it ends up with only sections of it getting wet sometimes. No wipers on this section down at 10AB.
All right, as we see our leader, Joe Frieda, whatever's happening down over at turn 6 and 7 doesn't seem to be bothering him all that much as he continues to make his way through some of the slower traffic as he now starts lap number 8. And Tom, that's going to put us right about halfway in this 25-minute or 15-lap race. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Hopefully nothing happens while we're watching commercials, and we'll be right back to take you all the way to the checkered flag, the last race of the day here at Road Atlanta, and the first round of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And Tom, as the rain has begun to fall over at turn 6 and by turn 7 once again, I've been watching this GT3 battle. We've had Jeff Durnell, who is currently running 4th in GT2. He's had to hold off Gary Crook's GTX car, and all the while, Jorge Nazario has been closing things down, not so slowly, but very surely on the Mazda, and he's been bringing Russell Wittenberg and Patrick Paul right along with him. Matter of fact, Patrick Paul in the white GT1 Ford Mustang gets past Gary Crook, and I think Crook may have just fallen off the pace a little bit as Jorge Nazario gets by him as well going up the hill.
And as you mentioned, I think things are pretty tense on the racetrack right now with rain coming down in sections and dry in others. We have yet to see major proof that the track is deteriorating as far as grip goes. We don't see any spray. People are not going that much slower. So the track temp is causing the water to evaporate pretty quickly, but you can see headlights and drivers are starting to slip just a little bit on pace, 3-4 seconds slower maybe that time by. And this is the section of the track where it's the worst. But if you look at drivers like Patrick Paul in the white Mustang, that's a GT1 car, the fastest class. He's still driving hard and pulling through a whole bunch of people with some confidence where everyone else is maybe walking on eggshells a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And you see the windshield wipers going on the Nazario entry is, again, kind of closing things up just a little bit on Jeff Durnell. A little bit further ahead, sorry. But let's take a look a little bit further back at those touring fields. You know, we saw James Candelaria now has opened up with our other in-car, and maybe we can jump over to him, Jordan. I'd like to see what he sees on this section of the course.
Actually looks quite lovely. It doesn't look too bad at all as he's facing this way. If he was facing the other way, we'd be looking into gray clouds. But the spray, it doesn't look too bad. If anything, the windshield tends to make rain look worse than it actually is.
Yeah.
He's not even having to run the wipers with how good the Rain-X is working. Maybe partially working that well because he's doing 160 miles an hour, though.
Yeah, I was going to say there are probably some aerodynamic properties there that are helping things out along the way as we jump over to another one of our touring racers. And this is Touring 2 racer, currently running third, James Davidson. Now, James is quite a bit further back from Rafael Sudkow and William Bolt, as I believe they are just now leaving Turn 5, heading towards Turn 6. But a good run for Davidson right now. He is locked into third position. And we'll see if we can, actually I want to try and track down Sudkow and Bolt, because the last time they came by me, Tom, maybe 3 car lengths separating them for the lead in class. The Porsche Cayman. Ooh. And William Bolt in the Chevy Corvette, and I think that might be them just now coming under the bridge.
Yeah, Bolt had a big slide trying to get the power down, getting a lap put on them by Tony Ave in the GT2 car, knives to the inside. But that battle for Touring 2, the white Porsche Cayman with the black hood and black headlights, has some pressure. It's not real pressure yet. It's not a huge amount of, it's not that close yet, but that's one mistake's worth or a little bit of confidence worth of distance. And as it continues to rain just a little bit, I don't know, Greg. I still think the track looks pretty nice, though.
Pretty nice, yeah. And again, I think a lot of it has to do with the heat. It is 75 degrees here right now, and for the couple of hours that the sun was beating down on the pavement, I think probably warmed things up enough, Tom, that, like you said, I think most everything is, when it's been hitting the ground, has been evaporating. I mean, but as it stands, it's just at that end of the race course down here on the front straight. We don't have the poor weather, although, you know, admittedly, and we saw this when we went to the onboards before of our touring car leader, James Candelaria, is that it does look fairly dark at this point for those racers. Our cameras, I think, do a pretty good job of brightening up the view that you all see.
Yeah, and unfortunately, standard operating procedures for racetracks, there's a distance where if lightning is within that distance, they'll shut things down.
8 miles here.
Right on the border at 8 miles here at Road Atlanta. So we're actually getting the white flag this time by just to wrap this race up without ending up in a lightning delay situation. Joe Frieda will be taking the checkered next time through. He's led this race from the drop. John Atwell actually set his fastest lap of the race last time by. So whatever we think about the track, it's fine.
Yeah.
This is their last tour of it, unfortunately. And we also missed during the commercial break, unfortunately, Jack Stanford did retire his Mustang back to the paddock in GT2. So that battle for GT2 lead fizzled during the commercial break, and John Atwell's been pretty well checked out.
Yeah, it's got almost a 10-second advantage on Joseph Federle with Tony Ave running another 10-plus seconds in arrears, running very wide now through Turn 5, going over that curbing. And if there was, Tom, any question as to whether or not the track was damp up there and was problematic, I think we would we probably would have seen something with William Bolt in that burgundy or wine-colored 199 Chevy Corvette in the T2 class. Perhaps slip and slide a little bit more than he was.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out, though. This is for the win in Touring 2. Rafael Asuncao in the Porsche Cayman has the point, but William Bolt has been on a charge. He's been one of the bravest in these conditions, and it's proven to work really well because the conditions are nothing to worry about. He pops to the inside just for a sight line, but the lapped car coming through of Jorge Nazario is going to block him from doing anything with it. He looks to the outside around 10A. Unfortunately, the door slams shut. I think Asuncao just barely will hold on to it.
And as
there was a lot going on
there.
there.
Yeah, there was, and there was Jorge Nazario, who was part of that as well, making things very difficult for Bolt to position his car. Of course, the checkered flag is out, and Tom is, as the checkered flag came out, John Atwell just coasted across the line. You'll see him there over to our left. And again, I don't know if it was something that broke, perhaps had run out of fuel on the very last lap, but Atwell ends up finishing, where does he finish? Second in GT2 to Joseph Federle. So let's go as our final cars are coming across the line now, and taking the win in Touring 1 is James Candelaria. And I think Wes Humphreys had already taken the checker just after our GT1 winner, Joe Frieda, had taken the checkered flag. Let's take a look and see where we stand. We've got our Touring 2 camera car. That is James Davidson, who's going to finish third in class, now coming down out of turn 12 and onto the front straight. It looks like maybe there is a little bit of rain now coming down the hill here as he comes across the line. Let's break it down for you. Taking the win in GT1, it is Joseph Frieda. Margin of victory over Patrick Paul, 38 seconds. We saw where Adam Romito retired his number 2 machine early. John Finger did not take the green. In GT2, Joseph Federle with the win over John Atwell, with Tony Ave finishing on the last step of the podium. Jorge Nazario will come home in 4th, with Russell Wittenberg. Jeff Durnell on the last lap, Brian, pipped by Wittenberg, and Durnell will finish all the way back in 6th. Over in Touring 1, James Candelaria will take the win over Wes Humphreys, as we mentioned. And in Touring 2, Rafael Asuncao, margin of victory over William Bolt, 0.8 of a second, with James Davidson finishing 3rd, Russell King finishing in 4th. We should mention Michael Kamalian. We didn't give any coverage here, but Kamalian, our sole American sedan racer, he finishes 24th overall. And then Gary Crook in the GTX Norma, he brings his machine home 10th overall. So, Tom, that's going to wrap things up for the first day of coverage here or the first day of racing coverage at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We've got a lot more action in store for you tomorrow. The action starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time. As everybody remember, push your clocks forward tonight, and I know not a lot of sleep, but no rest for the weary. We start the action tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. With Spec Miata, and they're going to have their 25-minute sprint race. We've got 8 races, lots of racing action for you all day long, so I want to make sure that you join us. So for Tom O'Gorman, for Jordan Worth, for Brendan Kazmarek, our producer with DriversEye Live, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Have a great evening, everybody, and please stay safe.